we are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 3 seconds and it does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. Danny Sufi loses it into the first corner. We are underway and racing in the GT Winter Series, but already. Well, it's day 2 here at the Circuito Estoril. Welcome back to the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series paddock. Welcome back to what unfortunately is pontoon and squeaky boot weather here at the Circuito Estoril. It's been a bit of a damp weekend. We're set for another set of races in tricky conditions, and we will be starting off with the GT4 Winter Series, which historically has some of the best racing here at this facility. This is the circuit where the inaugural contest, the GT4 Winter Series, took place. It was a dogfight. We knew we were onto something from that point onwards. It's Sunday here at Estoril. The conditions are set to be a little bit challenging around this circuit, but that's going to make things interesting for myself, Adam Weller, and Andy McEwen in the commentary box. I'm afraid it's maybe not the perfect weather for Izzy downstairs on the grid, but she's going to be out there and telling us the stories as always. 4.182 kilometers, almost 2.6 miles in length this circuit, 13 corners. It's changed a little bit, the configuration, since 1972, but still regarded as an old school facility, a track that really does test the drivers. As you can see, we are expecting rain throughout the day. I've heard horror stories of a lot of rain, but the forecast that we have here in front of us on screen suggests that it should just be light rain for a majority of the day, which is certainly a more positive outlook than we've heard from some. So that is good news. Hopefully we can get a full day of racing in the books, even in spite of yesterday's weather and a slightly curtailed, or very much curtailed, Formula race. We did get some brilliant racing in both the GT and the GT4 Winter Series on Saturday, and it is the GT4 Winter Series that is the first to grasp the baton for today. It will be another 30-minute sprint race here for the start of the day in the GT4 Winter Series, and a very interesting front row of the grid. Joel Mesh and Charlie Robertson on the front row. The GT4's not the most numerous of categories here this weekend, Andy. However, it is always a good way to kick off because they always seem to find someone to fight on this grid.
Well, indeed so. Yesterday's race was certainly a lively affair, wasn't it? Sadly, we did lose quite a handful of cars in quite a short space of time, though, didn't we? There was a terrific three-way scrap between Jürgen Bolting, Ravi Rammeed and Tim Horrell, which was a fight for class positions, but also an overall podium place, and that was really the most entertaining scrap of the race. It all, though, came unstuck when they made contact going into turn number 3 about halfway through. All three ended up out of the race, and that was a costly incident for those three drivers. Very much looking forward, though, to a resumption of the scrap between those particular teams, and of course the L'Espace Bienvenue BMW starting on the front row, now in the hands of Charlie Robertson, really should fly. But yeah, some interesting storylines, a few drivers who I think will be relishing these conditions. Again, Jürgen Bolting inevitably springs to mind. He'll be starting 9th on the grid. There he is, right on cue, and he will be making his way forward, I'm sure, if he has anything to do with it. Always goes well in these conditions. There will, of course, be other drivers, though, who really weren't too thrilled to see the rain coming down only, 5 or 10 minutes before the cars were released from the pit lane. But this, we suspect, will be the order of the day weather-wise, and it will be a story of who can adapt to these conditions the best.
Absolutely, and we've got a similar story to what we had last week regarding the club cars getting involved in the front end of the order. We'll talk a bit more about that in a moment, though, because it's time to prepare for the first race. Let's go.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome down to the grid for the first time today. As Andy and Adam have already spoken about, I think we're going to have a rather damp day. The track is, of course, very damp already from rain overnight. I've felt a few spots of rain on my head, but I don't think it will be the last today. Right, we're going to dive in and speak to some drivers, though. I'm going to head to our pole sitter first, and that will be the number 11 of Joel Mesh. Of course, Enrico won yesterday's race. Joel, I mean, Enrico set the bar high yesterday. Can you follow up with another win today?
I hope so. I mean, I'm doing my best. Now it's full wet again, like yesterday pretty much, and we'll just see.
And you've got a very quick driver beside you in Charlie Robertson in the BMW. How tricky is it going to be to hold him off?
I think it's going to be a tough challenge, but still manageable.
How wet's it looking around there at the moment?
Luckily, no aquaplaning, but still quite wet.
All right, best of luck, have fun out there. Right, we will move to P2, and just to let you know, a couple of moments ago, they were sort of fiddling with something on the front right, so hopefully all okay, but I will just squeeze through and dive in with Charlie. Well, Charlie, I mean, I can imagine you're looking for a bit of redemption today after what happened to Ravi yesterday. That was a shame, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a little bit disappointing, but it was challenging conditions. I think the drivers behind just misjudged where they were on the track and unfortunately took Ravi with them. So he was driving a really nice race before that, so we just got to try and stay clean today. It didn't really affect our championship too bad because we still finished the race, and the number 30 car ended up DNFing. So for us, it wasn't actually too bad. It could have been a lot worse. So today, 2 clean results, and then move it on to Valencia.
And what's your mindset for this? Is it full attack from the word go, or do you have to kind of little bit of survival?
Well, I mean, the track's damp, so it's been a lot wetter over the weekend, to be honest. So we're kind of playing a long game here a little bit. If it doesn't rain again, we want the car to be good at the end of the race. So yeah, it's playing a bit of a long game.
And the guys, just as you came to the grid, were fiddling with something on the front right. Is everything okay with the car?
Oh yeah, all good. It's just checking, obviously, because we had quite a big rebuild job last night, just making sure everything's still where it should be.
Best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. Right, we will continue back. We have had the 3 minutes, but I think I've got a little bit more time to chat to some drivers. We're going to come to the 111 of Cedric Fuchs. He has got the door shut, but I might just ask if I can I jump in and have a word? I can indeed. We haven't had a chance to speak to Cedric, but he actually shared a car with our pole sitter Joel Mesh last year in the GT4 Germany Championship. Cedric, we haven't had the chance to speak to you yet. First of all, how are you feeling for this race ahead?
I'm feeling good. I hope it will be a good race.
Is there a little bit of competition with Joel, given that you shared a car last year?
Yeah, of course, we're battling each other always, so we will see who is better at the end of the race.
What's going to be key to making this a good race?
Again, I didn't understand it, the question.
What's going to be key to making this a good race for you?
To win the race.
Say again?
To win the race.
Okay, to win the race. Right, good luck. We will continue on. Let him just get into the zone. We have the number 007 Aston Martin alongside. Now, this car had a great battle yesterday with Goncalo Vella. Let's see what they can do today. I am going to jump in with Federico, seeing as they have the door open. Well, you guys had a great battle yesterday. More of the same today?
Yeah, hopefully. We wish to come out on top again.
How tricky is this going to be this morning? I mean, we've not got rain at the moment, but it is a damp track.
Yeah, should be fun. Let's see. Hopefully now in the formation lab we can feel how the track is.
All right, best of luck. We are going to clear the grid. As you can hear, all the engines are starting, and we'll go to the commentators for the first race of the day.
The cars roll away then for the 30-minute sprint, second race of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series. 2 formation laps set to take place here. I think the clock may start ticking after the first of them is completed. Joel Mesh is starting this one from pole position in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau Mercedes, alongside the Pro-Am entry Charlie Robertson for l'Espace Bienvenu. Interesting that Charlie's getting in the sprints this year. I think that's a statement of intent to fight for the overall title. Cedric Fuchs on row 2 in the sister SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau car, and Federico Peters, the 007 Araujo Competição 007 car. Fifth position, Matis Plushkel, the club class entry, the BWT Muka Motorsport driver, once again interloping among the modern cars in the top half dozen, and Frederick Zabis, who won, of course, along with Tim Horrell in the third race of the weekend at Portimao. He starts from 6th position. Troy Savicka, who was also looking very strong in that aforementioned third race at Portimao. He's in the car for this sprint, the Blue Garage Racing Lotus. Franz Linden, again at the wheel of the Speedworks Porsche, the number 66 car, which is a Cayman Trophy entry, just below GT4 specification, that car. Joachim Bulting, the WNS Motorsport AM class entry, after getting into it with the Ravi Rami BMW yesterday, carrying some scars, will be looking for a good result in this race. Ivo Prada in the first of the Zome Racing McLarens, also in the club class. Those are the older 570S machines, although it doesn't look like we're missing that McLaren. In fact, the 96 car doesn't appear to be there. We do, however, have Tom Papenburg starting from the rear of the field after a difficult qualifying session for this grid, at least. Tom Papenburg starting from 11th place. He will work his way through the field, I have no doubt. Breno Aruda next to him in the number 95, the Gulf liveried McLaren 570S GT4. So it looks like we are down one McLaren. Oh, that's an unfortunate little bit of news. So that makes things a little bit easier perhaps for Matis Plushkel, who can firmly focus forward on moving that black Aston Martin. You can see there with the white Aston followed by the black Aston in 4th and 5th positions. The car in 4th place, Federico Peters, is the latest spec, and then you see it contrasted against the number 700 car from BWT Muka Motorsport, and you really get an impression of how far GT4 has moved over the last decade or so.
Yes, absolutely so, and yet remarkably evenly matched in pace, at least in qualifying yesterday. It was a fascinating session, though. It was a wet track that was drying as the session went through, and there was a brief moment where actually Matis Plushkel looked as though he was destined for the front row of the grid, and then within about 10 seconds, 3 or 4 people went quicker than him, and back to the midfield he went. Weather at the moment, as you can see, it is cloudy. It is not currently raining. There is obviously a lot of rain in the area, though, so that could change fairly rapidly. But for now, the track conditions are perfectly raceable, I'd say. There's no real standing water. It is very much a wet track. But to Charlie Robertson's point, there is a chance that over the course of 30 minutes, that will start to dry out. I don't think we're going to see anybody regretting their choice of tyre necessarily, but you can't just go absolutely gung-ho in the first 10 minutes of the race, because you'll need those Pirelli tyres to be in a decent state come the final 10 minutes.
Absolutely right, and I must say I'm really compelled by the back half of the grid in this race. Looking at someone like Zebis, like Troy Savicka there, 6th and 7th place, but then also, of course, Joachim Bulting, who's always good in the rain, starting from the 5th row of the grid, and then Tom Papenburg as well, of course. He made his first ever appearance in car racing yesterday on his 15th birthday. Yes, really. Can't drive the thing on the road, he's driving it at the racetrack. It's a whole thing, but he was very promising indeed, going home to a very solid 2nd position. Very difficult conditions, very different conditions that we're now facing. So let's keep an eye on his progress from 11th on the grid as well. We've had a bulletin to say that the car number 111, that's Cedric Fuchs from 3rd place, is under investigation for an unsafe release. So that will have been on the sighting lap out from the pit lane, I imagine. And we'll see whether that actually results in a penalty or anything of that nature. That would be a hugely unfortunate blow for Cedric Fuchs if so. We've not really had a Cedric Fuchs showcase yet. At times in the Cayman Trophy car last year, he was up there fighting for overall podiums.
He was indeed, yes, and he will see this as a brilliant opportunity to try and do the same, starting from third place. But yeah, it's going to be a tough battle out in front, isn't it? The 2SR Motorsport Mercedes sandwiching the Espace Bienvenue BMW of Charlie Robertson, who should be on his toes here. He'll be starting, remember, directly behind. I don't think we'll be doing a side-by-side start, although it looks as though they are lining themselves up for a 2x2 rolling start. In that case, Charlie, I think, in a good position. The outside line off the racing line at turn 1 is probably not a bad place to be, provided, of course, the car to your inside gets its braking point right. If it doesn't, then things can get rather messy. We've seen that happen once or twice at turn 1 here at Estoril over the years.
Yes, this weekend.
Yes.
It happens an awful lot, to your point. Quite the pinch point under braking into the first corner. Slippery conditions then for all of these drivers. It's Mercedes versus BMW on the front row. Mercedes versus Aston Martin on row number 2. The Schnitzelhelm cars in lockstead. Can Charlie Robertson interfere in the Espace Bienvenue BMW? We are racing for the first time on Sunday here at Estoril in the GT4 Winter Series, and it is Joel Mesh with the inside line into the first corner. Cedric Fuchs has dropped back there in the sister SR Motorsport Mercedes. Everyone tentative through the first corner. Charlie Robertson has retained second place. He's just ahead of Federico Peters in third position in at the Aston Martin from Araujo Competición. And look at that, Joachim Bolting up to fourth position from ninth on the grid. He's side by side with Cedric Fuchs. Joachim Bolting has had an amazing start.
I was looking forward to the moment you spotted that. I'd seen him gaining all of that ground through the first corner, absolutely on his toes. Federico Peters runs a little bit wide there through the left-hander, but just about manages to hang on to third place. He had a good start as well. Tom Pappenberg there in his predominantly white and blue Mercedes AMG runs a bit wide over the exit curb, but thankfully they're all cleanly through the first sequence of corners and now can try and settle down into a rhythm. Very wide, as is traditionally the line, although not that wide, Federico. That's right off the circuit, allows Cedric Fuchs back through into third position, but you will see them taking these wide lines, searching for the grip, scrabbling for traction on corner exit. You ride on board with a driver who's rather good at doing those things. Joachim Bolting up to 5th position from 9th on the grid.
Incredible stuff, as is so often the case in these conditions from Joachim Bolting. Charlie Robertson now trying to have a look to the inside of Joel Mesh as they now snake up the Gancho chicane for the first time.
Oh.
Robertson climbing up all over the curbs, which is what Ravi Ramneed was doing yesterday. So I wonder if that idea originates from Charlie, the driver coach of the setup. But doesn't seem to lose too much time in the process of doing it, and will continue to be right on the back of the Mercedes as they power out of the final corner at the conclusion of the first lap. We have the Aston Martin there in 4th place, dropping back a little, so it looks like a three-way fight for now. Cedric Fuchs, having dropped back early on, has got himself right back into it.
Yeah, really good second half of the lap there for Cedric. He dropped to 4th, lost quite a bit of time to these top two, but has already managed to close in, and he, unsurprisingly, was the fastest driver in the final sector on that lap, so he is going really, really well. There is the Aston Martin and Matis Pushkal, oddly dropping backwards, 5th on the grid, but crossed the line in 9th position after a tricky opening lap of the race for him. Up towards the hairpin at turn 3 we go. Bolting look is back ahead of Peters, so that's 4th position again now for the AM driver, let me remind you. And in fact, Federico Peters going really backwards now because he's lost more positions. Frederick Zebis and Tom Pappenberg have managed to go past him. Pappenberg just completing the manoeuvre around the outside at turn 5. So, sorry, turn 4, excuse me. Slithers out of the corner in the Mercedes, but again, you said he would make progress, and Tom Pappenberg absolutely living up to that billing. Now, what about second place? Cedric Fuchs look is right on the tail of Charlie Robertson, who suddenly has lost touch with Joel Mesh. So the leading SR Motorsport Mercedes getting away, the second car from that team on the attack.
Yeah, absolutely. So Robertson with his hands full at the moment, and the SR sandwich, and Joachim Bolting loses control, manages to just avoid the Armco, maybe a glancing blow, if anything, but That was pushing the limit a little bit too far and somehow keeping the car relatively clean in spite of it. He'll be right at the back of the field, but he used, if he was a cat, about 7 of his 9 lives in one fell swoop there.
Yes, very, very lucky not to hit the barrier, not to stall the car, not to get collected as he slid back into the road. And we know he's got good pace, so he has plenty of time, 23 minutes nearly, to try and fight back up the order a little bit. I'm intrigued here by Charlie Robertson's apparent lack of pace all of a sudden. He was really on the attack on that opening lap, but now just struggling slightly. Or is he managing the tyres? We saw him do exactly the same thing at Portimao a week ago and really came on strong in the second half of a race held in similar conditions to these. So this could all be part of the long game plan for Charlie in the BMW, who is nearly a second now adrift of Joel Mesh, the race leader. Man on the move, though, continues to be Tom Pappenberg. He was the fastest driver of anybody in the final sector on that lap. He's now in some clean air, and I expect to see some good lap times coming from the youngster in the near future.
Yeah, Jormesh in the race lead then by just on a second over Robertson. We see further back that Matis Plushgel has got him back past Troy Savicka. There's Franz Linden in 9th place, the Cayman Trophy leader. Your Pro Class leader is the overall leader in the form of Joel Mesh. In 2nd place is the 71 car of Charlie Robertson. That's the Pro-Am class leader. And then all the other classes, apart from the club class, are single car entries. But we do have Matis Plushgel leading the club class ahead of the Breno Arruda McLaren running in 7th overall. We saw him kicking the tail out a bit a couple of laps ago. He's already told me the traction control's a bit rudimentary in that older Aston Martin. Cedric Fuchs to the outside line then as they head down to Arela Bend once again. Robertson drifts out wide. He has to be careful not to repeat that paint and curb approach to turn 10, the second part of Ganjo, because he's already been told off for that. He's got a track limit infringement at the next corner here at turn 10. He climbs all over it once again, and he's already been warned once for track limits infringements at that corner, so they're going to have to try and get to him on the radio and tell him to stop that, because otherwise he will receive a penalty for his indiscretions. For now, he's probably more focused on Fuchs than race control.
In years gone by, though, that was the line that almost everyone was taking, so I suspect that's been a slight tweak to the track limits regulations perhaps since we were last here, because I did notice that L'Espace Bienvenu BMW was the only one which has been taking that line really in both of the races so far. He manages for now to hang on to 2nd position, loses a little bit more time to the leader, and it's starting to all clump together, isn't it? This battle for 2nd place, Robertson, Fuchs, Sebis and Pappenberg, whilst here the battle of the Aston Martins sees Matis Plushgel get himself ahead of Federico Peters into 6th position. So the older of the Aston Martin cars now further up the order. Federico Peters, who was really confident seemingly for the opening lap of the race, now just maybe struggling with the balance of the car slightly and slipping down the order.
Yeah, I mean, the car about in 2015 spec, the Plushgel machine, but the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 of that generation can trace itself back to the first year of GT4 in 2007 with a fair amount of ease. So that is quite the performance from young Matis Plushgel to be up there now into the top half dozen once again. Just got past Federico Peters, who is a 5-time karting champion in Portugal and has raced at a domestic level. But this is an interesting opportunity to see him with this Arujo Competição team, because of course they race Iberian supercars in the summer. This could mark a bit of a jump up into the GT racing ladder if he has an impressive weekend here, but in these slippery conditions it does look like the car's not quite underneath him right now. Now, point of interest, Charlie Robertson here at turn 10 again and doing the same thing. Now there is, to your point previously, a new race director this year for the GT classes, so perhaps the race control, or rather the driver's briefing, has switched its philosophy somewhat on things like track limits, but he does just have to be careful, although we haven't seen subsequent warnings for Charlie Robertson, so perhaps he's now just straying on the side of legality in whatever terms that might be. But not only now has he got Cedric Fuchs on his rear bumper, he's got the man who had the fastest lap of the race, Frederick Zabis, although Robertson just claimed the fastest lap for himself.
And that was about 3 or 4 tenths quicker than the race leader that time as well. Here, meanwhile, comes Joachim Bolting. This is for 9th position as he really now begins this fight back through the order after his earlier spin. Gets to the outside of Franz Linden, and is he going to be able to make the move at turn 1? I suspect he will. He's later on the brakes. He has the grippier side of the road and does indeed slip through. So Bolting then up into 9th position. Of course, guaranteed an AM-class trophy as long as he makes the finish, but I rather suspect that is not his main priority this weekend. He wants some really good overall results, if at all possible, and there are more positions to be had in the near future because Pavel Savicka and Federico Peters are busy scrapping just ahead of him, and it looks to me as though Joachim is quicker than the pair of them.
Yeah, absolutely. The 59-year-old German really thrives in these conditions. Of course, he was runner-up in the Pro-Am class of the GT4 European Series over the summer and was the Winter Series AM champion at the start of the year as well. He loves to use this as an opportunity to really keep his eye in with the GT4 car. So to your point, any fight, any position is worth gaining as he goes to the inside of Troy Savicka here for what will be 8th position if he gets the corner correct. And once again getting loose there on the Exeter Parabolica interior. Savicka generously offers him a little bit of room, and Bolting does get through, but nearly contact between the pair of them as Savicka there will probably be breathing a sigh of relief that the car's still underneath him, but you can see him working away at the wheel there. Great onboard shot here in this Lotus Emira from Blue Garage Racing. The Czech team taking a different path by picking up on the Lotus Emira, and looked like it was really fighting its driver there, Troy Savicka, under power coming out of the Arella bend. Interested to see though what's going on with Robertson, because he's got two very young and very driven talents trying to prove themselves against him right now.
Indeed so. Loses a fair chunk of time that time to the race leader though, does Charlie. He was some half a second or so slower than Jarmesh, who perhaps has responded. Is that Bolting off the road? No, it's Peters, I think, isn't it? Federico Peters bouncing through the gravel coming out of the final corner, on board with Joachim Bolting. He was very much on the racetrack and benefits from that little error from the Aston Martin driver. That Aston Martin just does not look like a happy car in these conditions. Yesterday, Bruno Pereira told me that he'd very much used the best of the Pirelli tyres by about the half race distance in that first race. Slightly wetter conditions today, so in theory that shouldn't be as much of an issue. But yes, I don't think they've quite got the car exactly where Federico Peters would like it to be. Back to the fight for second though. It is very much a fight for second. Robertson's charge after the race leader seemingly lasting only one lap, at least for now, but Cedric Fuchs would really like to make this an SR Motorsport by Schnitzelarm Racing 1-2. He looks to the inside, to the outside as they head down into the left-hander at the bottom of the hill. Climbing the curb there is Charlie Robertson. He's taking much tighter lines than anybody else. It worked for him on the way into the corner, but you can see how much quicker Fuchs was on the exit, but there's just nowhere to go. That big BMW does rather fill the road. The Mercedes is not a small car, and there's one line really which is definitively quicker than anything else, and Charlie Robertson for now is occupying it.
Yes, and around here, at outside line in particular, is very good, very useful indeed. Turn 8, turn 9, that outside line works very well indeed, and Charlie Robertson using it to full effect, almost stopping at the apex there. We get a very quick replay here of Federico Peters scrabbling the gravel onto the exit of turn 13, but let's see what it affects them now in real time, because they will be exiting that corner momentarily, and I think Zebis is going to be a danger man here, because that Porsche towards the end of a straight, of course, is really quick. It cuts through the air so much more efficiently than its bigger counterparts. Maybe not quite close enough, but if he's within, say, 2 car lengths of that Mercedes in a lap or two's time, he will be intervening on this second place battle.
Most definitely so. So BMW, Mercedes and Porsche battling it out then for second position. 3 different makes of car. It's the great thing about GT racing in general, really, but particularly these days GT4. There's such great variety in car, and because of the wonderful balance of performance measures that are used to balance the field, the racing is always very, very close between them all.
Tom Pappenberg, I think, has a transponder issue. He fell through the order from 5th to 10th, and I was about to point out that he was having a problem, but no, he's still out there. It's just that the transponder seemingly lost track of him for a brief window of time. Robertson has firmly lost track of Jarmesh. That caught me out, actually, just how far apart they are now. Cedric Fuchs, I think, will want to get past Robertson ASAP, not only to make it a 1-2, but of course to try and chase his teammate from last year's ADAC GT4 Germany Championship. But again, Robertson, the big BMW, using that significant frame to try and stave off the advances, but now he's got the inside line for Arella, and I'm not convinced that that's the way forward for Charlie Robertson. He pushes Cedric Fuchs out there, says absolutely not. You are not drifting around my outside, sunshine. And Zebis says, okay, I'll have a go at this green Merc. And well, how it pendulums from one way to the other. Fuchs has been the offensive party for several laps. He's now really going to have to worry about Zebis as they run down to the main straight.
Yeah, that was the closest I think that Robertson has come to losing this second position perhaps so far, but he's in a really difficult position. He's having to defend quite a lot on the way into corners, and of course that puts him on the wrong line then really, the inside line, not the place to be in the wet. So on corner exit, Cedric Fuchs gets the run, and it nearly allowed him into second place on that occasion, but Charlie Robertson just about able to keep the BMW ahead. We ride on board with the L'Espace Bienvenue M4, which again moves to the inside to cover the defensive line into turn one, but actually didn't really need to on that occasion. Drifts back over to the traditional racing line on the way into the turn and keeps the Mercedes AMG at arm's length for the time being. This, of course, not only the battle for second place in the race, but worth pointing out, it's also the lead battle for Pro-Am. In fact, all three of these cars, if we include Zebis in the scrap, are Pro-Am contenders. So this is the Pro-Am podium battle unfolding before us.
Yes, it is. I'd wager that at least two parties don't realise that, though, because it's just a position. That's all that matters to them. But there are Pro-Am standings to consider, Pro-Am trophies to consider, of course. And in the case of these two cars scrapping it out, Robertson and Fuchs, they're both expected to be here for the full season. So Pro-Am title contenders duking it out, and Fuchs again trying to go to the outside, to the inside, every which way he can. Robertson got a poor run out of Parabolica Interior a lap ago. He again looks like he's just struggling to get the car turned and applied under power. So again, Cedric Fuchs finds himself on the outside line, which should be favoured. But of course, Charlie Robertson has the high ground to lean on the Merc. He doesn't lean on it so much this time, and they are still side by side as they approach this corner where the outside line is better. But Charlie Robertson fully committed there, rattling over the curves, making sure Cedric Fuchs was still just behind him.
He's not an easy man to overtake, is he, Charlie Robertson? That was really good driving. Judge that absolutely to perfection. That inside line, of course, is slower generally in the wet because it doesn't have as much grip, but he just fired the BMW across the apex curve and sort of blocked Cedric Fuchs' attack. It is of some significance, this, in the Pro-Am Championship, actually, because Cedric Fuchs and Wilhelm Kuhner, I reckon, are now second in the Pro-Am points after their second place finish in class yesterday. Of course, L'Espace Bienvenue did not finish yesterday. They were the championship leaders by 10 points coming into this weekend, so this could well be the Pro-Am Championship battle starting to unfold between us as well. And if that's the case, then we're in for a fascinating season, aren't we? This is a brilliant scrap between the two of them, and Charlie Robertson will not relinquish this second place without a fight.
Absolutely not, no. Last time by was the fastest lap of the race for Joel Mesh, the first driver to go sub 2 minutes on a 1:59.951. But this trio, despite their squabbling, only about 3/10 slower. I get the feeling that if Mesh wasn't so unbothered by what was going on behind him, if these guys were fighting a little bit less behind him, they could probably challenge for the victory as well. But it's all hammer and tong here between Robertson and Fuchs, and that's allowing Mesh to slowly idle away. I'm not convinced that the ultimate pace in these cars wouldn't be better if they weren't scrapping.
Yeah, well, we saw that briefly, didn't we, when Robertson didn't have to defend for a lap. He was quicker than the race leader. Much wider line again there for Cedric Fuchs. Look at the exit speed for the Mercedes. That will drag him alongside the BMW. Now, this is his third attempt at making this move. Is he finally going to get the job done? He'll try and run right round the outside here, and ideally wants the outside for the next kink as well. He might have a nose in front this time. Can Robertson once again drift across in front of the Mercedes? Answer, no. Through goes Cedric Fuchs. He finally makes second place his own, the Pro-Am lead his own, and that was a move some 15 or 20 minutes in the making.
That has been a long-term job there for Cedric Fuchs. We heard how in the zone, how determined he was on the grid, singular focus on winning the race. Well, he's not doing it overall, but he is now leading in Pro-Am. let's see what Zebis can do as well. If he gets a good run out of this corner, he might not be a million miles behind. He's still maybe just a car length too far back by the time they exit Parabolica Interior. Instead, it's Charlie Robertson flashing the headlights. He's desperate to try and clamber this one back in his favour. Cedric Fuchs, though, covering off the inside line, should be far enough ahead of the BMW to not have a challenge. And indeed, Robertson is too far back and realises any lunge from there would be a little bit reckless. Let's see if Robertson can fire back.
Well, I mean, you would suspect that Cedric Fuchs should now have the pace to get away, but it's always a bit easier in these conditions to be the following car, isn't it? You can gauge the grip levels from what the driver in front of you is doing, and it might be that Charlie Robertson now sort of zones back in on the Mercedes ahead and decides to go back on the attack, if, of course, he can shake off the Porsche behind him. Frederick Zebis now keen to do exactly what he just saw Cedric Fuchs do, and crucially do it before Cedric perhaps builds up a little gap.
And critically, even with, what, half a lap on the correct racing line, Cedric Fuchs set his fastest lap of the race so far, so I think he is going to disappear up the road from this point. Zebis, meanwhile, as you said, now trying to follow in the footsteps of Cedric Fuchs, and doing so quite literally there, trying to get himself to the outside of the BMW for turn 7 of the lap. He's not quite going to be close enough, but Charlie Robertson tries to cover it off. Zebis takes the inside line. The inside line doesn't have the traction though, and Charlie Robertson holds on to the position. It's so interesting watching racing in the wet conditions, because sometimes it is the absolute inverse of what you'd expect in the dry.
Yeah, that looked like a done deal for a second or so, didn't it, when Zebis lunged to the inside. It's a much shorter route through the corner, and you might get to the apex first, but on corner exit the advantage almost always will lie with the driver on the outside line, and that is a defensive tactic that seems a little bit counterintuitive, doesn't it? But Charlie Robertson certainly has been driving very effectively in a defensive manner in this race. Can he now hang on to an overall podium and second place in Pro-Am? Fastest lap of the race, Cedric Fuchs. Now, it's only, what, a couple of tenths quicker than the race leader, but that is just a little, just to underline the pace that we sort of knew he had. If only he could have had clean air sooner, he might have been able to go after his SR Motorsport teammate for the overall race win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's still 6 minutes, but 3.5 seconds is no small gap, and yeah, only 2 tenths between them. So yeah, not going to happen for Cedric on this occasion, but it's a positive for him. He's been a bit anonymous in that first weekend of the season. We didn't really see a lot of him in his sprint, or indeed in the shared endurance race last time out at Portimao, but this is the first real showcase for Cedric this season. Of course, he was the rookie champion in last year's GT4 Germany. The SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhaum team really announcing their arrival as one of the top GT4 teams in Germany, if not Europe, in 2025, with their most successful season to date in GT4 competitions. Zebis coming out of Parabolica Interior now once again, tries to get the power down to the BMW. The Porsche doesn't look quite as sure-footed as the Mercedes, but he is drawing alongside the BMW now. Goes again to the inside line. Will he make it work this time? Tries to make the block pass happen. That's very good racing, but here comes Robertson. Robertson again makes it work, and that time, to what you said a lap ago, I really did think that was a done deal, but Charlie Robertson holds on.
That was fascinating, wasn't it? Yeah, Frederick Zebis, you called it perfectly, a block pass. It's the only way really to make that inside line work, and I really thought he had it. Well, he did have the position, but only for a second or so. The momentum, the traction lay in the hands of the BMW. Charlie Robertson was able to get off the corner much better than Frederick was, and yeah, reclaim the position. Fantastic racing between the two of them, though. Clean up to this point. Let's hope they keep that, keep it going that way. Remember, these two cars did come into contact yesterday with the teammate drivers at the wheel of both of them, so fingers crossed we don't get that doesn't recur again today in race number 2. Defensive line slightly taken there by Robertson, but really just trying to avoid the rubbered up bit of the road in the braking zone. That's where you can very easily lock up a brake and slither wide, so that's why you see them meandering across the road so much as they brake for that first corner. He slides over the exit curb there coming out of turn 2, but for now at least has a car length or so in hand.
Yeah, now he has an iota of comfort, but that Porsche I think he's learning the Porsche along with all of us. We got so used to the dynamic between the BMW and the Mercedes that we're now working out how the Porsche stacks up against the BMW M4 GT4. Now, I saw a surprised look from you there, Andy. Was that perchance Cedric Fuchs's pace?
Yes, the fact that he was 8/10 quicker than the leader last time means that maybe this race win isn't a done deal yet. There's contact, though, between Zebis and Robertson. That was dangerously close to a push to pass, I would say, if indeed he does make the pass, which he does. I think there was some paint traded on the way into the corner. I'm sure Charlie Robertson will have a strong opinion on that. But for now, Zebis goes to third.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a nudge. I don't think that was the intention nor the design of the move from Zebis, but just losing the rear end under braking as Robertson went defensive, and contact between the two of them somewhat assisted Zebis through into third overall and second in the Pro-Am class. And again, I'm just getting the impression that Robertson hasn't got the artillery to fight back in this one. It just looks like the BMW still struggling. They've made great strides with the traction control system and some of the electronics on this GT4 in its Evo specification. It does look like in these conditions it's still not quite hooked up, whether that is the systems, whether that is the setup, of course, you don't know. It could be something as simple as the diff not quite being dialed all the way in, but either way, a shame that Robertson not quite able now to try and fight back against Zebis. Less than 2 seconds now between the pair at the front. Joel Mesh with a 2:02.202 last time, and just over 7/10 quicker was Cedric Fuchs. So what was a 3.5 second gap is now down under 2 seconds, and we've got 1 2/3 of a lap left to go.
Yeah, this is going to be nip and tuck. I think Cedric might get there. Whether he's got any time to then find a way past his teammate, or indeed the inclination to go past his teammate, he might just want to secure the 1-2 finish for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelarm Racing here. First sector, in fact, Joel Mesh has responded and is 2.5 tenths quicker, so the gap grows to back over 2 seconds. It's the second half of the lap, though, where Cedric has been really, really strong ever since he got into this second position, and at long last had some clean air to work with. In fact, I'd say even just through the left-hander at Parabolic interior there, he visibly cut the gap back down again. We'll find out in a moment or two what the middle sector times are for these two drivers, but there's no doubt about it. It is the second of these green and black Mercedes, which right now is the faster.
Absolutely right. It's formation flying for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelarm, and they'll be hoping their wingtips don't get too close in the last stages of this race. Contact between cars number 30 and 71 at Parabolica Interior has been noted by the race stewards, so that one is probably going to be looked into in the postscript of this race. We'll keep an eye on any developments there, but for now, Charlie Robertson, as we somewhat anticipated, has lost maybe a second, maybe a bit more to Zebis, and that battle for third place has stabilised. What's the gap between the top two then? Here comes Cedric Fuchs across the line. 1.5 seconds. It was definitely a pickup of pace last time by from Joel Mesh, and he has got a decent buffer as they now are on the final lap of the race.
Yeah, I think Cedric Fuchs perhaps had a moment somewhere in the first sector, because it wasn't that quick. In fact, he was slower than Frederick Zebis in the first sector on the previous lap as well. So I wonder whether he just had a little wobble somewhere, and that now should, he says tentatively, mean that Joel Mesh doesn't really have to worry too much about defending from his teammates on the final lap. But in these sort of conditions, a 2.5 gap can disappear in the blink of an eye. So really important here that Joel does not have a lapse in concentration, doesn't start writing his winner's speech just yet. He's got half a lap of racing still to go. And then it will be a really important victory for the SR Motorsport squad. It looks as though the battles for the lower podium positions are pretty settled now as well. Zebis isn't going to catch Cedric Fuchs unless Cedric has a moment. Robertson fading now slightly in fourth. The one position that could still change, I suppose, is sixth, isn't it? Jürgen Bolting 2.5 behind Mattis Plushkel, but on the previous lap was about 1.6 seconds quicker, so that could get changed before the flag.
Yes, I am keeping half an eye on that. The black Aston Martin and the circus-themed Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RSCS of Jürgen Bolting. But for now, Joel Mesh circling the Gancho chicane for the final time has led this one from pole position. There's been a lot going on in this race, and perhaps to Joel's benefit, not much of it has actually involved him. He's just driven a clean race at the front in the number 11. It's going to be an SR Motorsport 1-2 for the first time in the GT4 Winter Series. They come out of the final bend now, and it will be Mesh from Fuchs, teammates last year, adversaries this year, but they'll be delighted for each other as they come across the line to formation fly over it. Zebis takes third place and second in Pro-Am, of course, behind Cedric Fuchs. Charlie Robertson in fourth, Tom Pappenberg in fifth, and then out of the final corner comes Mattis Plushgel with just a couple of car lengths over Joachim Bolting. Plushgel will claim the club class win, and Joachim Bolting in seventh overall, winning the AM class. But he'll be disappointed that he dropped from the top 5 in the very early stages of the race with that near miss with the Armco coming out to Parabolica Interior. Troy Savicka comes across the line in 8th place. Franz Linden will join us next in 9th. Then it'll be Federico Peters, who again just never seemed to get that Arujo Competiziao Aston Martin really hooked up underneath him. The car never quite looked sure-footed. And Brenner Aruda will round out the order. Again, another club class entry, the 570S GT4 McLaren comes across the line to round out our finishers. But Joao Mesh on the victory lap, parading around the circuit with his first win of the season in his pocket. Of course, yesterday it was a win for his teammate Enrico Federer, so things are really starting to come back to the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelaum duo. It was a bit of a weekend to forget, realistically, in Portimao, at least by their lofty, high standards. And now it's a win apiece for both drivers in the sprints. Of course, they'll be looking to converge their fortunes and win the race in the Enduro later on this afternoon as well. Positive signs all round for SR Motorsport, not just in that car, but also with the 111 winning the Pro-Am division as well. Cedric Fuchs and Villicuna, they want that Pro-Am title this year. That's the express goal for both parties as full season entrants. And could we see Cedric Fuchs maybe challenging for the overall podium again in the endurance race? Of course, Villicuna will be at the wheel, and Villy would be the first to tell you he's not quite got the same level of pace as Cedric, but we'll see where things pan out once we do go racing for the Enduro later on. It will be a 60-minute pit stop race with a 10-minute pit window in the middle of the event. Of course, we've got a big day of racing still to come. The formulas have a pair of races. The GT Winter Series has a sprint race, and that will be up next here today. In fact, sorry, no, I'm getting my my calendars mixed up. It will be the FWS grid out next. My apologies. What we do know for sure, though, is that the double one is in P1 in this one. Joel Mesh at the top of the tree. Bit of a reduced pro class field this weekend versus next. Expecting bigger grids still in Valencia in February. The GT4 Winter Series should be a real highlight there in front of what we're expecting to be a very, very full grandstand at the Circuito Ricardo Tormo. But for now, in what is tricky conditions here at Estoril, I'm sure that Joel Mesh will already have half an eye on the next task, and that is the 60-minute pit stop race here in the GT4 Winter Series. He rushes to say hello to Cedric Fuchs, and Enrico Federer comes over as well to tell his teammate well done. All three of these youngsters get along very well. There's Villicuna as well at the front of his 111 entry. It's some great camaraderie in particular between Federer and Mesh. Those two have been really good friends for quite some time. Looks like we're having to slightly move the second place car a little bit there. Not sure what Kuna and the GEDLICH Racing representative Mark were doing there at the front of the car, but looked like they might have been trying to free the second place board from the car. I think they may have become slightly attached to each other somewhere in the process there. But for Joel Mesh, that race was flawless. Again, we didn't see much of his race, to be completely up front, of course. He was driving away while Charlie Robertson spent a majority of the race getting his elbows out and trying to hold on to that Pro-Am win. But all the same, really exciting racing to watch. And I think Charlie will be somewhat disappointed, particularly with how he lost second in Pro-Am with that slight contact between himself and Frederick Zebis, which again, I'm not convinced there was any malice in that, although a karting push to pass is also very much a thing, and that's of course where Frederick Zebis is coming from this season. The Danish racer in the Pro-Am class WNS Motorsport Porsche has been graduating from karting here in the GT4 Winter Series, so it is only his second weekend of racing in cars. Certainly not the second weekend for Joel Mesh, only of the season is it the second weekend for him, and he's got his first solo race win of the season.
He does indeed. I've actually got not one but two drivers with me because of course it was an SR12, so Joel has brought his old mate Cedric in as well. Joel, I'm going to start with you because of course you did win the race. 2 for 2 for you and Enrico. Going to be honest, we didn't see all that much of you throughout the race because you were sort of off into the distance while this guy was having quite the battle.
Yeah, I mean, I had a good start, could defend my position very well. And after that, I've just seen those two fighting, and that's how I just got the big gap.
Were you quite happy to see them having a bit of a scrap behind you?
I mean, at least if the car stays safe, then I'm happy for him. Yes.
And I mean, 2 for 2. You got one more race later. Can you and Enrico make this a perfect weekend to kick off your championship?
I hope so. I mean, thumbs crossed and fingers crossed. I think we can.
All right, well, we'll see what happens later. Cedric, I mean, you were having quite the battle with Charlie. You made that entertaining.
Yeah, it was really fun and it was a great battle. It was fair and all. And at the end, we was the faster one and get through.
Did you think that you might have a chance to chase him down?
Yeah, of course. That was the target to get to Joel.
Well, you've done a fantastic job, as I say, in SR12. I think the first time that has happened in the GT4 Winter Series. Go and enjoy it. Congratulations, guys. One more race later today for the GT4s.
And SR Motorsport will be hoping for a mirror of what just happened in race 2 at the weekend. Let's take a look back at that one. Our second 30-minute sprint race of the weekend in the GT4 Winter Series. Charlie Robertson in a drag race with Joel Mesh on the run to the first corner, while from further back in the field, it was a brilliant start for Joachim Bolting. From 9th on the grid, was challenging for 4th place coming out of the early corners of the lap. Federico Peters there in 3rd place in the Aston Martin. He was drifting out wide, lost out to Cedric Fuchs, who reclaimed his 3rd position there, coming through Parabolica Interior for the first time. At the front, Mesh was under some pressure from Charlie Robertson, who tried to find the inside line, aggressively rattling the BMW across the curbs. While further back, after a lightning start, Joachim Bolting unfortunately lost control of the WNS Motorsport Porsche, would fall to the rear of the field, but would go hunting for some more positions. And look at that, just avoiding the Armco barrier. Great onboard shot there, showing us just how close he came to disaster, or at least some scratch paintwork. Cedric Fuchs spent so much of this race pressuring Charlie Robertson for 2nd overall for the Pro-Am lead, but Robertson was not willing to go out without a fight. It was a sensational scrap between them, as Joachim Bolting was indeed moving his way back through the order, even with a little bit of a slurry and a slide on his way through. Federico Peters was really struggling in the Aston Martin, and he ended up off the circuit and damaging the car, I think, a little bit going across the grass as well. Cedric Fuchs realised that the outside line was the way forward, coming through Arella Bend, turn 7 of the lap. Charlie Robertson knew he'd have to lean slightly on the Mercedes to keep it at bay. Frederick Zebis was also a factor in this battle, a fellow Pro-Am runner. This was 1, 2 and 3 in Pro-Am, fighting it out. And we kept seeing the outside line utilised time and time again by Cedric Fuchs. And on the 3rd, maybe even the 4th occasion, the exchange finally went in Cedric Fuchs's direction. He would build a gap, and then it was left to Frederick Zebis to challenge for Charlie Robertson's second, as it now was, in the Pro-Am class, as the SR Motorsport Mercedes disappeared up the road. Again, turn 7, the critical zone, the action zone in this race. And Robertson was doing all he could to make the BMW even wider than it already was, but a tap between himself and Zebis at Parabolica Interior finally opened the door sufficiently for the WS Motorsport driver. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, it was an SR Motorsport 1-2, Joel Mesh leading Cedric Fuchs home, and a great result for the SR Motorsport team. They will be thrilled with how that race has panned out. So then, the GT4 Winter Series sprint race, 6/10 in it at the end as Joel Mesh lifted off the throttle a little bit so we could get a good image of the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum cars running in tandem. Cedric Fuchs in second place, winning the Pro-Am class in second overall. Frederick Zebis in third position in the WNS Motorsport Porsche. Charlie Robertson fourth for l'Espace Bienvenu. Tom Pappenberg taking a strong fifth overall as he continues to get to grips with competitive GT racing in his first weekend of competition. Matthias Pluschkel in sixth place, winning the club class, just holding on against Joachim Bulting, who was charging back up through the field. Troy Savicka for Blue Garage Racing, the number 144 car, in 8th position, ahead of Franz Linden, the Cayman Trophy class winner, and Federico Peters in the number 007 Arujo Competición Aston Martin. Breno Aruda rounding out the 11-car order. Hopefully we'll see the sister Zome Racing McLaren 570S GT4 on the grid for the third and final race of the GT4 Winter Series weekend. For now, though, let's celebrate race 2 with Andy McEwen on the podium.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, a very entertaining second GT4 Winter Series race of the weekend, and we're about to get our podium presentation underway then. We'll start with the club class, our second place club class finisher, Breno Aruda. Congratulations, Breno Aruda then for Zome Racing finishes second in the club class. It is, though, another club class victory for the BWT Mucker Motorsport Aston Martin of Matthias Pluschkel. Congratulations, Mattis. Class win. He slipped down the order slightly from his strong early starting position, but was able to hang on to the club class victory in what must have been very challenging conditions in the oldest car on the grid, and a car that potentially is a little bit of a handful in the damp and greasy conditions. Mattis, though, very pleased with another race win, and we look forward to seeing how he gets on in the 60-minute pit stop race, which I suspect might take place in even wetter conditions later on today. Mattis, if we could have a quick word. Difficult conditions out there. That car, I would imagine, is a bit of a handful in the wet.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. At the start, I lost some ground. Was quite a shame. In the middle of the race, we had quite good pace. At the end, it went away a bit, but it's quite a handful in the wet, as you said. So we hope for dry weather for the second race or third race.
I would love to say it will be dry. I'm not sure it will be, but we'll see how you get on. Congratulations, though. Matthias Pluschkel, then, our winner in the club class. And he will be very, very happy with that. Cayman Trophy then next, and we welcome for the second time this weekend our Cayman Trophy winner, Franz Linden. Franz runs out of the room behind the podium and steps up onto the top step of the podium, a familiar space for him to be occupying this weekend, and receives his winner's trophy. The Cayman running solidly overall, a pretty uneventful race for Franz, and I think he'll be quite happy with that. In those sort of conditions, just surviving to the checkered flag is never a bad thing. Franz, congratulations, another trophy to take home with you. How was that race?
Yeah, it was more difficult than yesterday. It was the second half was a little bit lonely, but I had a little bit problems with the tires and also understeering, and then I was just taking and bringing it home. But it was good training for sure. Thank you.
Well done, congratulations. Franz Linden then gets another win in the Cayman Trophy, and we'll be looking to make that a hat-trick later on today. Right, the AM class next. It was a very eventful race for our AM class winner, but he survived that spin early on to claim another win. The AM class goes once again to Joachim Bulting. Well done, Joachim. I'm very, very intrigued to hear from him exactly how he felt in the moment that the car was rotating on the exit of the parabolic interior in the early part of that race, but a driver who always goes well in the wet. You would expect there to be some good results to be had, and had it not been for the spin, he could have been on maybe for an overall podium, but he'll be gunning for that, I'm sure, in the race later on today. Joachim, that was an entertaining race, wasn't it? Talk us through the moment that you had.
Yeah, maybe for you, not for me in the second lap. The first lap it was good. The first corner also was very good because I was on position 3 then, I think, or 4. And because it works so well, I tried too much. And then I spun, but I have luck because I didn't touch something. I could have go further, and then I think I was at least 7th overall or something like that.
A good result, and we think maybe more rain this afternoon, so a chance maybe to get further up the grid?
My plan is to be one of the 3 first, but we will see.
Good luck with that. We look forward to seeing it. Congratulations, Joachim Bolting, then our AM-class winner once again after an entertaining race, which often is the case where Joachim is concerned. Right, we move on next to Pro-Am. This was where most of the action was in that race. A fantastic 3-way fight for the win. In the end, it is a 3rd place finish for L'Espace Bienvenu's Charlie Robertson. Well done, Charlie. It's only the 3rd step today, but he was right in the thick of the action all race long. Much of the late race action, of course, he was involved with our 2nd place driver for WNS Motorsport, Frederick Zebis. Frederick, who managed to get past the BMW driver in closing stages, shakes the hand of Charlie Robertson and climbs onto the 2nd step of the podium. It was, though, a very successful start to the day for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm Racing. As well as the overall race win, they celebrate a win in Pro-Am, thanks to Cedric Fuchs. Well done, Cedric. Punches the air as he heads out onto the podium. And the SR Motorsport driver, who tried lap after lap after lap to get past Charlie Robertson, finally managed to make the move stick and was able to claim himself a Pro-Am win, overall 2nd. And with another 5 minutes of the race added on, he might have had an opportunity to go for an overall race win. But he will be very, very pleased, I think, with the Pro-Am victory at the end of what was a tough 30 minutes of racing. Let's have a chat with Cedric. Cedric, congratulations, a fantastic win. Did you enjoy that battle with Charlie?
Yeah, it was a nice, fair battle, and it was really interesting in the race. Yeah, we enjoyed it.
If you had got past him earlier, maybe you could have caught your teammate. You were really quick at the end.
Yeah, maybe we had get him, but at the end we wanted to win the Pro-Am category and not the overall. So Joel and Enrico need more the points on the overall championship. So P1 and 2 for the team is the best we can get.
Excellent, congratulations then. Cedric Fuchs, the winner of the Pro-Am category. And interesting stuff there, willing to work with his teammates maybe to try and help them to seal the Pro Championship. Let's move on to Pro then, shall we? The final podium presentation for this GT4 Winter Series race. 2nd place once again on an impressive debut weekend, Tom Pappenberg, who gets a big cheer from, I suspect, some friends and family down in the pit lane below as he climbs to the 2nd step of the podium. It was, though, as I said, another win for SR Motorsport, a 2nd win this weekend for the number 11 car. The race win overall and in Pro goes to Joel Mesh. Well done, Joel, and he heads to the top of the podium. SR Motorsport very, very pleased with their morning's work so far, and they'll, I'm sure, be gunning for a hat-trick of victories in the longer pit stop race later on. And after what was at times a challenging season opening weekend for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm Racing, they have very much turned that around, at least in GT4 land, here at the 2nd event at Estoril. So, as the photos are taken and the drivers pose on the top step of the podiums, we turn our attention then to our 2nd race of the day, and it is the 1st appearance today of the Formula Winter Series.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
A compelling race in prospect for the Formula Winter Series. The cars making their way out onto the circuit as we speak. Only 3 cars have, let's call it, a proper grid position in this race. This race is typically set by the second fastest laps from Q1 of the race. Only 3 cars got a second lap in Q1, which means Alicia Palmowski, Philip Rice, and Vittorio Orsini are our top 3. Everyone from 4th backwards, their slot on the grid was determined by their times on Thursday and Friday in the combined collective test results, which means that Alexander Ruta starts from 4th place. He has a golden opportunity then from row 2, as does everyone there at the sharp end of the field. And as the cars circulate towards the grid, let's hear from Alexander Ruta. We spoke to him on Friday. Another one of our returning drivers to the Formula Winter Series is Alexander Ruta. Alex, you joined Van Amersfoort Racing towards the end of our season in the Formula Winter Series last year. You've gone on to race with them in the summer and have a pretty good season. We now come into 2026. You're familiar with the team. You're very familiar with the car. I have to imagine you have big goals for 2026.
Yeah, obviously you have to stay open-minded every time. A hard weekend ahead of us, stormy, quite rainy as well, so we have to keep it in mind that maybe not everything is gonna go our way, but yeah, we'll maximize it and push.
I can't help but notice that you and I are roughly the same height, and I know that that means you're quite tall by F4 standards. Is it quite difficult to get the seat built and ready for you to get in the car?
Yeah, it's quite a challenge. It took some seats to get it right, but at the end of the day, we got it right. But I think it was like 5 seats for sure that we managed to get wrong. But yeah, it's quite a challenge as a tall guy, but yeah, we're here, so I'm happy.
Now, last year we didn't visit Estoril. This is the first time the Formula Winter Series has come to Estoril. Maybe you haven't had many dry laps to properly figure out what to do with the circuit, but what do you make of the place in general?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's my new favorite track, to be honest. Not in the rain though, but dry is really amazing. Super tight, super tricky, super technical, but yeah, I just love it for its nature as well. So yeah, it's great.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think you're with us for the full season, if I'm not wrong. So given the results you had last year in Italian and with us in FWS, is it victories, if not championships, that you're aiming for?
Yeah, for sure, you have to aim for something, but you have to stay open-minded as well. And with the conditions being like this, like today, for example, it's quite tricky to get the lap in, or or any lap, to be honest, as half of the field did today. So yeah, for sure. There are some goals, but we'll see how it progresses.
This weekend is definitely going to be a challenge. We wish you all the luck in the world out there on the track, and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
That was Friday, Alexander Ruta, and well, we didn't know quite how much of a challenge Saturday was going to be. Poor Theo Borenstein, who lined up 4th for race 1 in the Formula Wind Series. He looped the car under safety car conditions and dropped down outside of the top 20. Everyone was struggling even at safety car speeds yesterday. Mercifully, it does look a little better and a little bit more race ready out there on the circuit. As of this moment, race director Neo Santamaria says if the conditions don't change, if we don't have a deluge in the next few minutes, we will have a standing start for the first time this year in FWS. I think we're in for an incredibly compelling race here, Andy. Not least of not least of the reasons why being that first few slots on the grid. Very interesting.
Indeed, so I do quite enjoy it when the weather comes to play during qualifying because it tends to lead to some slightly interesting grids. A slightly interesting situation perhaps unfolding here on the 46 car. The engine cover coming off momentarily. Hopefully that's nothing too much to worry about for Ari Bansal, the US Racing team, just maybe making some pre-race checks. But yes, interesting grid. Alicia Palmowski on pole, Philip Rice for AKM Motorsports second, then Vittorio Orsini and Alexander Ruta with, again, some heavy hitters deep in the order, desperate to try and make up some ground. So we really gave yesterday's race the big sort of build-up, and it didn't really happen because of the weather. I really do hope we get a substantial chunk of racing in here, because I think the grid for Formula Winter Series this year is worthy of that billing that we've been giving it in the build-up to the event. It's stacked with talent, we're stacked with promising future stars of the single-seater racing world and beyond, and it would be really nice to see them have a chance to stretch their legs and actually prove themselves against one another, especially since I think this jumble grid is guaranteed to give us a lively 30-minute race. Right, let's head down onto the grid then, shall we? Izzy Browning is there to catch up with some of our Formula Winter Series stars.
I certainly am, and I have to say, after yesterday where there weren't too many racing laps, I'm very excited to see what happens today. We are going to dive in straight with our pole sitter, and that is going to be the number 71 of Alicia Palmowski. Well, Alicia, things looking better today in terms of conditions, and you've got the best view down to turn 1.
Yeah, I don't want to say that, don't jinx it, because we know what the weather is doing this weekend. But no, it's great to have a clear track ahead of us. Conditions have been changing every single session this weekend, so adaptability has been a really key thing, a really key skill to have. So it's great preparation for the season ahead, and I'll just do the best job that I can now today.
And you're used to having pressure. I mean, you're a winner in F1 Academy, but you got quite a few cars behind you. What's the pressure going to be like?
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, but equally I'm just totally focusing on myself. I've looked through the data, I know what personally I need to work on, so that's my main focus, just looking ahead to the clear track, and hopefully we can have a good result.
Right, best of luck. Have fun out there. Right, we are going to continue back. I want to try and get down to row 3, and the reason being that there is a very fast driver, incidentally, in another Red Bull car that I want to come and speak to, and that is going to be the number 2 of Rocco Coronel. So we're doing a quick half run up the grid to try and get to him, and as Adam and Andy have said, it was a very tricky qualifying session which has left us with a bit of a jumbled up grid. But here is Rocco, and I'm going to dive in and speak to him. Rocco, I mean, after a difficult qualifying session, this is probably not where you want to be starting, but we know you're quick, of course, reigning Ginetta Junior champion. How far up can you get?
I hope I'll get to the top, but yeah, we'll see in the race. Yeah, it's a drying track, so I think everybody should manage their tires. Yeah, it's going to be a fun race this time.
And you and I spoke earlier in the weekend, and you said that one of the things you love is sliding around and late braking. So we're going to see some of that today?
I hope so. I'll try my best.
All right, best of luck. There is Rocco Coronel. We're going to continue back. I've got a little bit more time because I want to speak to the number 87 as well of Thomas Behrman. Now, he comes back to our grid. He did a full season with us last year in the Formula Winter Series, this time with a different team, and that is Van Amersfoort Racing. Thomas, great to see you. As I've just said, with a new team this year, how are you getting on so far?
Yeah, it's been a difficult weekend. I mean, a lot of changing conditions. Quali was a struggle with our grid. I mean, our pit lane positions, but you know we still got a decent result out of it, and there's a lot to race for, a long race. So for sure we can make some moves forward and hopefully be fighting at the front.
How important is it to stay out of trouble at the start? I mean, there's a fair few cars on this grid, and you're right in the mix here.
Yeah, I mean, it's important, but also that's the place where you make the most positions. So.
All right, best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. We are going to clear the grid, and we're going to get our first standing start of the weekend.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
We are underway then on the formation lap for the Formula Winter Series. 31 cars expected to take the start, and Alicia Palmovsky starting from pole position alongside AKM Motorsports' young Philippe Rice, looking to make an impact from P2. Third on the grid, the last of the drivers that actually got a second time in Q1, which is how this grid is meant to be formed. That was Vittorio Orsini. From fourth back, it's based on the Thursday and Friday collective test times, and Alexander Ruter, the quickest of those. He will be lining up in fourth. Then it's Dries van Langendonk, who won yesterday's very curtailed race. Rocco Coronel alongside him. Rodin versus Van Amersfoort on row number 3. 7th and 8th position will be Thomas Behrman alongside Ari Bansel. Van Amersfoort versus Us Racing there on row 5 of the grid. It is going to be Ethan Lennon and Alfie Slater, and all Rodin Motorsport row number 5. Row 6 of the grid will be the Theo Borenstein car, Jenser Motorsport, along with Oscar Repetto of Cram, 11th and 12th, 13th and 14th, Ludovico Busso and Marcus Silkunas. Row 8, Roman Kamyab and Alexander Savinkov with Us Racing. First time we've seen him since 2024. Chiara Batig in 17th, along with the Brazilian Pedro Lima in 18th position. Row 10, Samuel Ifrid along with Arjen Kraling on row 10. Row 11, Abdullah Kamil and Victor Polson, 21st and 22nd place. Maximilian Kamalander in 23rd, along with Georgi Zazov in 24th position. Andre Rodriguez in 25th for Cram, along with Rafaela Ferreira of Campos in 26th place. 27th on the grid, row 14, will be Us Racing's Noah Killian and Ginevra Panzeri of AS Motorsport. Row 15, Renault Motorsports' Thomas Rodokas alongside Levi Arn in the Jenser machine. And the 31st place, Matilda Pats for Matilda Racing. Oh, and we've got a spin, and that is Alexander Savinkov in the 17 Us Racing car. On the formation lap, he's just about stayed out of the gravel trap, but that was playing a dangerous game with his right foot there, going through the gravel. Savinkov will be able to take his start in the original position, since he didn't fall to the very rear of the field, but that is not how you want to warm up your rears.
Not at all, although they will be very warm now, I'm sure. Maybe a bit of an unbalanced feeling now between front and rear tyre temperature, but I'm sure that's the least of his worries. He's got gravel all over the tyres, and not a huge amount of time, actually, to get that gravel off the tyres before he lines up on the grid. So, yes, not an ideal bit of pre-race prep for him, but what a fascinating grid. Levi Arn, I only just clocked this, 30th on the grid, finished 3rd yesterday, so that really does go to prove that point, doesn't it? I think that we're going to have a very lively race, if, of course, they can all keep it on the track.
Yes, well, we hope that that will happen on this occasion. We have a standing start in the offing for the first time in the 2026 Formula Winter Series. The marshal emerges from the right hand of screen. He has a green flag. The conditions have not changed. The conditions, I think, if anything, may fall away from the wet tyres over the course of this race if things stay as they are. It's 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing in the Formula Winter Series. We are underway. Looks like a good start from Dries van Langendonk. Maybe some stragglers ahead of him, but it will be Alicia Palmowski versus Philip Wright down to the first corner, and Palmowski much more committed there to the first turn, maybe drifting a bit too wide, and Rocco Coronel in the other Red Bull livery car follows through in second place. Where is Coronel in relation to Palmowski? Because it looked like he was having a better run through the first corner. He's through into the lead, and Van Langendonk goes between the two Red Bull cars, can't quite thread the needle between the 2 and the 71. It will be Coronel with Palmowski trying to hold on around the outside. She will have the inside line for Curva VIP, but it will be for second place with Dries van Langendonk. It looks like Van Langendonk maybe has the traction. Yes, he does. He's through into second place, and for the first time this year, it's Coronel versus Van Langendonk.
This is what we're here for. Look at this. Van Langendonk with a brilliant exit there is going to go on the attack. Does he go to the inside or the outside? Well, in the end, actually sits in the wheel tracks of the leader. Who's that? Very late on the brakes, too late on the curb. Out wide they go. Thomas Behrman, it was in the 87 car, just got a wheel on the painted curb in the braking zone, and in fairness did a good job not to clatter into the back of the queue of cars ahead. So Coronel leads, Van Langendonk second, Palmowski third. That looks like Alexander Ruter is fourth in the number 3 car, fourth-ish anyway, because it's changing by the corner as they all try to discover the grip levels. Someone was off, I think, just behind that leading group as they came down through the right-hander there at turn 7. But that could have been an awful lot more messy, I think, that opening lap. Some great racing, and I am relishing the thought of this battle at the front of the field.
Yeah, we saw that Alexander Ruter going at it with Alicia Palmowski. Ruter got through at the Gancho chicane, but Palmowski not going down without a fight here, trying to reclaim that position, but she'll now have to worry about Thomas Behrman behind her. The US Racing drivers have all seemingly found each other in the team positions as well. We'll keep an eye as well on what Levian has done on the first lap of the race in one of the 4 Yenza cars out there on the circuit. It's Coronel from Van Langendonk, 1.2 of a second apart. You can see there Van Langendonk too far back to really challenge. Look at Palmowski. She had a good run there out of the final turn and is now challenging Ruter, in turn being challenged by Thomas Behrman as they run through the first corner. Slater in 6th position, Lennon 7th, Rice, who started on the front row of the grid, in 8th place, ahead of Bansal and Busso. Levian is up in the top 20 already. He's in 19th from 30th on the grid.
Just the 11 places gained in the opening lap for Levian, the Yenza Motorsport driver, as we sort of hinted might be the case, on an absolute tear through the field. But of course, the more things settle down, the closer to the sharp end he gets, the tougher those overtakes are going to become. It's going to be a fascinating prospect to see exactly how far up the order he can climb before the checkered flag. At the front of the field, I think now Rocco Coronel just settling in slightly. Dries van Langendonk was the best part of a second behind him at the end of that opening lap, as there is the move up the inside. That's a much better approach to the corner for Behrman, although again drifts a bit too wide, and Alicia Palmowski might get him back on corner exit, squeezes him out over the exit curb. That will lose him traction and might just allow Palmowski to get the place back as we head into turn 7. She's on what should be the preferred outside line, but actually I'm not sure she's got enough momentum on corner exit, so does lose the position. And Thomas Behrman, not bad really. I think if you'd have told him a lap and a bit ago he'd be 4th at this point, he'd have taken that.
I absolutely agree with you. Here comes Alfie Slater to the inside of Palmowski. Palmowski again favouring that wider sweep around the first element of Gancho, now split between the Rodin cars, and they both go sailing by. It looks like Palmowski struggling a little bit. Of course, she did seemingly make a little bit of contact with the rear of Behrman at Parabolica Interior, just an iota of contact. That may have done something to the car, but either way, she falls behind both of the Rodin machines. Slater and Lennon now looking to try and challenge Behrman.
Yeah, I can't see any damage to her front wing. That would be the primary concern, I suppose. But yes, it could have knocked something in the steering or the front geometry. So we'll watch her progress as we go forward. Fastest lap of the race, Rocco Coronel, but only a 10th quicker than Van Langendonk, who is very much going with him at the front of the field. Through the first corner we head then. Levian, what further progress has he made? 15th position, another 4 places gained, ahead of Oscar Repetto now.
And I feel like I should say as well, Alexander Savinkov, who spun on the formation lap. He's up to 9th position. There he is in the 17 car, going for his shot just ahead of the 44 of Philip Rice. Savinkov, as much as that was maybe an ignominious start to the race, here he is. He's up in the top 10, and is that Levian, the 21 car? Yes, it is. Levian with a front wing missing. Not quite sure who he cut it off with, but unfortunately for Levian, that massive progress in the early stages of the race, all for now.
What a shame that is. So easy to do. We saw the near miss with Behrman and Palmovsky, which could easily have ended in similar damage, but yeah, it doesn't take a lot to dislodge that front wing, and unfortunately Levy will have no choice now but to return to the Yenza Motorsport team in the pit lane to get a new one affixed to the front of his car. So, Coronel, the leader, sliding around through the kink there at turn number 8 into the Gancho chicane, and that will give Dries van Langendonk a little bit of hope maybe that he might not be able to escape from him just yet. Ruta third, Behrman fourth, as we said. What's his pace like? Quicker than Ruta in the sectors on this lap, so third to fourth gap is coming down. These two though, Adam, I know it's a jumbled grid, I know there are other drivers probably capable of living with Coronel and Van Langendonk, but in this race I think it's looking increasingly like a two-horse race, at least for the win.
It does rather look like it, doesn't it? Thomas Behrman investigating his teammate Alexander Ruta, who was the best part of 2 seconds clear a lap ago, which makes me think that Ruta may have made an error somewhere out there around the circuit. Either that or Behrman has really got the bit between his teeth. Of course, he's done a full season in the UK. He'll have done some wet races. Ha ha. National stereotypes. There he is. Very good under braking. Thomas Behrman a bit too good under braking. Ultimately onto the painted stuff. And he falls back behind Alexander Ruta. Behrman looking rapid, but he's going to have to wait a bit longer to get around his VAR teammate.
That's not the first time we've seen him doing that in this race either, so he needs to just be a bit careful with being a bit too late in the braking zones. That brings now Ethan Lennon onto his tail, with Alfie Slater, his Rodin Motorsport teammate, not a million miles behind. So through the left-hander they go at Curva VIP. And Alexander Ruta looking a bit cork in the bottle-esque here, isn't he? Of course, that little exchanging of positions at turn 1 will have held them up even more, and Behrman will really want to try and get on with this. Is there a chance maybe to overtake a Parabolica Interior? He looks to the outside. We know he's committed on the brakes, but not for the first time. He takes the long lap route down there at Parabolica Interior. That is not a regulation usually in Formula Winter Series racing, but it's a self-imposed penalty, and it might now cost him a position.
There's the extremes of the karting line there. Ethan Lennon involved with this as well. He's gotten past Alfie Slater, incidentally, so there's been a change among the Rodin drivers. He's now trying to find his way around the dueling VAR entries, and here comes Alfie Slater side by side now with his South African teammate, and the Bayliss and Harding back driver taking the far wide round at the first time limit of the Gancho. And was that contact between Slater and Behrman? Yes, it was, and unfortunately Slater now facing the wrong way. He will drop outside of the top 10. He might have to wait for the entire field to pass by from that position. Palmovsky now back into it, right behind Ethan Lennon. But that's unfortunate there for Slater, who loves these conditions, thrives in these conditions, but it wasn't to be this time.
Yeah, there's such a variation of lines through that Gancho chicane, and I think that's all that was really. I think he and Behrman were on completely opposing lines going into the corner, but sort of merged on the apex, and sadly a little bit of contact was made. That's just spaced out this group of cars a little bit, temporarily I suspect, because they all will start coming back together again in the relatively near future. At the front of the field, you're not missing anything. It's now 1.3 seconds, the gap between Coronel and Langendonk, with Alexander Ruta now in third, Behrman fourth, Lennon fifth, Palmovsky sixth, then Ari Banzel is seventh, ahead of Savinkov, Philip Rice in ninth. Now the top 10 completed by the number 29 car of Ludovic Bousseau.
Van Langendonk is dropping on the timing screen. I think that's because he's not getting sector splits through Sector 1 and Sector 2. For a moment there, I thought he was dropping through the field for realsies, and I got a little bit concerned, but thankfully that's not the case. We see there the 20 of Theo Borenstein on the move, the 29 car Ludovico Bousseau up ahead of him. Of course, Bousseau, who we saw last year with Viola Formula Racing in a one-off entry in the Formula Winter Series, now in the US Racing stable. It's a really interesting mix of drivers this year at US Racing. I think a lot of people who want to prove a point at the wheel of a car that can run at the front. And running out wide there is the 53. He went rally crossing yesterday did the driver of the 53, Pedro Lima. Getting to grips with this Estoril circuit, not easy, especially when there is little grip on the surface.
That's obviously the Van Amersfoort Racing line, isn't it, down at Parabolica Interior? I don't know if they've been practicing that all week, but both he and his VAR teammate Thomas Berman guilty of running a little bit wide down at turn number 6. A tight line, and again that convergence of the lines nearly leading to some contact there. That is Theo Borenstein slithering and sliding. He can't get the power down. To the inside goes Oscar Repetto, who will gain 1 position. I thought for a moment maybe 2. It is 2 places lost though for Borenstein in a group of cars that have been changing positions constantly throughout this lap. They're not even remotely in the same order they were in at the start of the lap. It's great racing. Some drivers finding the grip better than others, and the slightest mistake when it's this close, Adam, will cost you usually not only 1 position but multiple.
Yeah, exactly right. You see there behind the 20 is the purple liveried car. That's also a Jensa machine of Silkunas, who's about where he started this race right now. Here comes Borenstein trying to find his way around the Repetto-driven AKM machine. It was very late on the brakes there for Oscar Repetto, and unfortunately that's going to cost him all the momentum on the run down to turn 2, but Borenstein not quite able to draw alongside. That battle continues at the top of frame. You see all of the sideways action going on as well. Silkunas up as far as 13th position at the moment, incidentally. Started from P14. Those are the leading Jensa cars, if I'm not mistaken. I think they'll be disappointed not to have anyone in the top 10 right now, because we know they can fight for those points-paying positions.
Yeah, absolutely right. They will be frustrated, and yeah, not the race they were hoping for. Looked as though it was coming to them, but Levian's progress, of course, was stunted by that contact. He has pitted, I believe, and not returned.
No, he is out.
Oh, he has, sorry, yes, it just took, now the timing screen update, so he has pitted and rejoined the circuit, but 40-odd seconds behind the next best car, which is the recovering Alfie Slater, I think, according to the timing screens. Down through the right-hander we go then at turn number 7, 29 car there of Ludovico Busso. In a little bit of no man's land, actually. One of the lonelier drivers in this midfield battle. Philippe Rice, though, look, is into the top 10, but for how much longer? Because diving up the inside, that was a very committed, again, that block pass really working well for Pedro Lima on that occasion, and he's back into the top 10.
Oscar Repetto sneaking through there as well. Theo Borenstein also. Philippe Rice there getting rather rudely punted down the order, of course, having started on the front row of the grid. The youngster in his first weekend of F4 racing, having a bit of a baptism of fire, I'd fancy, given where he started and who was behind him. Some really heavy hitters in the current F4 scene were on his gearbox. And here we are with, again, Rice under pressure. Here comes Silkunas, who has raced karts up until this year, another newcomer, and a fairly easy run there in the slipstream pass. But will he have the braking right? Yes, he does. Has the outside line, which of course is favourable, and you saw him really flick the car in there as well, which is, I think, a bit of a karting legacy, isn't it? A lot of drivers in karts will do that to get the rotation done. Coronel still leading the way at the front of the order, incidentally, by 1.7 seconds over Dries van Langendonk. If you are just tuning in and you're seeing Van Langendonk disappear down the order, it does seem his transponder is a little bit shaky, but rest assured there are no reports of McLaren liveried F4 cars off the circuit.
No, that is good news. A front wing change going on in the pit lane. That is, was that 88? I think I spotted the number. Yes, it was.
Vittorio Orsini.
It is, yes. We started third on the grid. It's been sort of a topsy-turvy race. So Vittorio Orsini then, the AKM Motorsport team, with a little bit of work to be done. We're focusing here on Thomas Behrman, though, who is 4th. And the timing tower does now reflect that, ahead of not anymore Alicia Palmowski. So Alicia, I think, has dropped to the back of this group, has she? Yes, there, the Red Bull livery car has lost a few positions on this lap by the looks of it.
Yeah, the timing screen's still kind of doing a bit of a shuffle at the moment with some of the timing, or some of the transponders not seemingly wanting to play ball, but it is Ruta there in 3rd place, then Lennon, Ruta, sorry, in 5th place, so it's been a huge switch around. Yeah. Behrman has swapped up to 3rd position, Lennon is in 4th, then it's Ruta, then it's Palmowski, so it has really shuffled on that lap. I think maybe Behrman had an offensive move, and maybe it didn't pay out particularly well for Alexander Ruta. Ruta does look like he may have overheated his tyres, because he is not able to hang on to the back of Lennon, and in fact he's under pressure from Palmowski. For the 2nd race in a row, the 37 car is in trouble, and that was a toe link as well on that rear suspension. The 37 of Victor Paulsen is not going to go much further.
No, I suspect you're right. That was at turn 10 as well. So it's the Gancho chicane, which has been the calamity corner in this race, really, hasn't it? As you somewhat would come to expect, I suppose. It is always a trouble spot, an action spot on this Estoril circuit. So battle here then between the number 3 of Alexander Ruta, then you've got Alicia Palmowski, number 71, and Harry Banzel, number 46 then. And this is, I think, the battle for 5th position once the timing screen does its thing. And so Alicia Palmowski, okay, she lost some ground in the early stages, but has settled in now quite comfortably in this sort of top half dozen battle. It's always difficult, I think, in a race like this, which is now, by the way, about to be interrupted by the safety car, as you can see top left corner of your screen.
And that will bring Levian to the rear of the field. So let's see how long the safety car goes. But Levy, who's been running around with a new front wing and not much company, he will rejoin the back of the field. And of course, Alfie Slater, who was starting to move through the field, he's already up to 25th position last time across the line. I expect he'll be on the ascendancy as well. So lots of potential stories to tell there in the back half of the field. The safety car will bunch everybody back together. Critically, of course, it'll put Dries van Langendonk right on the gearbox of that man, Rocco Coronel. Coronel in that number 2 car was very slow and very wide there, which gave me a little bit of pause for concern, but I do think he is just taking it gently, as you are supposed to do, while going to find the rear of the safety car. Coronel, I think, just sizing up some of the farther extremes of the circuit as well, seeing where the grip is around the circuit. Even at safety car speeds, it's all a learning opportunity, of course.
And well, of course, it's also an opportunity to cool the tyres down. I think that's why they're all going so slowly, because the tyres definitely will be getting a bit toasty at this stage. We're, about 17 minutes or so into the race. So, yeah, they're all hunting for the slightly wetter bits of the road. And of course, behind the safety car, you can take lines you wouldn't normally take at racing speed in order to do so. So I suspect that had a significant amount to do with it. In fact, one car there almost in danger of wiping out the pit boards as it gets so close to the pit wall down the main straight. There is the reason for the safety car then. That car, as we said, of Victor Poulsen, stationary and stranded in the middle of the Gancho chicane. So that clearly is going to go nowhere under its own steam. Hence the need for a safety car. Hopefully won't be too lengthy a recovery process though, and we'll be able to get the race back underway before too much longer. Rocco Coronel, though, really seemed to have this more or less under control, didn't he? Yes, this gives Dries van Langendonk a chance to recharge his batteries and maybe come up with a plan to go on the attack on the restart, but Rocco Coronel just serenely on his way. So impressive is this young man. Obviously, I saw an awful lot of him in the Ginetta Junior Championship last year, where it was his racecraft that really impressed me. He often didn't lead the race until about 2/3 of the way through, but in Ginetta Junior Racing, that is certainly not an issue, and in fact really did seem very definitely like a game plan of Rocco's. He would hit the front when he wanted to, and then distance himself from the rest of the field quite often whilst they battled behind. Here, though, he's just been quick. He's been quick from the moment they arrived here at Estoril earlier in the week, and in clean air so far in this race, no one can touch him.
No, absolutely right, and of course he made his F4 debut in the Spanish F4 Championship at the tail end of last year at Barcelona. Managed to get a podium on his first weekend, so immediately jumping into F4 and doing well. And of course, to a lesser extent, maybe going from Ginettas into F4s, but certainly going from karts into F4s. There's no guarantee that that form book follows them to their new destination. We've seen karting world champions, karting front runners jump into a Formula 4 car and just not really gel with it. But with Rocco Coronel and indeed with Dries van Langendonk, in what we've seen from them so far, both parties look like they really have this figured out early doors. And of course, for Rocco Coronel, we are, as the safety car is coming in this lap, on the precipice of a first win in F4 racing, and wouldn't that be a little bit of history with Rocco Coronel? We'll wait with bated breath to see if he can hold on. Van Langendonk will want to make it 2 wins from 2 races so far this weekend, and don't rule out Thomas Behrman, who's been looking very racy indeed. An opportunity has certainly come to pass for him there in that 3rd position.
Well, his fastest lap is actually fractionally quicker than Dries van Langendonk's fastest lap. Now, okay, that's on one particular lap. It's not necessarily anything to get too excited about, but I think he should have the pace to stick with Dries. Never got the opportunity at the start of the race because he had that little moment down at Parabolica Interior, lost some ground, got sort of well and truly stuck into the battle for the lower podium step. Now that he's into third, though, and onto the gearbox of that man there, Dries van Langendonk, could he maybe get himself onto the second step of the podium? He is the highest placed non-rookie driver, Thomas Behrmann, so as we've said, he has experience in these cars. Can he put that experience to good use in the final 10 minutes?
We wait with bated breath for that answer. It will be just under 10 minutes plus 1 lap of racing left to go when they break the timing beam to go back to green flag conditions. Dries van Langendonk's eyes will be on stalks, waiting for a sign of forward motion from Rocco Coronel's Red Bull liveried Van Amersfoort Racing entry. Of course, his father, Tom, also raced for VAR back in the day, but that was a masterful launch from Rocco Coronel. Already 2-3 car lengths as they run out of the final corner. If anything, Van Langendonk is going to have to worry a lot more about what's going on behind him from Thomas Behrmann.
Yeah, Behrmann had a good run there off the final corner, but then got a little slide as he tried to go to full throttle, and that might mean that he's not quite within striking range. In fact, he's under threat, isn't he, from Ethan Lennon? Look, Ethan Lennon trying to make this, as it was yesterday, a rookie 1-2-3, but can't quite find an opening into the first corner. That was a very late move up the inside for Oscar Repetto. He got the car stopped, and I think gained at least one position out of that, but for a horrifying moment, I wasn't convinced he was going to stop for the corner.
Alicia Palmovsky there getting into it with one of the US Racing drivers. I think that was Ari Bansel for 5th and 6th position, although it might have been Alexander Savinkov actually making his way through. I'm not convinced that it was Savinkov. I think it was Ari Bansel, but either way, the US Racing drivers are slowly moving forward. We've got 3 of them running, well, 7th, 8th and 9th at the timing line, and they are moving further forward still. It is a tandem actually there of Savinkov followed by Bansel behind Alicia Palmovsky, so Savinkov has profited a little bit there.
He has indeed. Meanwhile, the Ethan Lennon number 32 car continues to go on the attack, so Thomas Behrmann hasn't had the restart that I think either of us anticipated here. He's been on the back foot seemingly from the moment that he had that little slide off the final corner. Some side-by-side action behind, I think, heading into turn 7, so they all come out the other side. They do. Alicia Palmovsky, not for the first time, right at the centre of that, the front of this little gaggle of cars, and it's the 17 car then of Savinkov who launches to the inside. It's another block passes, and Alicia stands her ground, gets squeezed up the curb, slides into him, and they're both going to lose ground as a result of that. There's just no grip. It's like ice on the inside line through the Gancho chicane, and Alicia Palmovsky lucky, as was Savinkov in fairness, to get away with that without seemingly too much damage.
Yeah, they're still side by side there in the back of shots. Savinkov and Palmovsky really coming to blows there as they went through the final sector of the lap, and they're still side by side coming out of the corner. Palmovsky with a huge amount of oversteer to contend with. Savinkov gets the better run, he gets by, as does the 53 of Pedro Lima, who's on the ascendancy for Van Amersfoort Racing. The VAR cars seem to be really dialed in. Here comes the 11 of Repetto as well now, up the inside at turn 1. A bit too brave, surely? Well, no, he's got past Palmovsky, or has he? Because Alicia gets a better run out of the corner. Alicia holds on to what is now 9th position, and at the front, Coronel and Van Langendonk are very close together. Battles all over the shop here in the Formula Winter Series. 7 minutes plus 1 lap left to go. It's all kicking off here further back. Palmovsky looks like she really is struggling now. If the suspension geometry wasn't affected by that impact earlier, I'm sure now with Savinkov's impact, things are maybe not A1 on the Campos car, but what's going on between Coronel and Van Langendonk at the front? We need to see that, because those two look very close together.
Well, half a second quicker was Van Langendonk on the previous lap than Rocco Coronel, and they both did personal best laps, so it's not like it was a mistake for Coronel. Palmovsky's off the road. She's not the only one, in fairness. This, though, is the battle we wanted to see. Rocco Coronel versus Dries van Langendonk. We've been talking about this throughout the entire build-up to Formula Winter Series in 2026. It looked like this was one-way traffic earlier on, but now I think Rocco is running out of rear tyre slightly. Van Langendonk maybe has done a better job of preserving the rubber up to this point, and all of a sudden has a not insignificant pace advantage.
Yeah, we're at the point where these wet tyres will be getting chewed up and spat out by the slightly drying surface here. You can see them both there taking those outer extremes, trying to find some wet weather where they can. Behrman and Lennon, third and fourth position, also running very, very close together. And in fact, you can see it's almost dry on the outside of the corner there. They've been using it so much around Parabolica interior. In fact, not just them, of course, the GT4s in the previous race were doing the exact same thing. Car 53, track limits at turn 6. That's a slap on the wrist for Pedro Lima. He has to be careful. A couple of other cars have got that as well. Notably, though, not the top two. Coronel and Van Langendonk keeping themselves tidy, which may, of course, be useful by the end of the race if they really do start to come to blows.
Indeed. So, a bit wide over the curb there for Rocco. They're both pushing on, aren't they? A purple first sector for Coronel, so responding now seemingly to the threat from Van Langendonk. This is a real grudge match, isn't it, between the two of them, and obviously representing two sort of Formula One teams, Red Bull and McLaren, both of them very much on their junior programs. We've got a car, another broken rear suspension there, one of the Yenza cars.
No, it's Zazov. It's Zazov, and Levian is also into the pits. So I wonder if that was Yenza on Yenza, because those two cars are both limping into the pits, looking very, very second-hand indeed. Just to quickly touch base on Alfie Slater, he was 21st across the line, not quite the ascension that I expected. And in fact, at the first sector split, he was down to 26th, according to the timing on your broadcast feed here. I do wonder if maybe he's had a bit of drama. The timing screen is every lap. It updates. The screen on your, or the tower on your screen is every sector. So I just wonder if something happened to Alfie Slater in sector 1, but either way, he's not going to be in the points in this race. Van Langendonk falling off Coronel for my money over the course of the last 45 seconds or so, but I think it is just ebbing and flowing, strengths and weaknesses, car to car, driver to driver.
Well, this is a good lap for Rocco. Purple first sector, purple second sector, side by side here for third, and round the outside, just about hanging on is Ethan Lennon, but that's the wrong line for the final corner, and so Thomas Behrman hangs on. You don't know where to look in this race, do you? This has been absolutely fantastic stuff, and this battle, I think, is definitely going to rage on to the flag. It's a perfect lap for Rocco Coronel, 3 outright fastest sectors, and he's nearly 1.4 seconds up the road from Dries Van Langendonk for now. That means we can, for now, focus on the battles going on further back. This for third, and in the background, look, Ruta and Banzel debating 5th position as well, and then everybody else seemingly trying to be 7th. A tighter line there for Harry Banzel, but that gets decent traction off the corner. I didn't really expect that, but not quite enough to take the position for now.
No, Banzel putting on a good show here, trying to get up into the top 5, but we've seen that Alexander Ruta is difficult to overtake quite a few times over the last 27 minutes of racing. Ruta drifting out wide there. Harry Banzel continues to try and find a way through. What have we got a shot of here? This is... Oh, yes, that is the moment of Levian tagging, or being tagged, actually, I should say, by Georgi Zazov. In fact, no, I was right the first time. It was the other way round. Either way, yes, Yenza on Yenza. Yes, there will be a meeting about this after the race.
And Levian's bill for new front wings is going up seemingly by the lap, isn't it? That's his second of the race. That one certainly will not have gone down very well, though, given the circumstances. Right, 2.5 minutes to go. Got a yellow flag at turn 3. That is why it's the 99 of Abdullah Kamel off into the gravel, and that car might be going no further, Adam.
Yeah, the Saudi race, if he's careful on the throttle in reverse, he might be able to get it back out, but it's going to be tricky. Let's hope he gives it a try. He's not dug in yet. I hope the AKA team is saying, no, it can move right now, but the safety car is out, unfortunately, and with 2 minutes plus 1 lap left to go, I think that puts a kibosh on any further racing. Some will be happy, some will not be. I suspect Thomas Behrman, in particular, will be pleased that Ethan Lennon can't do any more to try and get by.
Absolutely. I suspect Rocco Coronel's not displeased at this because, of course, it was the only time he's really looked weak in this race was immediately off the back of the last safety car restart. So he's probably not that keen to have to go through another one. And they cross the line then with 1:40 plus 1 lap left. So realistically, 2 laps left in the race, and I suspect they will not have this into the cleared by the end of this lap, which is what will really matter.
Well, if he hasn't dug it in,
True.
If the rear axle isn't dug in, if they give it a good old push and just get him going again, a 1-lap safety car isn't inconceivable. This is delusion, this is hope, but I'm allowed to have both. I'm always told I'm a pessimist. The car is being towed out already within about 45 seconds. I think that thing will be rolling under its own steam again. We may have a 1-lap safety car period here. The ever adept Estoril Marshals and Recovery team are doing their jobs as well as ever. I don't think we're done yet.
Well, role reversal in the commentary box. It's normally me.
Yes, I know.
Full of positivity and hope and...
a ray of light.
Exactly. I've been called that once or twice. Yes, but no, it looks like you're right. We are going to hopefully get a one-lap shootout. As if this race hadn't been entertaining enough, a one-lap shootout to the flag.
Oscar Repetto going rally crossing with his right side tyres. Everyone taking it very slow as they go through turn 3. I believe I did hear the camel car getting underway again. It's just that the recovery truck now needs to get back to its base. Director confirming in our ears that that car is rolling again. We've just got to hopefully get that rescue truck behind a barrier within the next 90 seconds, and then we'll be able to go racing.
Yeah, well, I think that's entirely possible, isn't it? The safety car is not going at a particularly fast pace, I notice,
yes.
Which actually, for once, the drivers will be grateful for. The slower they go, the cooler those tyres get, and it also guarantees us, hopefully, a shot at a one-lap shootout, as I said.
It is known in the business as strategic stalling. That is what the driver is doing in the BMW M4 safety car, as we continue to fascinate and giggle a little bit at some of the two wheels off-track shenanigans. If you lock up a wheel in those circumstances, that's on you. Safety car is gonna come in this lap. Andy is rubbing his hands together with glee. It's gonna be Rocco Coronel versus Dries van Langendonk at the front again. Could Behrman run interference? Could Ethan Lennon or Arie Bansel have a part to play in the last lap of this race? It's going to be a one-lap dash here in the Formula Winter Series. Strap in.
Yes, indeed so. Well, Dries van Langendonk on the last restart seemed to switch those tyres on much more quickly than Rocco Coronel. So what has Rocco learned from that? Has he managed to find a way to keep a bit more life in the tyres? Is he maybe just a bit low on confidence on cooler tyres? Who knows? Maybe he just had a moment and it was a one-off, but we are about to find out. If Dries van Langendonk can get onto the gearbox of Rocco immediately off the restart this time, it could be game on for the win.
Rocco Coronel looking to defend what would be his first win in junior single-seater racing, his first win in Formula 4 competition. He's got one lap to do it. Dries van Langendonk, his primary adversary in this race so far, on his rear, waiting for the number 2 car to fire off, which it does now. And again, very well timed by Rocco Coronel. Van Langendonk didn't fully anticipate it properly, but let's see if he can try and find that car length or two in the vaguest of slipstreams on the run down to the first corner. There will not be a move at turn 1. I do worry though about Thomas Behrman with Ethan Lennon directly behind him. They look very close together. Lennon is on the charge. He's going for the outside line to try and get the traction out of turn 1. Arie Bansel looking to interfere as well. Looked to me like Lennon wanted to cut to the inside there, but I think Bansel was slightly too far alongside him. What is the situation for 3rd, 4th and 5th? It is Behrman from Lennon from Bansel, so no change there. But can Van Langendonk find a little bit extra, some extra kilometres of an hour apex speed at each corner to try and challenge Coronel?
Oscar Repetto, I think, has lost some ground. He was in the gravel coming out of turn 2 in the background, I noticed, but did get back onto the road. Out toward the kink we go. Look at that lead gap, though. It's coming down. It was a better restart, definitely, for Van Langendonk this time. He's closer to Rocco Coronel now than he was at this point on the previous safety car restart. If a move is to come, though, it will surely have to be in the final sequence of corners. They are only a length or so apart. Up the inside goes Arie Bansel. He won't have the traction. Ethan Lennon going off the track to find some grip, which he did, and got by far the superior exit of the corner as a result. He's right onto the tail now of Thomas Behrman in what is, remember, the battle for 3rd. Van Langendonk's name not appearing on the timing tower, but Rocco Coronel is very aware that he is certainly there in 2nd position, only a length or so behind.
In racing, we see more and more 2nd generation, even 3rd generation drivers coming to the fore. It really is in the blood, motorsport. And it is Rocco Coronel at the front of the field. Just one corner to go. Rocco Coronel heading through the final turn. The number 2 runs out of the final turn. The Red Bull driver, Rocco Coronel, for the first time in collaboration with Van Amersfoort Racing. He is a race winner in the Formula Winter Series. Rocco Coronel, for the first time, wins a Formula 4 race. I wager that is not going to be the last time. It may certainly not be the last. Coronel Van Langendonk 1-2 in this series as well. Do we have our protagonist locked in? No. Do I have my suspicions? Yes. Van Langendonk in second. Thomas Behrman in third place. Ethan Lennon in fourth position for a rookie podium. A good effort from him. Ahead of Ari Bansel in fifth. Alexander Ruta in sixth position, Alexander Savinkov in seventh, Pedro Lima in eighth position in the number 53, Oscar Repetto in ninth place, Samuel Ifrid rounding out the overall top 10 and the top 5 in the rookie class. So that's a really good effort from Ifrid. He will score overall championship points there in the top 10. Alicia Palmovsky, after fighting valiantly through that race, she wins the female trophy, but she'll be disappointed to have dropped out of the top 10. What could have been from that pole position. Either way, she did a really good job in that race, held herself to a great account. And Campos Racing, I think, will be impressed with how she fared in that one as well. But it's another Red Bull liveried car. It is the machine of Rocco Coronel at the sharp end of the finishing order. Tom Coronel, his father, is here, as we've seen on a couple of occasions on the pre-grids, and I'm sure that is going to be a very warm embrace, quite a touching moment, I'm sure, between father and son. Tom Coronel never made it to the highest heights of single-seater racing. He went to Japan and won the Formula Nippon Championship, which of course is now known as Super Formula Racing. He tested F1 cars. He never quite got there, and I think it's one of his prerogatives in life right now, as much as he's still racing himself, to get Rocco to the top. And certainly the young man is not lacking for talent, and as a Red Bull Junior team member, he's not lacking the backing either. Van Amersfoort Racing executing their part to perfection, Rocco Coronel doing the same. And Dries Van Langendonk, of course, with second position in this race, winning the race yesterday in those treacherous conditions. He will be our championship leader all the same. So it's a really positive weekend ongoing for Dries, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what race 3 has in prospect now for the Formula Winter Series. Sometimes when we're graced with a wet racetrack and 30 Formula 4 cars, I have my concerns, but that was a fabulous race that was really well managed by a majority of the field. Yes, we had our spills. Yes, we had our safety cars, but we got some great racing out of that one. So a big hand to everybody in that race. I must say, one of the big surprises there, Alexander Savinkov, from spinning on the formation lap to P7. That was a good drive from him. But climbing to the top, Rocco Coronel, a race winner, and his first embrace, of course, comes from Father Tom. And I can see a little bit of emotion in Coronel Sr.'s eyes as Coronel Jr. claims that race win. Rocco Coronel, of course, the Ginetta Junior champion from last year. He'd love to win 2 championships over the course of, well, about 6 months here in the Formula Winter Series. He's not yet locked in for the full season, but in Tom's own words, if he's going to fight for the championship, if he's in a championship fighting position, we might well stay on for the full season. And Rocco has taken a critical step in that direction with that first race win of the year. Of course, Van Amersfoort first and third as well. Rodin and Van Amersfoort sharing the top 4 positions out there on the grid, out there on the circuit. Good to see Cram Motorsport with 2 drivers in the top 10 as well. One of the smaller outfits, realistically, here, and Oscar Repetto and Samuel Ifrid showing good performances. If anything, I think Repetto had more pace than his result shows there. I'm interested to see what he can do in race 3. But this is going to be an interesting interview. For the first time, a race winner, Rocco Coronel.
Indeed it is. Not only a first win in the Formula Winter Series, but a first win in F4 for Rocco. I mean, congratulations. You must be so pleased with that.
Yeah, it was a nice race. Yeah, it was dry track, so it was quite difficult to manage tires. Eventually made it. Yeah, as you see, the tires are not too bad and not too burnt. And yeah, me and Dries were just fighting a bit in the middle. I was a bit scared we could pass in the corkscrew uphill, but I managed to keep it closed and still have a good exit on everything. And all the safety car results were good as well. I beat it at a gap. So overall, a good race. Some nail points to improve, but yeah, I'm very, very happy.
Yeah, you really earned it. I mean, if you can think back to the start, I know a lot happened, but P6 to P1 almost instantly.
Yeah, I just had a really good start. I think the rest had a lot of wheel spin and I just could take it very better off the line. Yeah, just tried to squeeze in because the guy was on the left as well, so I just put it in. And then on the exit I had a little touch, but I stayed on my line. Yeah, she moved, so yeah. Luckily nothing happened because I wouldn't be standing here. But yeah, for the rest, all the race was good, the defending was good, and just the pace was good because me and Dries were like almost gone on the road. So yeah, so it's a good race.
And as for the safety car restarts, I mean, as you said, managed them perfectly. I just spoke to your dad. I said, were you nervous watching those? He said, no, I know how he thinks. He knows he can do it.
Yeah, I know a bit of how my dad thinks as well, and we just combined it a bit.
Well, congratulations, you did a mega job. We'll let you go up to the podium and celebrate. Red Bull versus McLaren, boys. I think I've seen this one before.
But where? I don't remember. Anyway, Formula Winter Series race number 2 of the weekend. What a thriller. Let's take a look back then at race 2 of the weekend for the Formula Winter Series. It was a good start from Dries van Langendonk at the rear of the 3rd row. He would be up to 3rd position in short order, but it was Red Bull 1-2 from 2 different teams. Palmovsky leading the race earlier on from pole position. She, however, would lose out to Rocco Coronel, but she'd give it a good try around the outside, trying to hold on in the Campos machine. But unfortunately, just being run out of space. Rocco Coronel to the lead. Dries van Langendonk in 2nd place. Thomas Behrmann, meanwhile, going exploring. The outer limits of the circuit were his friend in the early stages of the race, really testing the limits of grip as he was fighting to try and get up to the podium places. A bit of a contact there between Behrmann and Palmovsky as they scrapped it out for what was 4th position at the time. But Palmovsky, unfortunately, just didn't seemingly quite have the wet weather setup underneath her to fight against the likes of Thomas Behrmann. We had a moment for the ascending Levian. Levian was working his way all the way back from 30th position, got himself into the top 15, and then shed his front wing, unfortunately. I think that was against a Yenza car as well, unfortunately. So some friendly fire in the Yenza camp. Alexander Ruta losing out to Thomas Behrmann. These two scrapped for several laps, and Behrmann kept almost getting ahead and not quite getting all the way by. Again, taking the very far outside line. Ethan Lennon for Rodin looking to get involved in that as well, as was Alfie Slater. Slater was on the move and up there in the top 5 for much of the early stages of the race, but then contact between himself and Behrmann at the pinch point at the Gancho chicane, and Behrmann will fall to the rear in the field. Some clumsy manoeuvres, some great racing in kind of an equal split, let's say, all through the field. That was Oscar Repetto making up places as he worked his way up into the overall top 10 for Cram in the 11 car. And unfortunately, another car, the 88, the AKM machine, needing a front wing change, not the only one. Meanwhile, Victor Paulsen had suspension damage after a collision down at the chicane. That would trigger a safety car, but the safety car would be released. We'd have about 10 minutes of racing left to go, and we would still be in course for a good battle. And we did see a lot of fighting. Again, Alicia Palmovsky had so much battling to do in this race. That was Alexander Savinkov she was making contact with there. And Savinkov got the better of the situation. Pedro Lima followed him through, as well as Oscar Repetto. And it was certainly some rough and ready racing in the latter half of the top 10. The 21 of Levian, a 2nd front wing to the parts bin of history, and unfortunately Georgi Zazov's suspension was a victim in all of that as well. We had a loop around for the number 10 car of Ginevra Panzeri. Lots of off-track excursions to be expected in these wet conditions, but we got a lot of racing in that perhaps we were not expecting looking at the forecast for this race. The 99 car of Abdullah Kamel had a spin. That would trigger a safety car, but it would only be a one-lap safety car, so it was a dash to the line on the final lap of racing. Rocco Coronel was under significant scrutiny from Dries van Langendonk, but Van Langendonk was never close enough to make the definitive move. Therefore, for the first time in Formula 4 competition, Rocco Coronel is a race winner, progressing from Ginettas now into the Formula Winter Series and starting in winning ways. What a race for the Formula Winter Series drivers. That young man, Rocco Coronel, at the top of the tree for the first time in FWS. Dries van Langendonk taking second position ahead of Thomas Behrman, Ethan Lennon in fourth position, and Ari Bansel rounding out the top five. Alexander Ruta in sixth position, Alexander Savinkov in seventh place, Pedro Lima in eighth, Oscar Repetto and Samuel Ifrid rounding out the top 10. Of course, Coronel taking the rookie win, while Alicia Palmovsky was the first of the female trophy drivers home in 11th place. Ludovico Busso in 12th position ahead of Philip Reich in 13th, Theo Borenstein in 14th, Sil Kunas in 15th, Alfie Slater recovering to P16 after his moment in contact with Alexander Ruta. In fact, no, that was Thomas Behrman he collided with. Chiara Batig in 17th, Andre Rodriguez in 18th, Killian and Orsini bringing us down to P20. In 21st place, it was Rafaela Ferreira, Roman Kamyab in 22nd, Max Kamalander in 23rd, Matilda Patz and Ginevra Panzeri are next, followed by Thomas Rodokas and Ian Kraling. Abdullah Kamel did get to the checkered flag ultimately in 28th overall, while Levian and Georgi Zazov unfortunately withdrew after their contact. And of course, Victor Paulson with a wounded AS Motorsport car, he did not get to the checkered flag either. Drama, excitement, it had it all in the FWS. Let's celebrate the race that was on the podium with Andy.
Thank you, Adam. Well, that was worth the wait, wasn't it? What a fantastic second Formula Winter Series race of the weekend. We're going to start our podium procedure once again with the best placed female competitor in the race. And for the second time this weekend, the trophy goes to Alicia Palmovsky. Alicia heads to the top step of the podium. It was a battling drive for the Campos Racing driver, but she manages to net herself another trophy, gets a handshake and a trophy from Amanda Kangai from Pirelli, and she holds the trophy aloft for the photographers down below. A challenging race that for Alicia, but at least a class win. You would have loved, I'm sure, to be on the overall podium. It just seemed like you were always in the wrong place at the wrong time.
That summarises it really well for me, to be honest. Yeah, just difficult race. We're struggling to unleash pace on that opening first lap, really, and first lap after a safety car as well. So that's leaving me quite vulnerable. So we'll see what we can do going forwards. Equally, we'll review my race and see what better decisions I could have made, and hopefully we'll have a good race 3 later on today.
It's often difficult as well in a situation like that where the grid was so jumbled. You never quite know where in the order you should be, and it's difficult to get into a rhythm, I guess. Definitely.
I mean, the track's constantly evolving, so every lap you do, it starts to dry in different places. You know, braking points change, lines can even change a lot, so it's just about being adaptable. So I'm learning a lot this weekend, absolutely. So are the team, we're all learning a lot, so we're not finished fighting yet. Excellent. Best of luck for race 3. Alicia Palmovsky then, our top female driver in race number 2. And we move on now then to our rookie podium finishers, and we'll start with our third place rookie, Ethan Lennon. Well done, Ethan. Third step of the podium for the Rodin Motorsport driver. He'll be joined now by another Rodin Motorsport driver. Second place in class and overall for Dries van Langendonk. Well done. The McLaren driver development driver heads to the second step of the podium, but it was a rookie class win, and of course won't be the last time we see him on the podium for a real star of the Formula Winter Series, Rocco Coronel. Well, absolutely fantastic performance from Rocco. This his first of 2 appearances that we're going to see from him here on the Estoril podium. Making up a little bit for what was, I think, a far from ideal start to the weekend. Rocco Coronel with the rookie class win.
But of course, the main prize he'll be collecting in a moment or two. He holds the trophy aloft. The Van Amersfoort Racing team down below are very much cheering him on, and they'll gather together now for the photo on the top step of the podium as well. And I think Rocco, who already has a fairly sizable trophy collection back home, is going to have to make some more space, because he'll be picking up another trophy in a few seconds' time, of course, for his overall race win. So our rookie drivers then vacate the podium, and now time for our overall top three. And we will start then with our third-placed driver, Thomas Behrman, who again gets cheered on by the Van Amersfoort Racing team. His first appearance on the podium this weekend. Second place overall, as he was in the rookie class, is Dries van Langendonk. Back out onto the podium he heads then, the Rodin Motorsport driver, with a pair of second place trophies. But once again, the star of the show, his first ever win in a Formula 4 car, Rocco Coronel. We've been calling him a star of the future for some time, but he is very much taking on a starring role in the Formula Winter Series. We've got our Van Amersfoort Racing team personnel member, Martin Prock, who heads onto the podium as well to take the trophy for the winning team. So we have the trophies heading out now. The podium is undressing itself ever so slightly in the wind here. The wind just starting to pick up ever so slightly. Trophies held aloft and the celebrations continue. Now, though, time for the national anthem of the winning driver. Rocco Coronel gets his first win in a Formula 4 car, and it didn't take him long, did it? He'll be looking to try and do the same again in race number 3 a little bit later on. Thomas Behrman's lost his cap. The wind is starting to catch a lot of people out up here on the Estoril podium. What does that mean for the weather moving forward through the rest of the day, I wonder? With rain in the area, this might have an effect on our next race, our last race before the lunch break. The GT Winter Series cars being released from the pit lane now.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
The GT Winter Series, race number 2 of the weekend, is about to get underway. As we get ready to head down to the grid, let's hear from one of the drivers of the Cup 1 division. Cascais Racing's Alberto Cola had a chat to us about returning to racing with us.
At the season opener for the GT Winter Series at Portimao, we saw Cascais Racing with Lucas Azato and this man, Alberto Cola, driving the Ferrari 296 Challenge car. Alberto, of course, you have lots of experience in racing, decades of experience in racing. For Lucas, this is all very new. You're his coach. What do you think of him? He seems like a really fast learner.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he's very fast. He just started 1.5 years ago with the Club Challenge. I coach him since that time. He's a very sporty man, so he learned very fast. He understands very well how to apply what I tell him, what I explain to him, so I'm very proud of him. Now are 22 years that I race, so yes, long time, but I had 4 years of stop to dedicate myself in coaching and to my family. So yeah, now I'm very happy to come back with Cascais team that is maybe one of the best team overall, and of course to drive with Ferrari that is fantastic as well, so super happy.
Now the Ferrari 296, relatively new car, of course, only two years old. You've driven a lot of GT cars. How does this compare? Because it's so fast in a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good comparison because the Challenge one is very fast on the straight, but of course versus the GT3 cars, no choice to be faster in the corner because the downforce is much more in the GT3. But it's fun, especially when you have a very high-speed track, because you can, especially for the people who watch by house, because there are many overtaking, mainly for us on the straight, after they overtake us in the corners. So there's a lot of, there's a big show, so it's fun. And also for us, it's very good to compete, to understand the track and everything, yeah.
And as a driver coach, I imagine having a winter series to race in is a good tool to get the driver ready ahead of their summer racing, their program in the summertime. Is that the case, just having this ability to come to Portugal, to Spain and race with us? It's good for someone like Lucas.
I would like, of course, driving in Winter Series. All the driver and all the team are top level, so I think it's very good for him because his target, of course, is to race in the Ferrari Challenge in 2026. So I think this is very good for him, starting to compete with all the best drivers. The level is very high, so many cars. So yeah, let's see for also the next season, for the next races. For now, we decided to do this to Portimao and Estoril, and let's see for the future. I don't already know anything.
Well, we hope that we get to see plenty of yourself and Lucas racing, but we appreciate having you here. It's exciting to watch you in the Cup 1 class, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We try the best. Thank you.
Alberto Cola down there. He will be coaching Lucas Azato through the pre-race at the moment. Speaking of pre-race, it's about that time. Let's go down to Izzy Browning.
It certainly is about that time, and interesting choices going on the grid. I mean, lots of people came to the grid on the wet tyres. Pretty much everyone that we've seen down here has changed to the slick tyres, and from what I was hearing from some of the teams coming to the grid is that round the back of the circuit it is very much looking dry. Right, they have got the door open on the number 11 of Jamo Hartling. I'm going to jump in and grab a word with him. Just avoid the tyre, Herbie, just be a bit careful. Jamo, you're on slicks. How dry is it looking round there? Can you hear me? All good?
Yeah, now I hear you.
You're on slicks. How dry is it looking round there?
Yeah, it's a little gamble. The ADR line is a little bit wet, a little bit slippery, but on the outside it's a little bit dry. So maybe we look what we are expecting.
And you won last week in race 2 in Portimao in your sprint race. Can you do the same again today?
We hope so, yes.
Best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. Right, we're going to continue back because I want to jump in with the number 67 of Marcus Clutton, because you will remember, if you were with us last week in Portimao, that he did rather well in these sorts of conditions. Marcus, everybody on slicks. Jamo's just said it's going to be sketchy at the start, but it should come to you. How tricky is the start going to be?
I think the worst of it is exiting the chicane and this start-finish straight. I think everywhere else we're okay. We can keep some temperature in the car and hopefully make up for lost ground in Sector 2. It's going to be an interesting first couple of laps. Stay out of trouble and it'll come to us. Hopefully it doesn't rain. It's been a bit of a lottery this week with the weather.
Yeah, certainly has been. Obviously, you did a fantastic job last weekend in Portimao in similar conditions. What can you do today?
Hopefully same again, really, make up some places. You know, I'm really happy where I qualified. Yesterday was my first ever dry lap at Estoril. So to come out third, yeah, really good. Let's just see. Collect some points, that's the main objective.
All right, best of luck. Make it interesting for us. We are getting thrown off the grid, so we're going to go back to our commentators.
So then race 2 for the GT Winter Series of the weekend is upon us. And based on the first race, I'm expecting some interesting intersections of various different categories of cars fighting together. Mattia Michelotto for VSR will be our pole sitter in this race. He is alongside the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhelm driver Jamo Hartling. In row 2 of the grid, it is Marcus Clutton, a danger man from P3, alongside Jonas Karklis again, it seems. I thought Tim Hooter would be in the car for this race, but it is listed as Jonas Karklis at the wheel, so we'll see how he performs from P4. Then a danger man in a very powerful car, the Ferrari 296 Challenge, Liquimoly Team Engster's Felix Hirsiger, alongside Dexter Muller in the CBRX by SPS Mercedes AMG GT3. Severin Mazur on his first weekend of GT3 racing with the Sendom Racing team, the number 79, alongside Alessia Raffini in the Super Trofeo Spec Lamborghini, lining up from 8th as the first of the Cup 4 entries. Alfredo Hernandez in P9 in his Mercedes, joined on that row by Joseph Dean, familiar to those of us from Ferrari Challenge UK, the AF Corsa entry. Petar Matic in P11 alongside Lucas Azato in P12, Cup 4 versus Cup 1 on that row of the grid. Of course, we saw Alberto Cola and one of the mechanics, I think that was, just a few moments ago. Igor Klaya for PTT Racing Team alongside Premislav Biemkowski in all PTT row 7 of the grid. Then back at the rear of the field, it will be Alexei Kikareshko alongside Andre Fernandez. All Porsches, 1 GT3, 1 Cup car. And Shota Abkazava not here this weekend, unfortunately, but is appearing on the grid sheets. So then the GT Winter Series formation lap is coming to a close. We are moments away from going racing. Just quickly, Andy, Lamborghini versus Merc at the front. Who you got?
Oh, I go McLaren, actually. I think Marcus Clutton's going to get properly stuck into this. He loves these conditions and will be relishing the chance to get to the front of the field if possible. No rain expected in the next hour, says the hopefully very accurate weather forecast. So in ever-drying conditions, who can switch these slick Pirelli tyres on, those who are on slicks anyway, the quickest, and who can avoid those damp patches, which may well lead to a gravelly excursion.
Well, we'll wait and see. Of course, the drying line will be on the driver's left-hand side, our right-hand side of picture on the run down to the first corner. So that might disadvantage the likes of Clutton, the likes of Michelotto with the inside line into the first corner. We'll have to wait and see. Keep an eye on the Liqui Team Engstler Ferrari as well, with that power advantage on the third row of the grid on the inside line. 30 minutes of racing is underway, and it's a snaky start from Mattia Michelotto, but he springs into the race lead ahead of Jamo Hartling. In third place, then it's Jonas Karklis. Clutton did not get off the line particularly well, and Alessio Raffini with a huge snap, and he did well there to wrestle the car into a straight line, but then Severin Mazur collides with him. 2 Lamborghinis in a spin. Let's hope they can both continue in this race. Meanwhile, Mattia Michelotto has his hands full with SR Motorsport's young charger and part-time mechanic in the form of Jamo Hartling.
Indeed so. Well, a lively start, but it looks as though maybe Jamo Hartling is a little bit more confident at this point than Michelotto. He's really climbing all over the back of the Lamborghini as they head through the kink at 5, but to overtake, you have to go off the dry line, and that will make making a move into this corner perhaps a challenge, although actually that dry line is widening by the minute, isn't it? It won't take long before pretty much the whole circuit is completely dry. For now, though, Lamborghini hangs on from Mercedes. Great start from Karklis. Karklis really was on his toes to get ahead of Marcus Clutton, who on the wetter side of the road just couldn't quite commit to the loud pedal as early or as hard as he would have liked, and so therefore the McLaren driver drops down to 4th for now.
Yeah, the Lithuanian racer who used to be an adversary of Liqui Team Engstler back in the day. He was in ADAC TCR Germany going up against, well, Luca Engstler, among others, in those cars. He joined forces with them for GT3 Racing a couple of years ago and has been going from strength to strength. But here comes Marcus Clutton around the outside, full commitment on dry tyres, and he makes it work. Brilliant driving from Marcus Clutton. He's up to P3, having been released by Karklis. I dare suggest he'll be with Michelotto and Hartling at some point.
That came out of nowhere, though, because Karklis had a few car lengths advantage a couple of corners earlier, so had a wobble, I think, didn't he, exiting Gancho, and that lost him quite a bit of momentum. Clutton then into 3rd. The 2 Lamborghinis, thankfully, have got themselves away from the scene of the accident. That's Karklis heading for the barriers, I think. Jonas Karklis was sideways. He is no longer in shot. He's in the gravel, at least. Did he make contact with Janko? I'm not sure, but Jonas Karklis' Liqui Lamborghini is potentially beached, and I think might have some damage to the far side of the car, given the way that it's sitting down on the left rear. That's the same spot we saw people getting caught out yesterday in wet but drying conditions, and Jonas Karklis, unfortunately, has had a moment and may be going no further.
So then, yellow flag at turn 2, unsurprisingly. That may well trigger a full-blown safety car. We see there Dexter Muller. He's running up in 5th overall, having inherited that as the safety car does indeed come out. Of course, that's going to bring Marcus Clutton immediately into that scrap at the front of the field, and it's going to neutralise the pack and bring Hirsiger to the rear of the top 3 as well. We also saw there at the back of shot Alessio Raffini limping back around. He was on the inside approaching the kink prior to Gancho, but so that car, while it is moving, it is unfortunately very damaged. Meanwhile, the Sendom Racing Team GT3 Lamborghini of Severin Mazur is in the pit lane. I don't know if they'll get it out in time to stay on the lead lap, unfortunately. If they do, of course, it would be very useful for his prospects in the rest of the race, but I'm not sure that we're going to see Mazur back out there imminently. So then, Mattia Michelotto, the driver who has won GT3 and Cup class races across Europe in Lamborghinis, will continue to lead the field for now. Let's take a look at what happened here. Oh yes, that was just as the marshals scramble away justifiably, a fairly hefty clonk to the rear of the Jonas Karklis machine, the rear suspension collapsing on impact, and that was unfortunately just a symptom of running slicks in conditions where we are favouring slicks. Slicks are the faster option, but they can still very quickly catch you out on the damp patches.
Well, we saw a near identical accident there yesterday, didn't we, for Igor Klyer, was it? I
Yes.
think. Yes, it was Igor Klyer, who went nose first into the barrier. This was at least more of a glancing blow. Pleasantly surprised, actually, to see Igor out there in this race. I did fear the worst when I saw the extent of the damage done to that Porsche. Alessio Ruffini is, I think, back or into the pit lane, has made it to the pits now, having limped around with potentially damaged suspension as well. But yeah, so easy to do, especially when those tyres are still quite cold. And Jonas Karklis just never seemed to quite have the confidence in the car, did he? He had a twitch at the exit of the Gancho chicane on the previous lap, and then, yeah, caught that wet patch, and from there was a bit of a passenger. So that's a shame then. We've lost a handful of cars already in this race, potentially. But still an intriguing battle to be had. I noticed that in the first sector of that lap, just before the safety car came out, Marcus Klutton had been 3/10 quicker than the leader. So I do suspect he will be not unhappy to have an opportunity now to close up to the back of the top two free of charge, so to speak. The safety car is coming in this lap. Marcus Klutton, I suspect, is the one we need to keep an eye on.
Aragon 2025 in the GT Winter Series. Marcus Klutton claimed Orange Racing by JMH's inaugural win in greasy conditions on slick tyres. Everyone on slicks in these circumstances, so it is slightly different from what he achieved back in 2025, but we know that he's good in these weather conditions. It's the weather conditions no driver on earth actually likes, but Marcus Klutton appears to thrive in it. However, for him specifically, he's of course under the most pressure from Hirsiger behind. 700 horsepower, probably a good 140, maybe even more horsepower than that deficit between Klutton and the 700 horsepower Ferrari 296 Challenge car behind him. So yes, while he's looking threatening, he's got to avoid getting stuck behind the much quicker in a straight line, slightly slower in the corners, Challenge spec Ferrari 296 on the run down to the first corner.
Yeah, very good point actually, so he might have some defending to do. Hirsiger wasn't really able to do anything on the initial start to the race, but again, he was lining up on that wetter side of the road, wasn't he, directly behind Marcus Klutton, who himself didn't get a great start as a result. Now, though, they're single file, and I think we will see a slightly different story. What happens at the front as well? Michelotto and Hartling, J-Mo Hartling looked pretty racy, didn't he, before the safety car came out? Can he use this perhaps as an opportunity to make a decisive move on the race leader?
Well then, we have Mattia Michelotto bottling up the field. We are about to go racing once again in the GT Winter Series. Still got 2/3 distance plus left to go in this one. So a long way for Mattia Michelotto to defend, and I think he is going to have to do a lot of defending with Hartling, with Klutton, perhaps even with Hirsiger on his bumper. Let's see, as we return to racing conditions, Hirsiger didn't really anticipate the start brilliantly. That might be a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card for Marcus Klutton as they run down to the first corner. Hartling is not going to be close enough for a move, but he's certainly in the vicinity. Look at the Ferrari, even with a fairly poor anticipation from Felix Hirsiger. He was almost on the back of Marcus Klutton, will remain in fourth overall. Mercedes on Mercedes. Oh, Przemysław Bienkowski, much too brave on that wet surface on the inside of turn one, collides with Hernandez, and let's just hope that car is okay. He's nudged it towards the gravel trap there. We'll need to do a 3-point turn before getting the car back underway, but let's hope he can retrieve himself under his own power.
Yeah, it's not always the work of a moment to find reverse gear in these cars either, so that might take him a moment or two. Leaders, though, approach the Parabolica interior, and it's only a couple of car lengths between the Lamborghini and the Mercedes. Marcus Klutton, again, just taking seemingly half a lap or so to get going, but is now starting to get himself away from Felix Hirsiger and latch back onto the tail of the leading two. Dexter Muller still there in fifth. He's fourth in the GT3 class, though, because again, the top three cars are all GT3s, and they all look pretty evenly matched to this point. It's been a good lap this, though, for Michelotto. There is the recovering Bienkowski, who is limping around, no doubt with some steering or suspension damage of some sort. But yes, Michelotto, purple first sector, purple middle sector, gapping slightly now. J-Mo Hartling.
Yeah, exactly. Michelotto fast out of the gates. He's a proven commodity, not just in Lamborghinis, but with Vincenzo Sospiri Racing specifically. Of course, winning the Pro-Am title along with Ignazio Zanon last year in the Italian GT Sprint Championship. So they come in with championship winning pedigree. Always had that pair of names circled when they appeared on the entry list here for Estoril as front runners. And here we are at the front of the field with the 66 car in control. Of course, they didn't win the previous race. That went the way of Hirsiger in the Challenge Ferrari. Speaking of Ferrari Challenge cars, there's Azato powering past Igor Klaya. Of course, that's for second in class. The two Ferrari Challenge cars there in tandem. Joseph Dean just ahead of Azato, but Klaya fighting back against Lucas Azato. The Porsches very competent, of course, in the corners. Those Ferraris are ballistic missiles in the straights.
Yes, so much later on the brakes, Klaya. Yes, he had the slightly drier line, but I think that was just pure commitment. And as you say, he knew the car would do what he wanted it to do. This has got action written all over it, though, hasn't it? This little battle pack with Klaya, Reshko, the recovering Hernandez, of course, at the back of this group as well, after being tagged into that spin by Przemysław Biankowski a lap or so ago. And he, in theory, should be a little bit quicker than these cars. Needs to try and make relatively quick work of them if he's to make any further progress up through the order. Again, Klaya nice and late on the brakes into Parabolica Interior. It's actually the second of the Porsches, isn't it? The number 88 machine of Alexei Kikireshko, that's the still slow Biankowski. Had me panicking. That is a very slow Przemysław Biankowski.
Yeah.
Almost would be safer, perhaps, to pull over to the side of the road, but he's determined to get back to the team so that they can try and start making some repairs.
I suppose so, but that would have certainly been heart and mouth there for all four parties in this battle as they came around the Parabolica Interior, where you want to drift out wide on corner exit. Here comes Alfredo Hernandez looking to the inside of Kikireshko. Kikireshko, who's previously been on this weekend racing at Rally Monte Carlo, not this year though. Lucas Azato around the outside once again of Igor Klaya. Now, having gotten past before the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, he now has a clear road ahead of him down the long straight. Surely he'll build enough of a gap for himself over what is now the Cup 2 lead battle as Kikireshko draws alongside Igor Klaya. Kikireshko with the inside line, but that's where the damper conditions are. Let's see if he can get the car stopped on the anchors into the first corner for the Cup 2 class lead. Klaya has the outside line. Kikireshko, I think, may have just got that done. Klaya tries to pick up the throttle earlier to get to the inside for turn 2. Will he get there? The answer is no. And it is the Up 2 Race number 88 car, PT Sports by Up 2 Race entry. Alexei Kikireshko to the Cup 2 lead.
Yeah, winning Cup 2 yesterday, but of course was the only Cup 2 finisher. This time he's battled his way to the lead, as at other places lost there by Igor Klaya. This time to the recovering Hernandez then after the spin that he had earlier on. In fact, really, the pace has suddenly vanished from Igor Klaya's car. Thank goodness Przemysław Biankowski is nearly in the pit lane, but this is making me very, very nervous indeed as he limps around, thankfully on the inside line, relatively far away from where the now racing line is, but it's a heart-stopping moment. But yes, Igor Klaya, I wonder whether he's now picked up some sort of a problem. We'll try and get back to him in a moment possibly and see if that Cup 2 Porsche has picked up the pace a little.
Yes, hopefully it's not a problem for Igor Klaya, but of course, given the nature of the rebuild they had to execute overnight, there could be little niggles in the car somewhere just making themselves known. And Igor Klaya, an experienced hand in Porsche 992 Cup cars, if something ain't right underneath him, he will know about it. So maybe deciding discretion is the better part of valour, lifting off the throttle a little bit. He has not yet come around. We'll see if he comes into the pit lane. We saw there the top 3 in shot. We also see here Andre Fernandez in 6th overall. He's got Petar Matic for company, who leads in the Cup 4 class. So Matic on course for a second Cup 4 win of the weekend, potentially here, because unfortunately Alessio Ruffini, he is running out there, but of course he's 2 laps down after that early contact. And Fernandez has quite a lot of pressure underneath him. I must say, Petar Matic has come on this year. He looks a lot more feisty out there on the circuit.
Indeed so, and as he tries to wriggle through here past the Porsche, it's also bringing in to play Joseph Dean in his Ferrari, the Cup 1 Ferrari. Joseph was second in that class yesterday, runs second again in that category today. Here's the challenge. Oh, and Matic with two wheels on the wet stuff there, right over the curb on the run down into Parabolica Interior. Did well to get the car stopped, really, because that was a bit of a dicey moment. He's going to try and have another run now, though, as they head into turn number 7. Again, finds himself on the outside. Now, how times have changed, because a couple of races ago we were saying, well, the outside line's the only way you can overtake. Now, of course, that is rather the more dangerous part of the circuit to be on a slick tyre. Eitar Matic is flirting with disaster a little bit, but still can't find a way past the Porsche ahead.
So then Andre Fernandez should be, I was going to say he should be good in these conditions, but he's losing out there. 2 places potentially in one fell swoop. Eitar Matic, gets past, and then also getting through is the 204 of Joseph Dean, maybe, because here we come onto the main straight. It looks to me like Fernandez may actually have a problem. He's backing out. Is he coming into the pits? Yes. Oh, that's a shame. Andre Fernandez was having a good dice there. I was going to say I thought these conditions may favour him because he's got a hill climbing background where limited grip is often a factor, but no, not to be on this occasion. Looks like the car has some sort of issue.
Indeed so. Well, they're dropping like flies a little bit in this race of attrition it's become. We're only halfway through the 30 minutes, and quite a few of them falling by the wayside a little bit. There's your race leader, though, and so far so good for Mattia Michelotto. Started from pole position, saw off the early challenge from J-Mo Hartling, who has now faded slightly, but not into the clutches of Marcus Clutton. To my surprise, a little bit. Marcus Clutton's McLaren a little bit lonely in 3rd position. Felix Heersiger also doesn't have the pace that he demonstrated yesterday in 4th. Of course, he's up against different drivers, admittedly, but still perhaps expected him to be a bit more of a factor. As they head downhill into turn 1, you can see them hunting for the drier bits of racetrack now, which of course vaguely resemble what was the wet racing line earlier on today. That's the bit of the track that's been raced on the most, I suppose. But the drivers will all be very much hoping that they have a fully dry circuit when they get back out on circuit for race number 3 later on this afternoon.
All 3 drivers at the front of the field setting their personal best lap of the race as the conditions continue to improve. I also saw in the back of shot last time by, coming out of the final corner, Felix Heersiger was really wrestling the car. He's not really got much to do. He's comfortably ahead of anyone else in Cup 1. He's quite a fair way behind the overall podium, but he's clearly still pushing to the limit, relishing an opportunity I don't think he knew he had less than 72 hours ago to come and race here this weekend in the GT Winter Series. Immediately capitalised, of course, by winning the race overall yesterday, never mind in Cup 1. Clutton steering through the Arella bend, was talking to Simon Orange a couple of days ago, and Simon said, you know what, I've been quicker than Marcus sometimes in the wet conditions this weekend. I haven't seen the data to back that up, but that was the Simon Orange quote on the matter. But Marcus always a force to be reckoned with, and yeah, he'll be disappointed, I think, that he's not quite able to match J-Mo Hartling here right now. I just wonder if maybe this car is in still in a bit of a quasi-wet setup or something like that. The differential isn't allowing him to get the maximum from the car, something of that nature, because certainly based on yours and my shared experiences of Marcus, we'd expect him to thrive in this weather.
I wonder if it's a similar story maybe for this man here, Felix Heersiger, because I mentioned he's not been on the pace, comparatively speaking, anyway, in this race as opposed to yesterday, and initially I put that down to the fact that he is up against some very, very quick drivers in the GT3 cars, but his best lap in this race, Felix Heersiger, a 1:40.1, is 6/10 off what he did yesterday, and everyone else is going about the same pace they were yesterday. So I do think maybe he's struggling, perhaps setup-wise. Really difficult because you have to make the decision on setup quite some time before the race actually gets underway. It's not something you can bolt onto the car on the grid in the same way you can a wet or a slick tyre. You can't react in the same way. And maybe a couple of teams have just got that ever so slightly wrong. Change of position there within class, of course, as well. In fact, no, that car's been in the pit lane anyway, hasn't it, the Porsche? So, yeah, not actually a change of position. I don't think they fully made the correct fix to that car that they were hoping.
Looks to me like Joseph Dean has been struggling on this lap because he's fallen back to being alongside Kikireshko. Where's Lucas Azato by comparison? He is still behind. I thought maybe Cup 1 second place had changed hands. They're going to go either side now of Andre Fernandez in the GT3 Porsche, and Kikireshko being justifiably careful there, realising he was on the inside line, he was on the wet patch, and needed to mind his P's and Q's with his, well, right or left foot, of course, depending on how he approaches his braking. But either way, probably some heads-up driving there from Kikireshko, and good to see that whatever was going on with the Fernandez car, he is at least back out on the circuit, albeit 2 laps down.
Yes, indeed. Lead gap is creeping down. Jamar Hartling did his best lap a lap ago, and then this time around was, again, a couple of tenths quicker than the leader. So 2 seconds now, the margin between Michelotto and Jamar Hartling. It's nothing to be too concerned of if you are Mattia Michelotto, but perhaps if that gap comes down anymore, he might start to grow increasingly concerned that Jamar Hartling is perhaps putting together a second half of the race challenge against him in a battle that would be, of course, not only for the overall win, but also the win in the GT3 category. So that gap creeping down, more and more personal best sectors coming in. In fact, that personal best lap for Hartling was the fastest lap of the race at 1:37.979, the first driver to get into the 1:37. So Jamar Hartling on a bit of a push now into the final third of the race.
Absolutely right. We see here Fernandez defending as if he's fighting for a position, drifting way out wide there. Kikireshko will get through. Now, Hartling, of course, as we said, making up that ground, slightly closing in a little bit on Mattia Michelotto, as you said. Every time he gets to go up against a measuring stick like Mattia Michelotto, it's an opportunity for Jamo to prove himself. He's not the most moneyed silver you're going to find in GT racing. He is also mechanicking cars. He was actively involved with repairing one of the GT4s in the week before coming here to Estoril. He's always under, if not his own bonnet, someone else's bonnet down there at SR Motorsport. The same story applies as well to Joel Mesh. Both of them very actively involved as team members and drivers. And any time we get a driver like Mattia Michelotto with championship-winning pedigree in a GT3 car pulling up to the grid, Jamar Hartling wants to try and match, if not surpass, and at the moment, certainly, he is matching.
Well, he was only 100th of a second slower in the first sector this lap than Mattia Michelotto, so he is almost exactly matching his pace out there at the moment. 2.1 seconds is the gap. He doesn't need to be matching, he needs to be beating the pace of the race-leading Lamborghini if he's going to have any chance of getting a victory for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm Racing, who have had a successful GT4 weekend so far and would love to celebrate with a first-place trophy in the GT Winter Series as well. Nip and tuck though, and we'll see whether this gap continues to shrink or indeed grow over the final third or so of the race. There's Marcus Clutton in third. Felix Hirsiger still running around in the sort of mid 1:41, so definitely not at the sort of pace that he was yesterday. But still comfortably leading Cup 1 and 13 seconds ahead of Dexter Muller, who's been a bit anonymous really so far in his number 54 Mercedes AMG. Through the final couple of corners we go then, turns 12 and then 13. The Parabolica Ayrton Senna, this long, never-ending 180-degree right-hander, which really punishes the left-hand side tyres. The left front tyre in particular takes a real beating through this final turn, and then out onto that nearly kilometre-long main straight.
Just positing a theory there about Lucas Azato, who we saw going through the final corner. I suspect that he and maybe a couple of others further down the field were maybe on wets at the start of this race for the sake of confidence in the early stages, because he would typically be closer to Joseph Dean than he is right now. And in fact, look at his pace. He's 4 seconds slower than his personal best out there. I just wonder if he's nursing torn apart wet tyres around the track, and maybe that could be why someone like Igor Glyer pitted as well, potentially. Maybe there was a tyre change in the offing there. We did see the first couple of rows, of course, all very confidently went for slicks. The pro-rated drivers towards the sharp end, but maybe some of the amateurs weren't quite so willing to brave the damp patches on the slicks.
Yes, I think you might be onto something there. It's definitely not the kind of track that you want to be on a wet tyre right now. Fastest lap of the race again for J-Mo Hartling, so 1:37.868. That was a couple of tenths quicker again than the leader. This is about the smallest the gap has been since not very long after the safety car restart, under 2 seconds at the beginning of the lap, and creeping down again in the sectors on this lap. So that's definitely a developing situation. 6.5 minutes left for him to get onto terms with the Lamborghini and try to get the overall race win away. Alfredo Hernandez, meanwhile, continuing his recovery drive, has now caught back up to Petar Matic. This for 6th position overall. They're in different classes, but I'm sure Hernandez would love to get into this 6th spot before the flag.
And look in the background, Michelotto and J-Mo Hartling are almost with them. The gap is down to 1.5 seconds as once again J-Mo outpaces the VSR Lamborghini, and they're going to have some fast moving and in the midst of their own battles traffic to consider. Michelotto is not out of the woods here.
No, certainly not. In fact, he was 3.5 tenths or 3 tenths slower that time around. That was the biggest gulf in pace. Petar Matic nearly gets assaulted by the Hernandez-driven Mercedes there at the left-hander, and that was very close to disaster. Again, when you're battling someone in a different class to you, with your sensible hat on, you think, well, you don't really need to have this battle and take any risks, but you try telling that to a driver pumped up on adrenaline 2/3 of the way into a race. They are going to battle for every position as if it is for their class position. Looking in the background, there is the leader. J-Mo Hartling lost a couple of tenths, actually, in the first sector. I thought to the eye that gap had gone out, so maybe he's had a moment somewhere, but that could all mean absolutely nothing, to your point, Adam. If they catch a back marker in the wrong part of the track, you can lose far more than 2/10 of a second in one corner alone.
Yeah, absolutely right. The next lap or two will be telling, not just in this great battle for 6th overall, but also for the race lead as they now scythe up to the rear of Joseph Dean in the 204 Ferrari. There is your race leader. There is your second place man, J-Mo Hartling, as they run through the final corner. Let's see what the gap is this time. I think it will have gone out marginally, but look, there's the issue in graphic detail. Joseph Dean, 700 horses, disappears up the road, but then he's going to be kind of in the way a little bit as they approach the first corner. We've got 4.5 minutes of racing left to go. Our overall race leaders, the gap has come down again, and here we are in the traffic. Michelotto may have hesitated a little bit on the throttle there, trying to get around Joseph Dean, but then J-Mo's going to struggle to get around the Ferrari as well. He does so now, picks up a bit of carbon fibre there that gets flown up into the air, some debris being shed, hopefully not of Alfredo Hernandez or Petar Matic. However, they're now fighting intensely for 6th place, and here come the race leaders.
Oh, and I think they're going to catch them somewhere around Parabolica Interior. This isn't ideal for Mattia Michelotto, the race leader. He, of course, is also in a GT3 spec car, so doesn't have a massive pace advantage over the Mercedes ahead of him, and he has to go to the outside line on the exit of turn number 6. That didn't cost him too much. He lost half a second on the previous lap in the middle sector alone to J-Mo Hartling because he had to lap Alexei Kikoreshko, so they can really ebb and flow quite quickly. If you catch someone here, for example, at the kink at turn 8, that really held up Michelotto, and now he has to go onto the wet side of the road to try and overtake Petar Matic, who won't get out of the way. How much closer is J-Mo Hartling? Well, there's your answer. There's still a car between them, but on the stopwatch, that gap is nothing like as substantial as it was a few corners ago.
It's not. I think Alfredo Hernandez effectively did Michelotto a solid there by continuing to have J-Mo Hartling behind. Otherwise, the 11 Mercedes would be right on the heels of the 66 right now. The battle for 6th continues on in the background. It's not quite the race-altering effect that could have happened in that scenario for Michelotto, but he won't be best pleased to find out that the gap is now under a second, almost 3/4 of a second. 0.772 between Michelotto and Hartling as Marcus Clutton now begins the process of dispatching this battle pack as well.
Yeah, another half a second gain by J-Mo Hartling. He definitely had the better run through the traffic, and that gets him now almost within striking range. He's within maybe distraction range, isn't he now? Michelotto will be painfully aware that that gap is not as substantial as it was not that long ago. In fact, it's down to almost a car length there as they round turn number 4, Curva VIP. Can the Mercedes driver make that decisive move with a lap and a half to go?
And let's not forget what you were saying before we got to the traffic, that JMO was starting to be quicker in certain sections of the track on certain laps of the race. It looked like the pace pendulum was, albeit only slightly, swinging towards JMO Hartling. We're going to have one more lap of racing this time by. This is the penultimate lap of the race. 1 1/3 more laps to go here at the Circuito Estoril, and while it is going to be a brave move for JMO Hartling if it happens at all, there is the possibility that he gets close enough to do it. They've got Igor Klaya just ahead of them as well, and he's limping around in a car that doesn't look particularly happy. What happens here then as they approach more traffic going through the sweeping Parabolica Ayrton Senna? The answer is Michelotto has to lift out of it. Igor Klaya realizes what's going on, gets out of the way as best he can, but again, Michelotto tripped up there. The circumstances working against the VSR driver. Just over half a second in it as they start the final lap.
Well, Matteo Michelotto will be desperately hoping there's no more lap traffic on this final lap of the race. He can't afford another stumble now because JMO Hartling is there. JMO Hartling, I think, has thrown his respect for the track limits regulations thoroughly out of the window as well. Look at that, right over the exit curve. It's the last lap of the race and he's got to go for it. Closes in on the mid-engine Lamborghini, which you would expect to maybe have an advantage through the more technical sections of the lap, but JMO Hartling just seems to have a little bit more confidence, a little bit more grip, and crucially a little bit more pace at this stage of the race. Is it enough of a pace difference though to allow an overtake? That's the question. And how much of a risk is JMO willing to take if he does get close enough?
Yeah, looks like he might be, to quote Martin Brundle, a day late and $1 short, but we have 20 seconds left to go. The checkered flag will be waiting for one of them. Michelotto surely has control over the situation at this point. You see him just verging on the edges of those damp patches. Every corner still feels like a risk when they turn in. Michelotto coming towards the double hairpin, realistically, that is Gancho up the hill for the final time. Just a couple of more corners between himself and the race victory. JMO Hartling has held himself to account magnificently in this race, but Matteo Michelotto has done enough. Around the final corner we go. The Lamborghini powers onto the straight, pursued by the Mercedes, but it will be Vincenzo Sospiri Racing's Matteo Michelotto who claims his inaugural victory in the GT Winter Series, an overall win as well for VSR. I believe that's the first time that's happened for them. JMO Hartling second, Marcus Clutton in P3, winning that 6th place battle across the line is Peyton Matic, gets the better of Alfredo Hernandez. Kiki Reshko just about beats Joseph Dean to the line for 8th overall as well. Igor Klaya crosses the line a couple of laps down in 11th position. Hirschinger and Dexter Muller will be next across the line in the overall order, and here comes the 4th place car, the Cup 1 winner. Felix Hirschinger comes across the line. A fairly lonely race for him, but he'll take P4 overall and a top trophy within the Cup 1 division, I am quite sure. Here comes Dexter Muller. He has Lucas Azato just behind him, 5th overall for Dex in the CBRX by SPS machine. And the last car across the line, 4 laps down, a couple of visits to the pit lane. Hopefully Andre Fernandez is able to have a trouble-free run in the pit stop race, but that one was slightly interrupted, unfortunately, for the AF Motorsport Porsche 991.2 GT3R. There's your top 3 then. Your winning car, the VSR, the green Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 of Matteo Michelotto, claiming the top step of the podium. JMO Hartling taking a well-deserved 2nd place. Couldn't quite get there, even though he was chipping away at the gap towards the end of the race. And in 3rd position, Orange Racing by JMH's Marcus Clutton rounding out the order. Hirschinger in 4th position then, cruising his way to a 4th position, just off the podium. the 66 car with the overall win. Mattia Michelotto with a really incredible performance in that race. We'll probably have been watching the mirrors for a lot of it. The VSR car, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3, of course the Huracan in what is likely to be its final year in the hands of many of these leading teams, with the Temerario GT3 firmly in development. But a lot of people will be mourning that V10 engine note that has been reverberating out of that car now for over a decade. 2015 was the first year for the Huracan GT3 car. Mattia Michelotto claiming yet another win in the GT Winter Series for Lamborghini. The Super Trofeo spec and the GT3 spec cars have of course claimed overall victories previously. But the GT3 car for VSR claiming a first ever overall win, having claimed the GT3 win yesterday. This time without a pesky Ferrari challenge car ahead. It is overall glory for Michelotto and for the Vincenzo Sospiri racing team. That will be a great piece of momentum, of course, to carry for he and Ignazio Zanon into race number 3, the pit stop race. Both drivers very, very strong. I wouldn't mind betting their favourites for that race looking across the driver lineup. There is Zanon congratulating his teammate. And Mattia Michelotto certainly put in a concerted effort there. Quite a young pairing as well, of course. Zanon got into racing while studying in the UK, initially in Ginettas, and has now found himself in GT racing, of course, winning the Pro-Am title in Italian GT last year, along with our race winner in this one, Mattia Michelotto. So then, the clouds overhead have started to roll in again. I have to report, it's my job to report the facts. It's certainly not as sunny as it was a little while ago, but we did get to the slick tyres in that race, which is certainly not something many forecasters predicted coming into this weekend. We've fought the elements, some wind and rain over the course of the 4 days of Winter Series action, but it is great to see that we have these races ongoing. We weren't quite sure we were going to get there. So then, let's go down to the pits. Izzy Browning is with our race winner.
Yes, I am indeed with our race winner, Mattia. I mean, pole to the win, but that did not tell the whole story, because you had JMO breathing down your neck the whole race.
In the start is very difficult, because the condition in the track is quite tricky, you know. And yes, especially also in the last 2 laps with the GT Cup. It's difficult, but I'm very happy. This is first race in the GT Winter Series. I'm very happy, and that's it.
Yeah, certainly a good start in the Winter Series. When you came up on that lap traffic, were you a bit nervous that they weren't going to get out the way?
Yes, I'm very nervous, especially the first GT Cup Lamborghini Super Trofeo, because I lose, I think, 2 seconds. But I'm very happy. Also, our car is very fast, so thank you.
Well, you had your own. It was a class win yesterday, an overall win today. Can we make it 3 for 3?
Maybe, I don't know, but the speed is great, and we can see.
Congratulations, go celebrate our first winner in the GT Winter Series.
Well, there we go. First win of the day in the GT Winter Series in our second sprint of the weekend. Let's take a look back at the highlights. The 30-minute sprint got underway in what was still slippery conditions on a drying track. Most of the field on slicks. Alessio Raffini getting unsettled in the pack on the run to the first corner, and unfortunately he collided with Severin Mazur. That would ultimately bring the race to an end for both parties. Marcus Clutton was on the move early doors, getting himself around Jonas Karklis. and Karklis, unfortunately, would lose control coming out of the first corner. Just moments later, his rear suspension feeling the brunt of that impact. Let's hope they get the Liqui Team Exeter car out for race number 3. Safety car out, safety car back in very quickly, and Jamo Hartling on the rear of Mattia Michelotto, which would not change for a majority of the race. The pair of Mercedes AMG GT3 Evos having a collision. That was Hernandez and Przemysław Bienkowski. Meanwhile, we had some great fighting in the midfield among the Cup 2 leading cars, as well as some Cup 1 and GT3 interlopers. That was Alexei Kikoreshko going for the class lead, which he would hold all the way to the checkered flag. Petar Matic in some scraps as well during this race. He would get caught eventually by Alfredo Hernandez, who would challenge him all the way to the checkered flag, but critically the Lamborghini would stay ahead throughout the race. Some 3-wide action with Andre Fernandez, who by this point was a couple of laps down, having visited the pit lane, but he was still embroiled in the scraps. As we went through the lap traffic in the latter phase of the race, as these guys were battling, the race leaders were quickly approaching, and sure enough, Mattia Michelotto almost getting caught out here by Petar Matic at the Gancho chicane. That will have been a heart-in-mouth moment for the VSR driver. It brought Jamo Hartling closer to the rear of the number 66, but ultimately the 66 would just about hold on and receive the checkered flag. A first ever overall win for Vincenzo Sospiri Racing in the GT Winter Series. And a Huracan GT3 to the fore once again. Certainly not the first time we have seen that. An embrace there from Mattia Michelotto's driving colleague Ignazio Zanon as they celebrate the win. The results then for that race: Mattia Michelotto in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2, claiming the victory by 0.6 of a second eventually over Jamo Hartling. It was a close run affair. Marcus Clutton will be disappointed not to have been able to really take part in any of that scrap. He was 2 seconds off his fastest lap by the end of the race. I wonder if things weren't quite right underneath him. Felix Hirsiger finishing in 4th position overall and winning the Cup 1 class ahead of Dexter Muller in P5. Petar Matic in 6th position, winning the Cup 4 class. Alfredo Hernandez in 7th place and 5th in the GT3s, ahead of Cup 2 winner Alexei Kikoreshko. A pair of Cup 1 Ferraris round out the top 10, Joseph Dean and Lucas Azato. Igor Klaya in 11th place, Andre Fernandez finishing 12th. That was the last of our finishers. Alessio Raffini, Przemysław Bienkowski, Jonas Karklis and Severin Mazur all failing, unfortunately, to reach the checkered flag. So then, the GT Winter Series with multi-class battles in the midfield, a GT3 scrap at the front. That is what this series is all about. It's a bit of a variety show, and thankfully, the show will air again later on with the 55-minute pit stop race. We'll have to see how that one pans out. Of course, the X factor of the drivers switching mid-race in many cases and seeing how that affects the performance of the respective cars. Will Michelotto and Zanon make it 2 wins in a day? Or will we see Jamo Hartling, Kenneth Heyer, Marcus Clutton and Simon Orange, or even perhaps Tim Hutter and Jonas Karklis challenging for the overall win? We'll have to wait and see how that one pans out. Of course, don't rule out Felix Hirsiger for that race either, because the driver of the Liqui Team Exeter 155 car, he'll be in for the entire race. He's driving solo. Therefore, his pace will be consistent across the distance, and that is always a very important factor in our pit stop races. Of course, this is our final race before the lunch break. We will be with you all through the lunch break with some features, with some live interviews down in the pits with Izzy. So make sure you stay with us, and make sure, while you're getting yourself some lunch along with us, that you stay with us for the afternoon of racing. The Formula Winter Series will be back on the grid, and we'll get to see whether Rocco Coronel can follow up upon his first ever win in single-seaters. Can he make it 2 in a day? He'd certainly like to do it that way. Of course, the GT4s and the GTs, both with their pit stop races to come as well. We're looking forward very much to those also. It has been a dramatic weekend here at Circuito Estoril so far, on the weather radar, on the track, and just about everywhere else as well. But we've settled into our groove here on Sunday, and we're looking forward to celebrating that GT Winter Series race. I'm sure Michelotto will need to sit down and have a little bit of a breather after that one, quite frankly, because well, that was an intense race for us in the commentary box. I'm sure it was an intense race for him on the circuit as well. JMO Hartling will perhaps be ruining what might have been, but he'll be up there on the podium, as will everyone else who succeeded in that race. Let's go down to Andy McEwen, who has found our drivers.
Well, another fascinating GT Winter Series race here at Estoril. Let's get our podium presentations underway, starting once again with Cup 4 and a second win of the weekend for Petar Matic. Where is Petar? He's busy chatting to someone. Here he comes. Petar Matic onto the top step of the podium then, claiming the win in Cup 4. And he jogs up onto the top step of the podium. We've got Luigi Premuda from Pirelli on hand to hand out the winners' trophies. And a very, very happy Petar Matic poses for the photos, and we'll then have a chat for the second time this weekend with our Cup 4 race winner. Let's head in and have a chat. Petar, well done. Another good race. How was that one for you? Better than yesterday?
Better, much better than yesterday. More confidence, and yeah, I really enjoyed the race.
Race 3 later, it could rain again. Is that good or bad for you?
For me, good, because I'm driving alone. And it's going to be less demanding under the rain condition, definitely.
Good point. Congratulations, Petar, then, on the race win in Cup 4. Moving on now then to Cup 2, and this was another entertaining battle that saw the lead change hands in the middle part of the race. Second place in the end goes to PTT Racing Team's Igor Klyer. Igor heads to the second step of the podium then. Having had that accident yesterday, though, a great job by the PTT team to get the car on track for race 2. It was, though, a race victory in race 2 in Cup 2 for Alexei Kikereshko. And keeping the theme of number 2, it is his second race win of the weekend as well. In fact, all of our class winners are the same cars, at least, that crossed the line first in their respective classes after race number 1. So Alexei gets another winner's cap, another winner's trophy, and will pose for another winner's photograph on the top step of the Estoril podium. And the PT Sports by Up to Race squad celebrate another win. Alexei will have another quick chat if that's okay. Well done. That was a tougher race, wasn't it? It seemed like the conditions, especially at the start, were a little unpredictable.
Yes, it was very good condition, and but I was careful. Then I start to race faster.
It's been a good weekend for you so far. Can you get the third win later today?
It's like preparation for long season. I think it's very important to race here, and we will come next year.
Excellent news. There we go. We've got our first driver signed up for 2027 Winter Series. Alexei Kikereshko then celebrates a race win in Cup 2. Cup 1 is up next, and it's all of the same drivers in the same positions as we had yesterday. So third step of the podium once again for Lucas Azato. Well done, Lucas. Third step of the podium for the Cascais Racing car. Driver, I should say. It's AF Corsa in second position, though. Joseph Dean. Joseph gets a big cheer from the AF Corsa crew down below, but it's a second win of the weekend, at least in Cup 1 anyway, for Liquimoli Team Engstler's Felix Hirstiger. Out comes Felix. He was deep in conversation with someone behind the podium. Now heads up to the top step as well to receive his winner's trophy. It wasn't an overall race win this time for a Cup 1 car, but it was at least a dominant class victory for Felix, and he'll be delighted with his second class win of the weekend here at Estoril. Perhaps in those slightly damp conditions on slick tyres at the start of the race, he wasn't quite able to unleash the power of the Ferrari Challenge 296 car, but he was able to achieve, as I said, another class win. Let's have a word with our race winner in Cup 1. Felix, not quite the overall top step of the podium, but another really good drive in the class. It seemed like maybe you didn't quite have the ultimate pace. Was that set up, do you think?
Yeah, it was mainly focused. We focused on a good race for us, experience, and we focus on the endurance race tonight with some new sets of tires maybe, and depending on the weather, to do something cool there. But for now, that was perfect. Nice execution and good setup in the team.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations then. Another win in Cup 1 for Felix Hirstiger, and the Liqua Moly Team Engsler team will be happy with that. Last set of podium drivers then, the GT3 class, and we've got some nice bottles of bubbly for them to take home with them as well, which has been provided as always, the champagne by Quinta das Arcas. Third position then in GT3, a second and third place finish for the weekend for the team, this time with Marcus Clutton. Marcus very eager to get onto the third step of the podium. The orange racing by JMH McLaren comes home in third position. It's second place once again for SR Motorsport by Schnitzlaum Racing, this time with Jamo Hartling. Well done. Jamo receives a lot of support from the SR team down below. Kenneth Heyer, of course, brought that car home second yesterday. It's Vincenzo Sospiri Racing, though, who celebrate a double GT3 win this weekend. And the win in race 2 goes to Mattia Michelotto. Mattia heads to the top of the podium, and after a brilliant job by Ignazio Zanon yesterday, it is Mattia who brings the victory home for the VSR squad in race 2. Can they do the hat-trick, I wonder? Quite a few teams looking for a hat-trick, a perfect weekend here at Estoril, which will be a real achievement given the changeable conditions that we've had over the course of the last 24 hours or so. Drivers then gather together for their photograph on the top step of the podium. We will be heading into a lunch break very shortly. Izzy Browning is going to be keeping you entertained and educated, hopefully, by wandering up and down the pit lane. That will be coming up after this short break.
Well, the first bit of racing done and dusted for this morning here in Estoril. And I'm delighted to say that during this lunch break, I get the chance to chat to a lot of our drivers from up and down the paddock. And one of them has done a hop, skip and a jump from the paddock and come and join me now. Alicia Palmowski alongside me. Alicia, great to see you. You're a familiar face to us, having been in the Winter Series with us last year. First of all, how are you enjoying being back?
It's great to be back in the car, absolutely. I've not actually been out on a track since Las Vegas, which was the final round of F1 Academy, so I've had over 2 months out of the car, so it's just really nice to be back at a racetrack. The atmosphere is great, and yeah, it's just great fun.
How does this compare to Las Vegas then?
Very different, a lot windier actually. It was colder in Las Vegas, but a lot more rain here. It's completely different, to be honest, to F1 Academy. It's a different ball game, but that's why it's great preparation, you know, for the season. So just learning as much as we can, gathering and collecting as much data as possible in preparation for the year ahead.
And a tricky race this morning. I mean, conditions were far from easy, but yeah, tricky race.
Very tricky, to be honest. We're learning a lot as a team. We're not as experienced, I don't think, myself driving and also the team within the Winter Series as some of the other teams. So it's very much a data gathering experience for us and just to try and learn. We're struggling to unleash some pace at the beginning of the race, at the restarts after the safety cars. So that's really where we're most vulnerable and struggling the most. So we're just reviewing the data, seeing what we can do for race 3 later on today. But still, it's good fun to be battling wheel to wheel. You know, there's some really, really tough battles out there. I don't think I breathed for one lap this morning, so we'll give it another go in race 3.
Yeah, certainly will. Right, let's just talk about the year that you have had, though, because it has been a busy one. I mean, for those of you who don't know, I'm sure you do, but Alicia finished top 5 in the F1 Academy representing Red Bull Racing. You're back in this season. How proud are you of 2025?
It was a great year. I mean, it was a life-changing year for me, you know, to have the support from the Red Bull Racing Academy programme. It's a dream come true to be linked to the F1 team. I learned so much. It was a steep learning curve last year, one that I probably underestimated in hindsight, but I'm so much more prepared going into this season, a lot calmer. I feel like I know what's coming, and obviously the ultimate aim is to win the championship, which I'm more than confident that we can do, so I'm really, really excited.
Yeah, well, we're excited to see what you can do for the rest of the season there. You touched on it there, dream come true. How cool is it to be representing Red Bull? And what's the coolest thing you've done over the last year? Is there anyone that you've met that you've been like totally starstruck by?
That's such a great question, and I've got the answer straight away. It would be Jerry Halliwell Horner, actually, obviously Christian's wife. I was in Miami and we went on a police escort to a media event, and I was in the back of the car next to Jerry on this police escort in Miami. I'm like, God, you just couldn't write it. Like, it's absolutely crazy. But no, the support from Red Bull is incredible. They support me on and off track incredibly well. The support they give could not be better. So they're a great group of people, and I hope that I can do them proud this year.
Yeah, that is a pretty cool story. I'd quite like to meet her, I think. She probably has some pretty interesting stories. Are you a Spice Girls fan?
Absolutely, yeah. I love all the cheesy music. That's me.
Love it. Okay. Also, this weekend is the first race weekend that you don't have your parents with you. First race weekend ever that your parents aren't joining you at the racetrack. I know they're watching at home, so hi to you two at home. How proud are you to be out on this world stage, and how much does their support mean?
Oh, my parents are amazing. They're the reason that I'm here. You know, they've been to every single race weekend apart from this one that I've done for the last 10, 11 years now. So it's a big commitment. Obviously, they've got so many sacrifices in with just work. You know, there's not enough time to come to every race, and obviously money is a big sacrifice as well. So they're watching from YouTube from the sofa this weekend. But yeah, hopefully I can do them proud. And I'm messaging them all the time. They know fully what's going on. They're the first people I contact after the race. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys.
Well, I'm sure they're loving what they're seeing. One more race today, this afternoon, as you say, you know, a little bit more to find. But what's your mindset? I mean, the sun is coming out for the first time in Estoril.
Who knows what's going to happen? I've stopped checking the weather apps because all three of them that I have say different, and they're normally wrong anyway. So we'll see what happens. It would be great to get a dry race because I'm really, really confident the pace is really strong in the dry. We could even be in the fight for the win, I'm sure, if we were starting up there in the dry. So it'd be great to get some of that data, but equally, let's just see what happens. I think if it is going to be wet again, we've got loads of data that we collected from the first race. There's points that I can improve on as a driver. There's points that the car can be improved from that point of view from the team. So yeah, let's see what happens.
And just for those that have never been on a grid with that many people before, like, how tricky is it? How much pressure is it knowing that, I mean, there's 31 cars on the grid this weekend?
It's really tough, to be honest. I mean, you look forwards and there's millions of cars. You look in your mirrors and there's millions of cars. So there's really no margin for error. You know, if you make one small lock-up, one small mistake, a little bit wide, maybe at T1, you can lose 3 or 4 positions very, very quickly. So there really is no margin for error. And obviously, the team works so hard behind the scenes. Sorry, a big shout out to Campos Racing for all their help. I just want to do them proud because of all the hard work they've done. This weekend in particular has been really hard on them with the rain. It seems to pour down with rain before every session that we do. Apart from this race this morning, it didn't. So they've all got drenched, but they've never stopped working. The spirits have been high. So I really just want to do well to thank them equally.
Yeah, we were joking about that actually. It's like every single time the F4 cars left the paddock this weekend, it was like the heavens open, and that was the story of the weekend. Listen, Alicia, great to speak to you. We are going to let you go and have your lunch because I know you haven't had your lunch yet, and you need to fuel up for race 3. Thank you so much for speaking to us. We'll let you get off and have some lunch. Now, if you were with us in Portimao, you will know that I'm doing a little something different this year, and I'm doing a sit-down series with some faces from around the paddock without whom we couldn't come racing. This week, I spoke to Luke Austin, the director of Alpha Live, who is responsible for all the coverage you're watching now. Another race weekend here in Estoril, and the next guest on our sit-down series with faces from around the paddock joins me now. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Luke Austin. I'm a co-owner of Alpha Live, and I'm the project manager for the GEDLICH Winter Series broadcast.
Yeah, so Alpha Live are the company who broadcast all the coverage you have been watching all day. Luke, I want to first start with, were you interested in TV or motorsport first? How did you get into this role?
It's most definitely motorsport. By trade, I'm an engineer, but I accidentally found my way into the TV world and broadcasting. But yeah.
So were you a racing driver at any point? Did you kind of race in motorsport?
Yes, so I raced karts from a very young age, and then I progressed into cars. I didn't go to any level like this, but obviously I would have loved to. But I did have a single isolated seizure myself, which meant my race license got taken away. And ultimately, that's kind of how it snowballed into being in the TV world.
Well, as I say, Alpha Live bring all the coverage that is done by the Winter Series. What does your role entail over a weekend? And I know that's a big question because it's probably a big role.
Yeah, what doesn't it involve? So way before the weekends start, I'm planning out the plans for the camera layouts around the circuit. I'm organising the equipment from a perspective of just laying it all out and then getting the team to put it all together to bring it to the circuit. The logistics planning, obviously it's got to be here, get that sent down, and then pulling the whole team together, get that ready to go. And then on the weekend itself, it's just coordinating everybody and all the kit. But ultimately, I'm a problem solver. So whenever something's not quite right or anything like that, it's kind of I'm the go-to person to solve any of the problems and help the team get the solutions in place.
What kind of problems and challenges crop up over the weekend?
Delays in being interviewed for this. No, so problems over the weekend. So it could be anything as simple as something's not charged up properly, or a cable's broken during pack down on the previous event and it's not then working. And even something as simple as like a flight problem. So all the team have got to fly out, and then we've got to, if there's a problem with the flights, delays or cancellations, we've got to try and solve those as well and get everyone out here.
So it kind of sounds like your brain sort of always has to be switched on. Roughly how many people are you kind of coordinating for a weekend like this?
We've got 14 people on site. So we've got to get all 14 people here, 6 people to get the circuit rigged, and the rest of the crew are camera operators. And then we have 3 people working remotely in the UK to assist us on the broadcast side.
And when you actually get to the track then, once all the prep work has come together, what's the first thing you do each day?
The first thing we do, obviously, we'd have a cup of coffee and then we just get straight out there. So we've got a very, very good team. So everyone just digs in and they're pretty autonomous most of the time and just go out and crack on. But we would have formed a plan beforehand. So then whatever we need to do that day, the team just go straight at it and get started.
And with a live broadcast, I'm sure, well, I know that there is a lot of adapting that happens throughout the day, throughout the season. We come to quite a few different tracks in the Winter Series. Are there some tracks that are more challenging than others to broadcast?
Not really, because it's the 3rd year we've been doing it now. We don't really find too many problems because we've encountered it all already. Every circuit has its own challenge in the sense that they've got different infrastructure we can use, or like from the equipment perspective of where we need to put cameras or the amount of cameras around the circuit. But some circuits like Valencia, it's very small, logistically it's very easy to get around. Aragon, it's a very large circuit, it's very well organised and got great facilities, but it's just, if you're trying to get to the camera point, say you forgot a cable or something simple when you get there, you've got a long way to drive back round to go and pick it up before going around again. So it's just those basic things, really.
Yeah, very true. Do you have a favourite that we go to?
I do love Aragon. I think it's just a great circuit in general, but I don't know. They're all great. It's a great experience, and just having the opportunity to be at all of these, I just enjoy all of it.
Yeah, and it's a very versatile series as well because, you know, we're racing across 2 countries, we're racing across some of the most iconic tracks. I mean, we're here at Estoril this weekend, a legendary circuit. We've been at Portimao and, as you say, Aragon, Valencia, Barcelona. So we really have just, well, a wealth of great racing because of the tracks that we go to. What would you say is the most difficult part of your job?
Ultimately, I don't think it exists.
Yeah.
It's like trying to get the perfect lap around a racetrack.
Right.
There's always going to be problems. There's always going to be little niggles that happen. We come up with our perfect plan, but then the timetable will change, and then suddenly we're filling trying to sort out solutions. So, perfectly honest, I don't believe a perfect weekend can ever exist. If it did, I'd be over the moon. I'd just be sat there twiddling my thumbs all race day, doing nothing. So.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, there's always things, as we say, that you have to adapt to. Okay, final question then. If you could steal anybody else's job in motorsport, whose job would it be and why?
I think it'd be cool to be on the pit wall of an F1 race. I've done the engineering side in Formula One of working on the designs, but I think it'd be quite cool to be on the pit wall as the crew chief, talking to the driver and strategizing the race. That sort of things.
Yeah. What would you say is the most difficult part of your job, or maybe something that people watching the broadcast wouldn't know about your job just from watching?
So we develop all of the timing graphics that you see on the screen in-house, and that comes with its own challenges because all sorts of data can come up. You can test it as much as you want, but then as soon as a real race happens, problems will appear, new bits of data, bugs, a lot just crop up, and we're constantly trying to resolve those and make sure none of them end up on the live broadcast.
Well, we'll hope that there are no issues this weekend. As you say, there is no such thing as a perfect weekend, but we're hoping that this weekend goes very well. Luke, thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
Well, great to speak to Luke earlier in the weekend, and that sit-down series will continue throughout the season. Let's see who I managed to get for the next couple of rounds. But for now, I'm back down in the pit lane, and I've managed to get not one, but two drivers. Aston is driving today, even though he doesn't look like he is at the moment. I've got Joseph Dean and Aston Miller alongside me. Joseph, I'm going to start with you. Welcome to the Winter Series, first of all. How have things been going so far?
Really good. We've had 2 second place finishes for our class, and to be honest, our goal for coming to the Winter Series was just to get lap time in. I mean, it's my first year racing, and I just wanted to get some experience, and I think it's been great so far. You know, being on track with other cars like the Porsche Cup cars and the GT3s is very different to what I'm used to in the UK. So yeah, I'm loving it so far.
Yeah, no better testing than racing, is there? But I mean, you just said to me before we came on that actually you haven't had that many laps in the dry, have you? So actually most of your testing has been in the wet.
Yeah, thankfully before the weekend we decided to have a little play around on the simulator, so I knew roughly what the dry line was in the braking zones, but prior to the actual race, no, we didn't really have much experience at all. Thankfully, qualifying 2, it dried up quite significantly. I didn't qualify as well as I wanted to in the first race, but to be honest, we haven't done a race since September, so it was quite nice just to be sitting at the back and see how things played out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of the reason a lot of people come to the Winter Series, is to avoid having so many months out of the car. Just how nice is it to be back behind the wheel?
It's great. Our first race is in Paul Ricard this year, so we've done some testing over there in the winter, and it's a mega circuit. So.
Yeah, and you've certainly had the baptism of fire as well this weekend with the weather. You also just said to me that people convinced you that it was going to be sunny all Winter Series. I'm sorry to say that they did lie to you. You are probably going to experience quite a lot of wet weather driving, but it is useful. Of course, you've got Aston as your driver coach. What kind of tips has he been giving you?
I feel like we're at the point now, it's not so much trying to find speeds, it's trying to find consistency. So when we go out, we're just trying to piece together in practice sessions like consistent lap time that we can manage in the race, and just almost being more visual when entering the first corner and trying to avoid all the carnage that sometimes happens.
Yeah, a lot of the time survival is key. Aston, coming to you, I mean, great to see you in our paddock. Of course, you've raced in British GT, Ginetta Juniors, and the GT4 European Series. Now in a Ferrari, you're going to be taking it out this afternoon in the pit stop race. How excited are you?
Joe, I'm really looking forward to it, and I think, Joe's covered quite a lot there in his great interview. So yeah, looking forward to this weekend. Obviously, with 2 podiums for Joe already, it's been a great learning curve coming off the back of last year. A lot of learning, but that racecraft is obviously highlighted. It was something we kind of needed to work on still, hence why we signed up for the Winter Series. So I think, yeah, it's a great sort of a setup to have 2 sprint races for Joe to learn, and an endurance race for a little bit of fun, but also to then sort of enter that world of endurance racing where Joe would love to obviously end up in the future.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be fun to watch both of you this afternoon. Just take us inside the mind of a driver coach then, because we see quite a lot of times drivers arrive with their driver coach in the weekend, and we don't really get to chat to them that often. So what are you looking for? What does kind of the debrief look like? What are you looking for in the sessions?
So yeah, I think Joe covered quite a lot, saying sort of last year we worked quite a lot of sort of our 1 lap pace, and we got to a pace where we're comfortable and we can push that. Whereas in some of the racecraft was where we still needed to improve. So especially this weekend, I think sort of keeping your eyes high and having that vision quite high to look through the corner, not only for a qualifying lap, but then also in a race situation does help. So that's sort of one sort of area is the racecraft, but then it's different sort of kettle of fish, where you would think last year in the UK would have plenty of wet races, but actually this is the first time Joe's actually driven in the wet before, so highlighted that breaking offline, traditional wet line, moving under, sort of trying to avoid that rubber nice and wide, and obviously with such a powerful car, sort of squeezing the power into full power, so we're not struggling for traction. So that's been the highlight this weekend for sure.
Yeah, fascinating stuff, and all comes with time with the learning. Obviously, you'll be in the car this afternoon as well, which means a driver change will be going on. Now, these 2 have told me that they've been practicing and timing it over the last couple of days. How confident are you that we can get this done quickly?
Very confident. I'm going to do the first stint, so I'll be getting out of the car, getting everything ready for Aston, and I think we got down to like a 26 seconds driver change, so I think if we can do that in the race, we'll be quite happy.
So pressure's all on you then?
It is, and to be honest, we've actually got a very good team at AF Course anyway, so we have one mechanic helping us do the belts, so it kind of makes our life easier, to be honest. So obviously some series, the driver does it all, but we're quite lucky with a great team behind us, we can work on that.
Oh, good stuff, boys. So great to chat to you. Welcome to the Winter Series. Have a good afternoon. We'll let you go and get off and eat your lunch. And Adam Weller spoke earlier in the weekend to some of our bronze-rated drivers.
Amateur drivers are a huge part of GT and sports car racing all over the world, including the GT and GT4 Winter Series. For these individuals, racing is a hobby, a pursuit of leisure, albeit a competitive one. These drivers, typically categorised as bronze by the FIA, are usually expected to be a step behind the career-motivated young starlets and the established professionals. However, that's not always the case, as displayed by several members of this year's GT and GT4 grids. Ravi Ramyid has often found himself fighting for overall podiums in the GT4 Winter Series and has quickly ascended through the ranks of GT competition in the UK alongside his teammate Charlie Robertson. Now he is increasingly expanding his racing efforts into Europe, but what does he do away from the circuit?
Hi, my name's Ravi Ramyid and I drive for L'Espace Bienvenue with the BMW with our technical partner Racetivity. So obviously this is just my hobby and I'm lucky enough to probably do about 50 days a year in the car. But when I'm not in the car, as you'll see, we've got Skills Alliance written on the side of the car. And that is the business that I'm involved with. Skills Alliance is a recruitment company fundamentally. It was started in 2002. And the latter part, it became a drug testing consultancy. So we recruit drug testers into big pharmaceutical companies, and we run big drug testing projects as well. The likes of the drugs that came out in COVID, heart drugs, cancer drugs, various bits and pieces. So anything that a doctor will dispense, if you're in a degree of trouble with your health, we are involved somewhere in that process to make sure that when it gets to you, it doesn't kill you, and it actually does what it's supposed to do. So anyway, when I'm not doing that, I do this. I absolutely love this to bits. Driving this car is absolutely wonderful, and I'm really privileged to spend, 10 to 15 weeks of the year doing it.
Also in the GT4 Winter Series, Tim Horrell has already taken an overall victory in his Pro-Am W&S Porsche, alongside Frederik Zabis. The reserved American routinely matches the pace of silver drivers and has impressed many in the paddock so far in 2026.
Hi, my name's Tim Horrell, driver of the Porsche GT4 Cayman. And when I'm not at the track, I am doing sim racing, the gym, and I'm also the stock markets. So I first got into the stock world. It was a while after I got hurt and I tried to go back to school and it wasn't working. So I met a family friend who helped me get into the stock market world and learn from him, the financial planner, to become an investor. And now I do some of the investments on my own and I also have his help. So yeah, that's amazing what I do in my free time. Definitely felt really good winning it overall as a Pro-Am driver. It's making me feel like all the work I'm putting into this is really coming to fruition, and because I want to be on the top, and I don't really worry about the class. I just want to compete overall and win overall. So it was definitely a great step towards where I know I can be and where I want to be.
Hi, I'm Simon Orange. I race the McLaren 720 GT3 for Orange Racing by JMH. I do that in my spare time as a hobby because my day-to-day business is running a company called Corpac, which acquires industrial businesses. I think we're up to about 60 at the minute, and that is a full-time job. Also, in case I have any other spare time, I'm the majority shareholder of Sales Sharks with my wife Michelle, and we spend a lot of time at the rugby also. Not really much spare time for racing and practicing, but we're getting as much in as we can.
For these drivers, meetings and deals are rarely left at home, as Simon explains.
Racing's pretty handy actually, because as I'm sure you know, there's probably only 2 or 3 practices or races qualifying in a day. So I've got a truck with a nice facility in it, and in between races, when Marcus isn't giving me advice on how to go around quicker, I'm working as well. So I don't take much time off from Corpac. It's 24/7. Although I do enjoy when I'm on the track.
GEDLICH Racing's upcoming GT Summer Series will aim to create increased parity, as amateurs are set to receive balance of performance breaks versus young talents and professionals. This will ensure exciting battles between competitors of varied backgrounds that would be ranked in separate classifications elsewhere. But, especially for bronze drivers sharing a car with a pro, the biggest battle of all is sometimes with the other man in the garage. Simon Orange sees his pro Marcus Clutton as a measuring stick.
Although again, it has to be said, I think for most of last week and most of this week in the wet, I've been quicker than Marcus, so it's been the other way around. But this week I've been giving him some tips. I'm sure he'll enjoy that.
That's staying in the edit.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
Well, it's great to have the chance to speak to so many of our drivers leading up to the weekend. And if you are just joining us, then don't worry, because there is plenty more racing coming your way this afternoon. Starting with the GT4s in their final race of the weekend, then the Formula Winter Series in their final race, and to finish the weekend we will have the GT Winter Series back out. Most of the drivers, if not all the drivers, have disappeared off to lunch, which is understandable. They want to get refueled ahead of these next races, but we did have a chance to catch up with some more drivers earlier in the weekend. The teammate of Alicia Palmovsky, who we spoke to at the beginning of the lunch break, and that was Rafaela Ferreira racing for Campos once again. Well, a familiar face in our paddock. Rafaela, great to have you back in the Formula Winter Series. First of all, how was last year after you left us? You had a busy year.
Yeah, it was a really busy year. I think I started my year doing some rounds of Winter Series here, so it was really good to start, build everything. And then I did F1 Academy. It was a good season, not the best one, but luckily we are in the second season this year, so yeah, I think it's going to be much better.
Well, as you say, a second season this year, another chance to be fighting up the front, and of course that brings you back to the Winter Series to prepare. What is it that you're looking at gaining out of the Winter Series to go into F1 Academy?
It's really good because we are like in holidays, so our last race was on November, so it was a long time with no race, and our first test is on February, so 2 months with no racing, no time on track is really difficult, so it's really good to be consistent on this, and it's really good to be here in Winter Series, racing again, being with the team again, so it's good to start the year in a good way, and I think this round is going to be really useful for us because we don't race a lot in the rain, so it's really good just be testing here.
Yeah, all good learning, and as you say, I mean, 2 months out of the car. When you got back in yesterday, did you feel a bit rusty in places?
Yeah, I think the first one we were like, everyone was a little late too, but it's good we have like 6 tests, so we could come back again.
Yeah, certainly a lot of track time, and as you say as well, you're back with the Campos team, you're also back representing Racing Bulls. How much fun has that been over the last year to represent a brand like that?
I don't think I have words to say it because it's a dream come true, you know. I'm just enjoying every single opportunity to learn, to be close to F1 team is really nice too. And I think F1 Academy gave me a really nice opportunity for my career, and I've learned a lot. I used just to race in Brazil and I'm racing abroad, represent Visa Cash App Racing Bulls and Red Bull too, so it's really nice.
Yeah, when we first saw you last year, I think it was one of the first times you'd raced in Europe as well. So great to have you back in our Winter Series as well. New track, I mean, this track was not on the Winter Series calendar last year. What are the challenges around this Estoril circuit?
It's really technical, to be honest, really difficult. Some high-speed corners, we need to be confident, don't overpush too much the entries. So yeah, I think mainly with this weather, when it's like, sometimes it's wet or dry, we don't really know, this is the most difficult part.
Yeah, and the rain comes down pretty quickly as well when it does start raining. Okay, final question then for this weekend. Where would you like to be at the end of the weekend?
I think we start really okay, but we still have a lot of things to improve. I think as close with my teammates and in top 10, because last year was a goal that I had that I couldn't reach, so I think this year.
All right, well, wish you best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
Well, welcome back down to the pit lane. We are nearly at the end of the lunch break, which means drivers are coming back from having had their lunch. And one of those drivers joins me now, Dexter Muller. Dexter, great to see you. This is actually going to be your final weekend with us in the Winter Series. How's it been going so far?
Yeah, it is indeed the last weekend we got here. We've had a great time so far. We struggle a lot with the rain and the weather conditions, but I guess they don't call it the winter season for nothing.
Very true, there has been a large amount of rain, but actually this afternoon looking to be a dry race, we hope, no more rain, and you can get after it this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean all the testing has been in the wet, so it's a bit of a change of pace to get up on the dry, and if it stays like that then it should be a bit more fun.
I seem to remember last year at Estoril you did pretty well. Is it a track that you like?
It's a super classic track, I know quite well. and it just has a great flow. It's a nice place, and again, if it stays dry, it's great. In the rain, it's a little bit tricky, but yeah, it's really good fun here.
What's been the highlight of being back in the Winter Series so far?
Well, you know, getting back to the team, seeing all of you guys again, it's always great. Getting back in the car, and you know, working off the sort of Christmas, the Christmas food we've had for the last couple of weeks. But yeah, all in all, just being back on track is always a great experience. We're happy to be back.
Did you feel a bit rusty when you got back in the car the first day in Portimao?
Oh, 100%. I had a lot of problems, you know, with the leg. You know, we trained a lot, but it's a little bit of a different exercise here. So, but yeah, all in all, it's going good.
And as I say, your last weekend in the Winter Series with us. We're going to miss you in our paddock. What can you do this afternoon in race 3 to kind of end your Winter Series on a high?
Well, I'm going to try and avoid a spin like I had in the first race. So I think that'll be quite a good start. And other than that, I'm going to get out there and try and do as best I can and see how the car performs and see how I perform. And it's a 1 hour driving, so maybe after that I won't be able to walk anymore. So
well, I hope not. I hope that doesn't happen. And as I say, last weekend, so where will you be the rest of the year?
So for the rest of the year, I've got a couple of track days here and there. And other than that, we're aiming for like the GT Open. So that's why the Winter Series is such a perfect place for us to get our testing done and get back into shape, back in the groove.
Well, it's been great to have you. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us as well. Good luck this afternoon. From Dexter to the Formula Winter Series, Adam spoke to Thomas Behrmann earlier in the weekend.
We're delighted to welcome Thomas Behrmann back into the Formula Winter Series for a second season. Thomas, new colours, this weekend of course a new track. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, apart from the weather, it's been nice to be back. Nice to be racing again. It's in obviously the early part of the season. Good warm up for the real championship we're doing this year, and also, yeah, like you said, nice to come back with a new team, and also, you know, the possibility of going and doing a bit better this year.
Now, of course, I think arguably your strongest weekend of the season was at Barcelona for the final round of the year. You then went on to British F4. You managed to win races. You had lots of podiums. Good season in general. I suppose for year 2 in Formula 4, the goal is race victories and championship bids.
Yeah, exactly, right. You know, I won't be too harsh on myself or anything because it's still getting used to everything with the team and the car. But yeah, I think race wins are definitely achievable, and what that develops into is another story. But for now, just focusing on the little things.
Of course, and VAR is, I suppose, a team that is familiar to you maybe from your younger days, while Ollie was racing in the team as well. You like to be in the same colours all these years later?
Yeah, I mean, it's well, one thing to say, it's cool colours, right, to be in, but. Yeah, I mean, I did watch my brother in a couple of those races in 2021 where he was with VAR, so it's nice. It's nice to see a sort of familiar background. Yeah. You know, and also you know that these guys have developed my brother into what he does today, so it's a nice thing.
Excellent, and I'm sure, as always, there are maybe some old rivalries in this paddock from the karting days. Is there anyone here that you've had an odd scrap with before?
I mean, I know most of these guys from karting, and even a couple guys did last year and British F4. So you know, a lot of familiar faces coming back. So it's nice, not rivalries as such, but because you want to beat everyone. But you know, it's cool to see.
Awesome. Well, we're excited to welcome you back, as we've said. Thanks for chatting to us, and good luck this weekend. I hope you like boating.
Thank you. I'm going to need a couple paddles.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
One last race for all comers in all three of our Winter Series championships. This is Estoril. This is a circuit that has provided us so much great racing in previous years and this weekend. First up to the plate for race number 3 of the day is the GT4 Winter Series. The GT4s not quite as numerous as they have been in recent times at the previous round at Portimao, but even with just 12 cars on the grid, they seem to find each other constantly. The battles have been ongoing throughout the weekend, and once again, the front couple of rows look like they're going to offer us something a little bit special, Andy McEwen, because Enrico Fernerat, Ravi Ramyed there on the front row. The circuit looks almost entirely dry at this point with a Is that a curtain of water in the background? We'll have to see what's going to happen next. But I think we have an interesting recipe being cooked up.
Yes, that is one word for it, isn't it? I think that recipe might involve a good dose of water that's about to be unloaded onto the circuit, because that is the mountain that we always refer to here at Estoril. And we're told if we can see it, we're okay. If we can't, then get your umbrella out. That weather forecast says no rain expected in the next hour. Well, this will put the weather forecast to the test, because I'm inclined to be less optimistic, perhaps, but we'll see. We'll see. The track is at the moment dry. It will certainly give us a fascinating race in this GT4 Winter Series event, because remember, this is the 60-minute pit stop race. If we have a change of conditions partway through, that can, of course, play havoc with a team's strategy. So, yes, this is a bit of a nightmare scenario for the teams who not only have to think about tyre strategy, Adam, but if they do think there's rain on the way, what do you do with setup? Do you hedge your bets? Do you go all in on dry conditions, bank on it raining later on? This is going to be interesting.
I think, Andy, you're asking all of the important questions slightly too late when it comes to the setup, at least. If there is the need to switch between tyres at some point during this race, that cannot be done in the mandatory pit stop. It has to be an additional 2-minute visit to pit lane where you perform a tyre change. So bear that in mind. If we do have wet conditions arrive during the race, that's going to have to be a 2-stop race. I suspect we'll see a few people hang on as long as possible if we do get to that point where we need the wets. They'll hang on for dear life. But it's slicks for now. We know that much. But we're going to get some more information from down on the grid now with Izzy.
Well, it certainly is slicks for now, but as you boys were just talking about, there's a rather large black cloud over my right shoulder, so we'll see if it stays slicks throughout the whole of this 60-minute pit stop race. And as you say, it's going to be a very intriguing race with our front row behind me. Of course, it has been 2 wins out of 2 races for the number 11. Can they make it 3 for 3 and a perfect weekend? Well, that is going to be the question, isn't it? Enrico, can we do 3 for 3 and get a perfect weekend for you and Joel?
Yeah, until now was a really good weekend. The team did a really good job, and also Joel did a really good job. And now we are back on the first row for the endurance race, and I hope it's not going to start raining. We will see.
Yeah, you're probably doing an anti-rain dance, but there is a rather large black cloud behind you. I mean, that's going to throw some havoc in the mix, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really hard when it starts raining now. It's all guys are on slicks. And when it starts raining, it's really difficult if you go on rain tires or you stay on slicks. But I think our team is so experienced that we can work with it.
Yeah, you guys run a lot on the Nürburgring as well, so you're probably used to changeable conditions.
Yeah, we are really used to this, yeah.
Best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. Right, I am going to try and speak to Ravi. Of course, they had a little bit of a tricky race this morning, but I am interested to get his thoughts. Ravi, just quickly, I mean, there's a rather large black cloud coming our way. What do you do in terms of setup on this? Do you go all in on the dry setup or know that it's possible to rain?
We're dry at the moment, hoping it's going to stay dry. If it doesn't stay dry, talk to me after the race.
How tricky is it going to be if that rain does come down? I mean, to make the decision, first of all, on when you change the tyres.
I don't know, it's anybody's guess. I mean, changing the tyres is quite a big penalty, so you're better off just hanging on and being careful. I mean, if it starts to rain and everyone's on slicks, it's going to be very entertaining for those watching, but it will be a game of survival for us.
It certainly will be entertaining. Hopefully no dramas for you. I mean, it's been a bit of an up and down weekend so far. So what would kind of end the weekend on a high for you?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, at the end of the day, let's pick up some points. We've done really well. You know, despite yesterday's result, we extended our points gap. So I'd like a clean race. I'd like the Porsches to behave themselves. I know Enrico's fine, so let's see how we get on.
All right, well, I hope you all behave yourselves out there and certainly have a lot of fun. Well, it's going to be interesting because the second row of the grid is all Porsches, and we know they have gone well in the wet. As I say, dry right now, but we are not expecting it to stay that way. I am going to jump in with Frederick if I can. Had a tricky race earlier. Am I able to jump in and just chat to Frederick quickly? Well, Frederick, the question is going to be if it stays dry. The Porsches look quite handy in the wet, so are you doing a rain dance?
Yeah, for sure I do, yeah. Yeah, I did it already, so we see.
Let's see what happens. What about going down to turn 1? Can you put pressure on these two?
I'll try my best.
Try your best, have fun out there. Right, we will continue back on the grid because we've got a little bit more time. So I am going to continue to show you the 111 Pro-Am car of Cedric Fuchs and Willy Kuhne. Of course, they had a great race earlier today. SR securing the 1-2, their first ever 1-2 in the GT4s. Can they do it again? And can they win the final race of the weekend?
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
So then the cars are already rolling on the formation lap for this race. That was snappy. It is the third and final race for the GT4 Winter Series, and Enrico Ferderer will start this race from pole position. The SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau machine alongside Ravi Ramid of L'Espace Bienvenue, who managed to regain the podium that Charlie Robertson lost in that previous race. Frederick Zavirs, who starts from third place, was punished for that that little bit of contact they had. 5-second penalty, down to P4. Joachim Bolting in 4th on the grid, the AM pole sitter. A solid effort from him in the session that determined this grid. We do understand the 96 McLaren is stopped on the grid, so when we get there, bear in mind it might not take the start. 5th and 6th position will be the Bruno Pereira 007 Arujo Competição Aston Martin alongside Cedric Fuchs in the 111 Mercedes AMG GT4. P7, P8, Franz Linden, the number 66 Speedworks car alongside Thilo Goss, the club class BWT Muka Motorsport machine, which he'll hand over to the charging Matis Plushkel. Troy Savicka starting from 9th place. Oh, I expect him to move up through the order, taking the first stint of the race. Gonzalo Vega in the 96 car, we hope, if they can get the car off the line. Tom Happerberg in 11th place for CV Performance and JP Motorsport, and Bruno Arruda taking up, or Renault Arruda, sorry, taking up the last slot of the grid. Just the 12 cars, yes, but boy oh boy have they offered us some good racing so far.
Both races so far this weekend have been mightily entertaining, particularly the battles involving the Pro-Am drivers. We've had, I guess, one of the big storylines this weekend has been WNS Motorsport versus L'Espace Bienvenu. Both races now, we've had contact between the WNS Porsche, or AWNS Porsche, and the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW. That contact that we had between Frederick Zabis and Charlie Robertson towards the back end of race number 2, which saw the Porsche move through after a bit of contact down at Parabolica Interior. That did result in a 5-second time penalty being given to Frederick Zabis, so the BMW driver Charlie Robertson ended up re-inheriting 3rd place overall, and therefore 2nd place, crucially, in Pro-Am. Remember, we've got this sort of battle, maybe championship battle, bubbling away between the 111 SR Motorsport Mercedes, the 71 L'Espace Bienvenu BMW, at least within the Pro-Am ranks, and that was of some significance. It's more points for L'Espace Bienvenu, and of course they've got a good opportunity here to go after an overall race win as well.
Okay, so then the cars are rolling towards the grid. We are about to go racing. 2x2 formation. The conditions on the circuit right now are dry. The forecast suggests we should stay that way. The cloud cover directly around the circuit makes some of us a little bit suspicious. So then we are about to go racing. It will be SR Motorsport's number 11 car, Enrico Ferderer, controlling the field from pole position, but can Ravi Ramyid get a good start? What about the 2 WNS Porsches from the 2nd row of the grid? Can either of them make an interference play in the early stages? We are underway. It's a good start from row 3. Oh, but Troy Savicka into the wall. A tag there in the mid-pack, and unfortunately that Lotus Emira GT4 with a heavy impact into the barrier, and that's a huge shame. Safety car immediately deployed, of course, but oh, that is not what you want to see at the very start of the race. Not sure whom the other party was in that. The safety car is out, so everyone needs to get told that. We've still got some trying to make up positions, but I'm sure we'll get some alternative looks at that, but certainly someone tagged the Lotus.
There is damage to the left front corner of Franz Linden's Speedworks Porsche. He started directly ahead of Troy Savicka on the grid. 7th for Linden, 9th for Savicka. Could be a coincidence, but there's a little bit of trim loose, I think, on the front of the yellow and black Porsche, and that will potentially prove to be as a result of that contact. We'll wait until we get another look at that, but that's such a shame. Troy Savicka, a big hit into the wall there. We've seen that before here at Estoril as well. It's not the widest of racetracks, Estoril, and everybody wants to try and get the preferred line into turn 1. It's a great opportunity to make some progress, and unfortunately this time around there was some contact long before we got to the braking zone at turn number 1. Good start though, as you mentioned, for Cedric Fuchs, that 111 Mercedes, which had such a good result earlier on. Of course, that 111 car 2nd in class yesterday, Pro-Am that is, and won the Pro-Am category in race number 2 earlier on today. So he definitely wanted to try and make some progress. He's up to 5th, so he's gained 1 position. and his next target will be the Araujo Competição Aston Martin of Bruno Pereira. Right, a chance then, I think, to take a look back in a moment at what happened at the start of the race. There is the yellow Porsche that I mentioned. Did it have something to do with Troy Savicka's demise?
Oh,
yes, it did. They were almost 4 wide there, weren't they, Adam, really? A big pinch point, and unfortunately, it's Savicka who came out of that the worst.
Yeah, I don't think Savicka had anywhere to go to his left because Matis Plushkel was there. Linden was maybe just slightly coming across, and it just, yeah, it was a racing incident, I think, ultimately, but a costly one for Blue Garage Racing. And we've also had our director confirm that Savicka is out of the car. It looks like we're going to drive them through the pits. The race controllers confirmed that. So that means that they will obviously just be avoiding all of that debris. The last thing you want to do is run them through a carbon fibre field, which is probably what they've got on the main straight at the moment. Now, for the teams that have their pro driver at the wheel, I'm looking at maybe Cedric Fuchs, for example, in the 111 SR Motorsport by Schnitzlau Mercedes. This is a bit costly, isn't it? Because it means that a time where the quicker of the two drivers would be gaining and building a cushion for later on, instead, that simply is not happening. But for someone like Ravi Ramyid, although the delta between himself and Charlie Robertson is sometimes kind of scarce, no disrespect to Charlie, it's just Ravi is that quick sometimes. Or indeed someone like Thilo Goss, I'm thinking in particular, this will really help because, of course, he's now neutralising some of his minutes. He'll very quickly shove the Aston in Matis Pushkel's direction, and we'll see what happens from there.
Yes, indeed. So it's always a bit of a risk, I think, sometimes to put your quicker, more experienced pro driver in at the start of the race, because that is statistically when you're more likely to get a safety car period, and yeah, you can sometimes end up being bitten by that later on in the race. This is on board with Troy Savicka. Bang into the wall. That was a heavy rear end hit, and then another swipe down the side. That will have done all sorts of damage to both the left front and left rear corners, and possibly right rear where the initial contact was. There, look, you can see the little bit of trim hanging off the front of Franz Linden's car. That hopefully won't be causing him too much of a concern, unless, of course, it's done something to the steering rack, which perhaps he will be trying to investigate now at low speed behind the safety car.
Yeah, I should think it won't have been that substantial of an impact to the car, but we don't know, of course, until we've seen them really at racing speed. If anyone knows right now, to your point, it is Franz Linden, but he hasn't pulled into the pits, which is, at the very least, a positive sign. Now, Ravi Ramyid there in second place. He'll be waiting with bated breath to see when he needs to prepare himself to launch back into racing conditions. I will say, when it comes to Blue Garage Racing and the Lotus Emira, I just really hope that that's not the last time we see them, because last year in the GT4 Winter Series, they were meant to join us at Valencia. They had a crash in practice, or even before practice, at one of the endless summer track day events that preceded the Winter Series weekend. They had an incident, and that damaged the car. They therefore didn't take part last season. They're meant to be with us for a majority of this year, and I just hope that the car isn't badly damaged enough that we see less of the Lotus than we originally thought, because that is quite cool to see, because the Emira is one of the rarer cars in the GT4 space.
It looks great and it sounds great as well, so that's 2 big ticks for me. So yes, I really do hope that we get to see more of that car in the future. They've got a few weeks, haven't they, before the next GT4 Winter Series event, because of course we have a week off next week, then we have the Portimao 6 hours, and then a week after that we reconvene at Valencia for the 3rd round of the Winter Series championships, if you like. So yeah, they've got a little bit of time to hopefully prepare the car, but obviously it's not always just about how much time you have as to how likely it is the car makes a reappearance. We were riding on board briefly there with Jürgen Bolting. He was in the wars a little bit in his race earlier on. He was definitely hoping for more rain this afternoon, he told me on the podium, but as of yet, somehow, and I really do emphasise somehow, it is skirting around us. The track remains dry and ideal conditions really now for racing, because it's still relatively cool out there, so tyre management isn't such an issue. But those damp patches that were catching people out earlier on in the morning, thankfully now much fewer and further between, so pretty decent conditions for the drivers. What they really want, though, of course, is to be let loose at full racing speed, and that, I think, is at least another lap or so away.
Yeah, they're still in the process of recovering the car and then sweeping up some shards of the car as well. Worth noting as well that Joachim Bolting, he lost places, didn't he? He's down to 8th position out there on the circuit, but it is good to see the 96 McLaren is out there. Not only is it out there, but the driver that was a bit of a headline grabber and a eyeball popper, shall we say, in the club class in yesterday's first race of the weekend, Gonzalo Vega is out there on the circuit. So I think that's an interesting point to make, that he might be once again getting some of our attention with what was quite leery driving, I must say, on Saturday in the first time he'd sat in the car. The first day of driving the car was yesterday, and he was already on full opposite lock more often than not.
I could just tell when I spoke to him after the race as well that he really enjoyed himself yesterday. It was a great opportunity for him to show what he could do, and clearly full of confidence, had the car exactly where he wanted it, and was making good progress as well as entertaining us with some spectacular driving. So yeah, looking forward hopefully to seeing more of that in the relatively near future. Well, there is the weather picture. The clouds very much starting to encroach upon the hills and mountains surrounding the Estoril circuit. But as long as they stay off in the distance, we're okay for now. It's noticeably warmer now than it was earlier on in the day, I have to say. And when the sun breaks through the cloud, it's a really very pleasant afternoon. But we'll wait and see if it remains that way for the next few hours or not.
So the car we were just talking about, the Gonzalo Vega-driven Zone Racing McLaren, he's sharing that car with Ivo Prada, who we sadly didn't see in race number 2 earlier on. So hopefully that car lasts through the first stint and Ivo gets his chance to race. He's based, well, his business is based a kilometre from this circuit. He runs his eponymous Prada Cars dealership just down the road. I think we drive past it on the way to the hotel every morning. So a local driver for the fans to support. And of course, if you are a fan of racing in this region, or with the means to travel to this region of Iberia, tickets for all of our events are available on the Winter Series website, winter-series.racing.com. No, not .com, .racing, as I just said, winter-series.racing. On there, you can see the ticket prices, you can purchase the tickets, all very affordable for a weekend of international motorsport. Great atmosphere, lots of access. If you've ever wanted to have a pick of the brain of a racing driver, they're usually around walking, and we can have a chat or two out there. It's a very friendly environment, and of course we have 2 very exciting events coming up in the Winter Series calendar. The 6 hour of Portimao in a fortnight's time, that's going to be absolutely epic. And then what is traditionally already the busiest Winter Series weekend from a spectator footfall perspective, the Valencia round, where we had 10,000 people in 2024. In 2026, I'm expecting that number to jump significantly forward, because we have the guys from RU, one of the Spanish leading car culture epicenters, let's say, or car culture organizations. They've got live music, they've got loads of modified cars and supercars on display at that event as well. It is going to be a downright festival, everybody. Make sure you come along and enjoy yourself for that one. It will be the Sports Prototype Winter Series, new for 2026. It will be the Formula Winter Series and our 2 GT grids, all there. It will be a great time. Right now, we're having a great time here at Estoril in the GT4 Winter Series, albeit currently curtailed by the presence of a safety car. Now, is that safety car arcing straight, or are we going into the pits? It looks like we are staying on the prescribed tarmac on the main straight. The car has been removed. There are no broomstick-clad marshals there, so that tells me we're not far away, Andy.
Fingers crossed, yes. All that's left now are the witness marks down the wall and the tyre tracks heading towards it, courtesy of Troy Savitska's Lotus. That is, as we said, a real shame to see that car come to grief in that way, but yeah, hopefully we'll have them back out a bit later on in the season. For now, though, we look ahead to the restart, and Enrico Federer will be really quite keen to get on with this now and try and build a gap over the Pro-Am cars behind him. The next 4 cars, in fact, behind him are all Pro-Ams. Ravi Ramid, Frederick Zabis, Bruno Pereira and Cedric Fuchs. And Cedric perhaps could be the one to watch out for here as he tries to gain a little bit of ground up the order and repeat that win from earlier on. Then you've got your club class leader, Gonzalo Vega, in that number 96 Zone Racing McLaren 570S. The AM class, of course, led by Jürgen Bolting. resulting, the only AM driver here, and Franz Linden with a possibly slightly walking wounded Porsche Cayman GT4 leads the Cayman Trophy. So they're your class leaders for now, but particularly in Pro-Am, Adam, I think there's a good chance we'll see a bit of chopping and changing before the race is over.
I am inclined to agree with you, sir. Of course, Frederik Zebis, who drove to a winning final stint last time out in the GT4 Winter Series pit stop race at Portimao, sharing that car with Tim Horrell, who will take the car over for the last phase of the race. He is the bronze driver. Of course, we had that conversation with him about what he gets up to away from the track during the lunch break. But he is a bronze driver who is incredibly fast, and that of the Pro-Am lineups is arguably the most consistent of them across the two drivers. It's a debate between those and, of course, Ramid and Robertson.
Indeed so. So, yeah, interesting situation. We're about to unfold, we hope, because the safety car's coming in this time. So we'll start now maybe to get some answers to these questions we've been posing. And yeah, not a million miles away from the pit stop window opening either. The field then bunches up behind Enrico Ferderer. Most safety car restarts so far this weekend, the leading driver has elected to accelerate about halfway round the final turn. Let's see whether that's the same plan for Enrico Ferderer. Whatever he does, he wants to try and get himself away from that Pro-Am battle as quickly as he can. That's not really a battle he's all that keen to be involved in.
Oh, he's pulled the trigger a bit early, hasn't he, through the apex turn 12 at the S's. Catching perhaps Ramid out just based on the fact of what you were saying. Yes, that has been the rule so far, about halfway through the final turn, but perfectly legal restart. Enrico Ferderer gains himself 3, 4, maybe even 5 car lengths before they come across the line to go back to green flag racing. In second position is Ravi Ramid, and under pressure for 4th place is Bruno Pereira. He's got Cedric Fuchs to the inside, much to your prediction, Andy. Fuchs is on it immediately, trying to get himself up the order and hand the baton over to Wilhelm Kuhne in a good position. But Fuchs remains behind the Araujo Competição Aston Martin for now. Let's see if he can get this move done.
Yeah, he'll be keen to, won't he? But again, before Ramid and Zabis get too far away, there you see Ferderer's lead. Ramid's BMW has looked a handful, honestly, all weekend long in whatever conditions it's been out there in. And again, it just had a bit of a twitch as he turned into the left-hander at Curva VIP. That leaves him perhaps vulnerable to attack from Zabis's very rapid Porsche. Here it comes, up the inside line into the left-hander, late on the brakes. And Frederik Zabis just about makes some sort of an apex and takes the place away. And that all stems from that little moment just on turn into Curva VIP for Ramid. He couldn't get on the power. We know the Porsche is good in a straight line anyway, and Zabis played that absolutely into his hands. Ramid, I fear, might now be in danger of falling even further, though. He just can't seem to get up to speed on this restart. And Pereira and Fuchs now lining up behind to have a go as well.
Yeah, worth remembering that car took a mighty hit from not one but 2 W&S Motorsport Porsches in race 1 of the weekend, and while they have repaired the car, of course, I mean, it's still a lot of work that they had to do to it, so every chance the car may not be A1. Here comes Cedric Fuchs to the inside line as they head around turn 13 of the lap, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, and by the time they exit the corner, it is Cedric Fuchs into the lead. Just dove to the inside there, looks more confident at the helm of that 111 car, but will we see a retaliation now from Bruno Pereira? He's got the outside line as they come towards the first corner. Tom Pappenberg not a million miles away from this as well in the second place Pro Class car, the CV Performance JP Motorsport Mercedes. Cedric Fuchs holds on for the time being, but good to see Pereira there, by no means giving up on the fight.
No, absolutely not, although he might now be under attack. He is now under attack from Tom Pappenberg, who launches to the inside into turn 3, and this could now be 2 places lost in less than half a lap. Pereira will have the inside line, though, for Curva VIP, and manages to keep the Aston Martin ahead for now. But this is, yeah, really fascinating battle. Cedric Fuchs, no doubt about it, is the man on a mission, though. And look, he's almost drawing level with Ramid now. This is where Ravi lost a place a lap ago, and it's going to be history repeating itself, I think. Cedric Fuchs to the inside, into the braking zone at Parabolica Interior. And I don't think there's a lot that Ramid can do about that. Yet through goes the SR Motorsport Mercedes, and that's 2 places lost for Ravi. So often you see that, though, especially in a tightly knit group of cars like this. You get overtaken once, it knocks you out of your rhythm, and it's not uncommon to see that same driver then lose multiple further positions.
No, exactly right, and ditto Cedric, of course, once you get that first overtake done, that spurs you on. You're like, yes, I can do this. Great, let's keep going. He's up to 3rd place. He's now going to have quite the task, I think, chasing Frederic's Abyss, although Zebis has a bit less experience, of course, just his 2nd meeting in cars, never mind in GTs, having graduated from karting at the tail end of last year. So the experience advantage, quite obviously, with the Cedric Fuchs machine, or the Cedric Fuchs man. Getting myself all mixed up there, but of course he was the rookie champion in last year's GT4 Germany, and we expect him to continue charging. Here comes Tom Pappenberg on his first weekend in car racing. He's got the outside line here going into the first corner. Bruno Pereira must feel a bit hard done by here. He's been a target for just about everyone so far, at least within the top half dozen, but he holds on for the time being. Really impressed by Pappenberg. I shouldn't be surprised. He's got Nico Verdonk in his artillery as his driver coach. He's done a lot of testing in cars so far, but this is his first race appearance. He's taking to it very well indeed. He has the inside line. They'll be side by side coming out of the corner. Which car will have the superior pull? Will Pappenberg be able to hold on for the inside line at the Parabolica interior? The answer is no. Couldn't quite make it too wide through there, or didn't have the confidence to make it too wide through there. Pereira holds on to 5th for now.
It does look as though that Aston Martin performs well down the straights, though. I think that might have had something to do with that there. Also, Pappenberg, of course, with the tighter line through curve of VIP, that does restrict your exit speed slightly. I noticed Pereira, conversely, really does like a very wide, sweeping line, and that's why initially Cedric Fuchs was able to get to the inside of him through the final corner, because the Aston Martin was taking a much longer route through the turn, looking for a good exit, obviously, but it didn't really matter once the Mercedes had slipped up the inside. What of Cedric Fuchs? Well, his lap time last time by was a couple of tenths quicker than Frederic's Abyss ahead of him, so that gap is less than a second, and that's of some significance because, yes, it's for 2nd place overall, but much more importantly, it's for the win, or the lead, at least in the Pro-Am class, and they are absolutely together now, as are these two. Pereira and Pappenberg, 5th position there, debating in different classes, but Pappenberg really would like to try and make a bit more progress here. A defensive line taken by Pereira. There's just about a Mercedes width gap on the inside, though, and finally Tom Pappenberg takes advantage of that and moves through.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Pappenberg. Felt like it was coming, but had to take the right opportunity. We thought he had it a lap ago. He's been slightly delayed, but he's now up to 5th position. Next target will be Ravi Ramyid in the car that now runs 3rd in the Pro-Am category. For Ravi, I think part of the mission here is to stay just close enough to that Pro-Am lead battle so he can hand over to Charlie Robertson in a strong position. Cedric Fuchs, though, is looking menacing on the back of that black and red Porsche as they head down towards Parabolica interior. Zebis is having to drive through the mirrors here. Of course, while all of this is going on, Enrico Federer is steaming off at the front of the field. The one of 2 drivers in the 145s, the other one being the other SR Motorsport Mercedes. The quickest car on track right now is Cedric Fuchs.
Yes, it is, and he now attaches himself to the back of the WNS Motorsport Porsche. Let's see whether there's a move to be made. The back of Zebis's car there, just twitching around through the left-hand kink at turn 8. Cedric closes right in onto the back of it through Gancho, and might even have an overlap, actually, as we head into the penultimate corner. Not quite close enough through the S's, but this has a sense of inevitability about it, doesn't it? The Mercedes looks the better of the cars. Cedric looks the more confident of the 2 drivers, and he looks as though he's well within striking range going onto the straight. Oh, if only he wasn't trying to overtake probably the fastest car in a straight line on this grid. That gap, I think, might now start to grow. And yep, you can see it right before our eyes. The Porsche stretches its legs and probably will be out of the danger zone by the time it reaches turn 1.
Yeah, cuts through the air so well, does the little Cayman compared to some of its larger front-engined adversaries. It's the only mid-rear engine car in the top 6. It's all front engines around the WNS Motorsport Porsche Cayman. Just to quickly recap on some of the class situations, we've got Joachim Bolting, of course, leading the AM class. He's all on his own there in 7th overall. Vega leading the club class, but he is only about 7/10 of a second clear of Linden, the Cayman Trophy leader. So there's a bit of a battle on there for 8th overall. Vega, though, leading the club class, and we continue to watch this Pro-Am lead battle. Of course, Zebis is leading the Pro-Am category. However, Cedric Fuchs has every intention of making that a short-lived lead.
Seb is so late on the brakes there, and you can see the ABS working overtime to prevent the front axle from locking up, and that just lost him some speed on corner exit, and Cedric Fuchs closes back in. Where to make the move, though? The most obvious overtaking opportunity around here is turn 1. That's sort of off limits, really, for Cedric, because of that comes immediately after the strongest part of the circuit for the Porsche. So if it's going to be a move somewhere else, it will have to be a little bit more of a risk. This is where he's particularly quick, gets the Mercedes rotated through Gancho, but where to go with it? He's then stuck on the outside into the S's, and now that the track is fully dry, that isn't really the overtaking line. Again, closes to within touching distance of the WNS Porsche through the final corner. Even with a really good slipstream, though, I doubt he'll be close enough to lunge into turn 1.
No, he's not going to quite be able to do it. It does look to me like the door is slightly ajar on the passenger side, or what you and I would call the driver side, being from the UK. It's been like that the entire race. It just looks like there's some slightly misaligned panel, or just the door not quite closed in properly. It doesn't look like it's a problem, but maybe costing him a kilometre of an hour or so in the long straight, with the drag coefficient being affected.
Yeah, the window possibly, I think, might have popped out or something like that. That looks a little bit like what it is. We'll have a look if we get a proper look at the right-hand side of that car, but that won't be helping straight line speed, of course. Aerodynamically, it will be hindered by that ever so slightly. Here's the battle you were mentioning before then. This is 8th position, Vega and Linden, who's soldiering on in that Cayman. Here is the move, though. Cedric Fuchs has got a much better exit out of Curva VIP. He's got the inside line for the Parabolica interior, and I think he's very shortly going to have the class lead. Yes, he does. Well, I said if the move was going to come, it probably wouldn't come up the end of the long main straight, but he did look really good in this middle sector, and finally he's made that work out for him, and he now leads in Pro-Am.
Exactly right. So the Pro-Am lead has changed hands. It's once again an SR Motorsport 1-2 then. That's the result they had in race 2 earlier on today. They love to make it a double up of that scenario in this third and final race of the weekend. We'll have to wait and see if that comes to pass. Meanwhile, Pappenberg was all over the back of Ravi Ramyid. Yes, there they are in the back of shot. Ravi in the big BMW is once again under pressure. The window is gone. Oh, and that's Perspex all over the circuit now as Ravi Ramyid runs it over. Of course, not glass in the windows of a race car, but all the same, yes, it was the window, and, well, it's gone.
Yes. Now, I'm not sure if that's better or worse aerodynamically. I suspect possibly it's not going to improve things massively. It will certainly have caught the attention of Cedric Fuchs. If he wasn't already aware of the loose window, then I think he certainly will be now. And it would have been a bit of a shock for Frederick Zebis behind him as well. But anyway, he doesn't seem to be slowing down because of it. In fact, he just did a purple final sector as the window came out. So it certainly didn't slow him down a huge amount. 3.7 seconds the gap to Enrico Ferderer. Let's watch that gap with interest. 4/10 it came down by on the last lap alone.
Yeah, Cedric Fuchs really seems to have gelled well with this circuit. Of course, limited dry running for everybody, but he seems to have immediately figured it out when it comes to running these cars on slicks. Tom Pappenberg looking very threatening. The headlights left on flash mode in perpetuity, it seems, as he's on the back of Ravi Ramyid. Inside line beckons. It doesn't look like Ravi's trying to fight this too hard. Pappenberg gives a little bit of a lead to Ravi Ramyid and gets through into 4th overall. I think maybe just thinking, I'll follow your tracks, see if I can maybe gain a little time in your wheel tracks and hand this car over to Charlie cleanly. Incidentally, the pit window is now open. We're about 25 seconds into that, so this is the first opportunity as they come past the pit lane to potentially jump out of the car.
Yes, I would not be surprised if this BMW is one of the first visitors to the pit lane. Ravi will be keen to unleash Charlie Robertson, his pro driver, and see if he can maybe get them back into contention for the lead of class. I'd say they're still well in contention in this race, given the pace that Charlie usually has. In fact, Ravi's having a little think about coming back against Tom Pappenberg. Does he bail for the pit lane? Answer, yes, he does. So the L'Espace Bienvenue team will very shortly get to work on the pit stop, and Charlie Robertson then is going to be the first of the second drivers to get behind the wheel, and he will have to push from the moment he gets out on track. It'll be interesting to see where that car comes out once all is said and done in the pit stops.
Yes, I think we saw there Joachim Bolting heading to the pits as well at the very back of shot. So the AM class driver taking his first opportunity as well to make the pit stop. And he's, of course, a solo driver, so there's no real jostling on that regard. But just decided to get it out of the way early and focus in on the latter half, plus a couple of minutes of the race.
Yes, always a good idea though, I think, to come in early, just in case you get a safety car or something like that. It's always better to have already done your pit stop, I find, in that situation. Lap times at the front, half a second quicker than Enrico Federer was Cedric Fuchs that time. So that is a definite advantage, I think, for Cedric against Enrico, who of course has just been minding his own business so far in this race. He's had no one around him, no traffic to deal with, no battling for position to be done. Cedric, though, has charged his way through the order and is now in a really strong position. Looks like quite comfortably the fastest driver on track. Sixth he started, second he runs, and gaining by the corner on the race leader. He was 0.03 of a second quicker than Enrico in Sector 1, but then Sector 2 about 0.3 gains. So car 111 is definitely getting closer, and this could all come down to the timing of the pit stops.
Absolutely right. So we saw there the Franz Linden-driven Speedworks car into the pit lane. Of course, Anna Hofmeister will take that one over, and I suspect it'll move slightly up the field as a consequence of that. Arne, very quick indeed, had a great success over the course of the summer season, racing at the Nordschleife, winning the NLS Porsche Endurance Trophy Cup 2 class, which is effectively Carrera Cup within NLS, if you want to put it in the most simple of terms. Papenburg into the pits, Pereira into the pits as well, so two more shed from that first half dozen or so. Federer continuing, and no surprise either that Fuchs and Zebes are continuing as the Pro-Am entries continue to charge towards the rear of Federer. I do, however, think that Enrico is probably being a bit generous to Joel Mesh and leaving him some Pirelli to work with.
Very good point, actually, yes. There's no point in him setting purple sector after purple sector right now because, yeah, the tyres will not be changed. What they may do, of course, is adjust the tyre pressure slightly, as we saw there the Arroyo Competição team doing, but yeah, the tyres themselves will be expected to do the full race without being changed. Enrico Federer then 2.5 seconds clear at the start of the lap. Actually gained a 10th or so in Sector 1, lost that 10th or so back in Sector 2. So the first part of the lap, actually, Enrico's pretty solid. It's the second and third sectors where Cedric seems to have a little bit of an advantage. Do either of them bail for the pit lane this time, though, I wonder? I suspect not in the Enrico Federer camp. What about Cedric Fuchs? I guess really there's no point dragging him in now when he's clearly absolutely in the zone.
Brenner Aruda's number 95 McLaren looked to be smoking a little bit there. I hope that was some over-hot brakes rather than anything more sinister coming from the back axle on a mid-engine car. Of course, that could be gearbox, that could be engine. Let's hope it's nothing that severe. It didn't look like it was anything that severe for what it's worth, but the proof will be in the pulling out once the co-driver hops in the car. Papenburg comes out of the pit lane. Pereira follows him. The top three have stayed out on track for another lap. In fact, I suspect the top four will as well, because Vega is in the zone out there on track as well, currently leading the club class in that 96 McLaren. We'll see if Gonzalo Vega wants to split it down the middle with his cohort, or whether he pushes it to the end of the window.
Charlie Robertson there, right back in the fight now, though, isn't he? Because as the Aston Martin came out in front of him, Charlie Robertson was only a length or so behind. So that is the benefit, of course, of getting your pro driver in at the first possible opportunity.
Well, actually, no, that's a time loss, because the Aston Martin was behind before they came into the pits.
Oh, right. Oh, okay, yes. No, you're right. Of course, that position didn't change. So, yeah, slow pit stop maybe then for Century. And I think we saw something similar to that. Sorry for Bienvenue, fell into old habits there. Yeah, I think we saw that similar sort of thing happening last time at Portimao for them, actually. So, yeah, Charlie Robertson with a bit of extra work to do.
Yes, just a little extra hurdle put up against him. Just looking at the times, yeah, it was a 2:02 as Charlie Robertson dives to the inside there. That was a little bit unexpected for me, and I guess for the Aston driver as well. Federico Peters getting dispatched there by Charlie Robertson, and with the reason being that he needs to get on with it from here.
Car 71, the L'Espace Bienvenue BMW, is under investigation for an incorrect starting position in the at the start of the race, actually. Yes, I was half expecting that to be a pit box infringement thing, which might have explained the slow stop, but no, that's from the very start of the race. So a potential penalty hanging over that 71 car. We shall wait and see. In, though, is the number 11 car. In fact, both Federer and Frederik Zebis are in, so that leaves Cedric Fuchs now as the race leader, and Enrico Federer just after the halfway mark in to hand over that number 11 car. And let's see where it pops out when the pit stop is done.
So then 1 minute and 56 seconds is the time delta they have to adhere to for the pit stop this time. We have had some 1 minute 56s from the likes of Tom Pappenberg's CV Performance JV Motorsport crew, so they've just about nailed it. It was a 2:02 for Robertson and Ramyed, so that goes some way to explaining what's happened there. But Robertson has regained the position. He's now going to have to try and reclaim the time, which might be difficult with Tim Horrell already strapping into the number 30 WNS Porsche. That's going to be, with respect to Villicuna, I suspect Charlie Robertson's main hurdle to Pro-Am victory in the latter phase of this race, and we know that Tim can match the silvers and golds on his day.
Yeah, absolutely. That is not going to be an easy battle for Charlie Robertson to win. Body language of the BMW, though, looks very, very attacking, doesn't it? Really turning into the corner with so much more conviction, and that is the sign of a pro driver, isn't it? That's where they find their time. Out goes the Porsche now. It's a very long run out of the pit lane. The pit lane speed limit line is quite a long way down towards turn 1, so he will not be up to full speed just yet, but I still suspect will come out some way ahead of this car.
I think it'll be somewhere around a dozen seconds, if not a little bit more. There goes Horrell out of pit exit. Pappenberg next across the line in terms of the overall order, and of course that's the other thing for Charlie Robertson. Yes, he's probably going to be mentally speaking shooting lasers through the bumper of Tim Horrell, but he's got the obstacle of Pappenberg between himself and the Pro-Am leading Porsche. Meanwhile, Cedric Fuchs is into the pits at what would, I think, have been the last opportunity. Villicuna will therefore take the car over. Will he take over the Pro-Am lead is the question. We'll see where that car comes out relative to the number 30 WNS Porsche of Tim Horrell.
Well, indeed, there is the SR Motorsport pit stop being conducted, and Villicuna will get into the car, hopefully come out in a commanding position. Car 96 has a drive-through penalty for a starting procedure infringement. That is the Zone Racing car which was started by Gonzalo Vega. That's the one that stopped on the grid. Was it 96 or 95? 96, yes. So that will be linked to that, no doubt. And so penalty for them, that would be making me a little bit nervous if I were either Charlie Robertson or Ravi Ramyed, because of course they're being investigated similarly for something much the same.
And that is the Aston Martin now taken over by Mattis Plushkel, and it's stopped at turn 2, and I think it might be stopped to a permanent end, and that is hugely unfortunate. We saw similar, of course, last week in the pit stop race, Plushkel at the very end of the race pulling up. Now here is the Pro-Am lead moment. Here comes Villicuna. He's going to come out right behind the overall leader, Joel Mesh, which isn't a surprise given Cedric Fuchs's pace earlier on. He will be the Pro-Am leader, Villicuna. However, he's going to have he's very quickly going to have a hard charging Tim Horrell on his bumper, I suspect. There is Tim. That's 5 seconds, if not less. That's not going to take long.
It's not, is it? Charlie Robertson, by the way, just did a purple first sector as well, and by far that car's best lap of the race, so he's not completely out of this yet. So Charlie on the last lap of 146.2. Of course, it was Tim Horrell's out lap, and it was the SR Motorsport Mercedes in lap, so we'll have to wait a little bit longer to get a proper comparison of lap times, but I think these gaps are all going to start coming down quite quickly.
Mattis Plushkel has got the Aston Martin V8 Vantage running again, so no need for a safety car. You can hear the thing in the back of that shot. He's got it going again. He has said that there's a bit of a, I think it was an electrical hiccup on that car, but they've had to do some resets here and there. By no means will he be out of the Pro-Am contention now, with Ivo Prada having taken over the leading car, the 96, in that category. Plushkel being as talented as he is, and it's broadly experienced as he is in GT4s and indeed LMP3 cars, you wouldn't count it against him as long as the car stays underneath him to try and make it happen.
No, absolutely not. We've seen great things from him before. So the lapped McLaren gets out of the way dutifully there of the race leading car. There then is the Pro-Am leading car. We've had to change, have we?
Yep.
Already, wow.
Horrell's gotten through. There is Tim Horrell, just a flash going through shot. Oh, he's a little bit over ambitious there out of the final corner, but to confirm, he comes across the line second overall. He is the Pro-Am race leader. Tim Horrell has gotten past Villicuna. Pappenberg and Robertson are arriving, and I tell you what, Robertson has been shrinking the gap between not just himself and Pappenberg, but himself and Horrell. The last lap of 146.1 with a purple sector in Sector 1. He is the quickest car out there right now, Charlie Robertson, man on a mission.
Well, quite convincingly the fastest man on track. He was 1.1 seconds quicker than Tom Pappenberg alone on the last lap. He's right with Pappenberg now, and they're both boxed in behind Villicuna. So this is a three-way battle, but it's one that could well decide itself in the next corner. There we go. Robertson's got past one. He's got past both of them. Fantastic stuff. And Villicuna is really struggling for pace. I don't know what the issue is. I know we didn't expect him to be bang on the money maybe, but is there a problem maybe with that car? Down into the braking zone we go then. That is a defensive line from Robertson, but I think that should be the last time he has to defend from Tom Pappenberg. I reckon his pace now should allow him to get away from the Mercedes. The question now then is, what is Robertson's pace in relation to Tim Horrell's pace in front? We will find out very shortly.
And will Tim Horrell go down swinging? Absolutely. If he has to, he will put everything on the line to hold that lead from Charlie Robertson. We look forward to seeing how that one unfolds. I suspect it'll be a couple of laps before we see him get to the rear of Horrell. We'll see what Tim's pace is now that his tyres are up to temperature, of course. But certainly, I mean, just in the first sector, there were 8/10 between Robertson and Horrell, and Robertson was in the midst of a battle at the time. So it does look like Charlie has got the car where he likes it right now.
Yeah, purple first sector, 21.4 as you said, so really, really flying. Here, meanwhile, is the Aston Martin coming through, and that is Federico Peters, who I think is going to gain that position before too much longer. That's another Pro-Am car, so that's now off the Pro-Am podium, more or less, for the SR Motorsport Mercedes, which is on the outside line into turn one, and will lose the position pretty convincingly. So through goes Federico Peters, then onto the class podium in the Aston Martin. And we'll wait and see whether he can maybe make some progress on the cars ahead. The lead gap, by the way, for Joel Mesh is now 12.3 seconds. Tim Horrell on the last lap was nearly a second slower than him. So, yeah, once again, not for the first time this weekend in GT4 Winter Series land. The action and the attention all focused really on Pro-Am.
Yeah, exactly right. Mesh and Furter are having a very good weekend here, but unfortunately, good progress is going to amount to nothing for Charlie Robertson. A drive-through penalty has flashed up on screen. A drive-through for starting in an incorrect position. And that just compounds what has been a bit of a frustrating weekend here for the L'espace Bienvenue team, for Ravi Ramian and Charlie Robertson. Charlie could still salvage a Pro-Am podium from this. In fact, I'm quite confident that he should. However, that is a big blow to what could have been an overall race podium.
Yeah, massively frustrating that. It's just not been their day, has it? And it often seems to be Charlie in the car when things have all gone wrong. Of course, he was tapped wide, wasn't he, in the latter stages of the previous race, on track at least, lost his overall podium finish as a result of that, having to argue the case in the stewards' room later. And now a drive-through penalty to be served. You might as well get it out of the way straight away. And so into the pit lane he comes now. I know you're frustrated, Charlie, but don't speed in the pit lane. Don't drive over a line you shouldn't drive over. Just get this served, and there's still, as Adam quite rightly says, I think, a class podium up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely. He'd have to close in, of course, on Federico Peters, with Kuna having already fallen outside of the top three. The agonising drive down this long pit lane here for Robertson, and as you alluded to, Andy, that pit lane speed limiter area continues well past what looks like the exit of the pit lane. He's going to fall behind Joachim Bolting as well, who once again is one of those drivers, as he's told you himself on the podium, doesn't care at all what class you're in. I'm here to race everybody. So Robertson might have a bit of trouble getting around him.
I suspect you might be right, and yeah, Jürgen Bolting up into 6th position then as a result of that. Robertson rejoins quite a long way behind Jürgen Bolting, in fairness, so he's got a real challenge on his hands now. 18 3/4 minutes left in which to do it, of course. What he really would like to see is a safety car, though. If something were to happen that brought about a safety car period, then Charlie Robertson would be right back in this. Without that, though, I think the bottom step of the Pro-Am podium perhaps is the best he can hope for.
Meanwhile, 3rd overall now for Pappenberg, who, lest we forget, started at the back of the field, so he's navigated his way through this race very well indeed, and very impressed by this young 15-year-old who celebrated his birthday here just yesterday. The performances we've seen have all been fairly mature. We've not seen a lot of the kind of lariness and on-edge driving that one would sometimes expect from a driver quite this young and quite this new.
Especially getting to grips with a car that he's not raced before, of course, and, you know, yes, he's done some testing miles, we believe, but it's a very different scenario in all of the challenging conditions they've had thrown at them. He's not embarrassed himself one bit, has he? It's been a very, very mature performance from Tom Pappenberg this weekend, and he has definitely caught a few people's attention for all the right reasons. He's in an overall podium position at the moment, not actually lapping quite as quickly as Tim Horrell, who we have to keep reminding ourselves is an AM driver, but Tim Horrell pretty comfortably now in 2nd place, 5.5 seconds clear of Pappenberg, and actually about 12 or 13 seconds clear of his nearest Pro-Am rival, Federico Peters. There is Robertson already nearly on the tail of Willy Kuhn, so he is moments away, I suspect, from moving back into a class top 3.
This will be for 4th in class, won't it? No, it won't. Sorry, I'm being very silly there. He is now up into a class podium. So yes, Kuhn was running 3rd briefly. Robertson now moves back up to P3. It's getting quite dark and overcast out there on the circuit. I can't help but notice. But Robertson up into 6th overall. Next target, about 3 seconds up the road, is Jürgen Bolting, the AM class leader, before he can continue chipping away at some Pro-Am positions.
Well, the Alpha Live weather forecasters tell us there is no rain expected in the next hour, so I'm sure that uses far more advanced technology than simply us looking out of the window at the hill and seeing whether the cloud is covering it or not. But again, we'll see. They've been right all day so far, in fairness, on that forecast. It has been remarkably pleasant.
And I can't believe that in all of the things Luke Austin told us in his sit-down interview with Izzy, meteorologist era was not something he covered. But no, in all seriousness, that's a very handy little graphic that we've got here for this weekend in particular, because the weather has been quite so changeable. Let's see what the gap is between Bolting and Robertson this time by. The Porsche is not too far away. There is a McLaren between them, the Duarte number 95 in the Gulf Fuels livery. Here comes Bolting across the line. You might be thinking that car was different looking on Saturday. Yes, there are some miscoloured panels on the car now. 3.6 seconds is the gap. Robertson with a little bit of work to do.
Yes, indeed. So 1.1 seconds quicker last time, though, so I think he'll be there before too much longer.
I've just noticed Mattis Plushkel has already taken the class lead in the club class. Now, he was about 40 seconds back 10 minutes ago from the class lead that was held by Ivo Prada, but 6 seconds per lap faster. He's already gained himself that class lead back. Mattis Plushkel in the older, louder Aston, doing a great job.
Indeed, so 25 seconds clear now of Ivo Prada, 2nd in club, and 3rd for Antonio Duarte at the moment. Their pair of McLaren 570Ss. On board with Jürgen Bolting, then dropping down the hill into Parabolica Interior, and left-hander climbing uphill on the exit. This, of course, is where he looped it in the wet conditions earlier on, managing to keep things pointing in the right direction this time around. Charlie Robertson, though, also continues to charge in the 1st sector of this lap. He was only a 10th and a half quicker, actually. 2nd sector time coming in now. He's 2/10 slower than Jürgen Bolting in the middle sector of the lap. No, he's not, sorry, he's 8/10 quicker. I'm misreading that quite comprehensively. 8/10 quicker than Bolting in sector 2. And yes, I think that gap is going to be virtually nothing within the next lap or so. Massively frustrating this, though, for Charlie Robertson. It's not the position, with all due respect to Jürgen Bolting, that he thought he would be battling for in this race, but it is the mark of a good pro that you will salvage what you can. Overall finishing positions, of course, do count for something, championship-wise, in GT4 Winter Series, so worth getting every place that he can.
In the back of shot there as well, you can see that Arne Hofmeister is next in the queue. He has gotten himself past Villikuna for 7th overall, so just a little note there to keep an eye on Hofmeister's progress in the Cayman Trophy car. The 95% of the way to GT4 is how I'd put it. It's got a little bit less aero, it's got a little bit less power, but it is pretty comparable to a GT4 in the correct hands. We watch on then as Jürgen Bolting continues to get slowly reeled in by Charlie Robertson, but again, I think Charlie will be aware, if anything, of the fact that once he does get to the bumper, there's every chance Jürgen isn't going to go down without at least putting a couple of swings in.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think we'll see him putting the indicator on and moving aside, will we? So Robertson's going to have to earn this one. Charlie's lap times continue to be strong. He's lapping around a second a lap quicker than Federico Peters, but Federico is 13 seconds further up the road, even from Jürgen Bolting. So this might be realistically the last overtake that Charlie Robertson has to make in this race. Although I think we're near the end of the race, 12 3/4 minutes still to go. So you never know. Charlie will keep on pushing on. A lot of that, of course, will depend on how quickly he can get past the Porsche, though. And as we've sort of alluded to, we don't think that will be the work of a moment.
No, exactly right. I mean, the pace advantage is plain to see, but that Porsche will be made wide. Of course, it was these two cars bolting into the rear of Ravi Ramyud in race 1 that triggered what turned out to be a 3-car incident, also involving Tim Horrell. So Robertson may approach this with a little bit of trepidation as well. 12 minutes left on the clock in this motor race. The last time by, Robertson was 1.6 seconds faster. The gap between them is 8/10. This lap is going to be telling.
Yes, this lap could be where the move happens, potentially, or at least is attempted for the first time. Robertson visibly quicker through turn 2, and actually Jürgen Bolting already perhaps driving in the mirrors slightly. Took a very early turn in to the uphill braking zone at turn 3. They climb uphill towards Curva VIP and then drop back downhill again slightly behind the pits and paddock area, which is to the right of shot as we look at it there. Left of shot now from this wonderful camera on top of the bridge. Through the kink at turn 5. The next overtaking opportunity is here at turn 6, Parabolica interior, but not quite close enough yet is Charlie Robertson. Maybe by the time he gets somewhere around the Gancho section of the track, though, maybe there will be an opportunity for Charlie to slip the BMW ahead of the Porsche.
Absolutely right, and just to cover the front of the field briefly, yes, Joel Mesh is still out there in the lead, and he is still lapping quicker than Tim Horrell. That gap is going out for P1 and P2. Charlie Robertson is right there now with Bolting for P5, P6. He needs to try and leapfrog this Porsche quickly to gain any more places in Pro-Am. It will be a bit of a slog from there. I think a bridge too far from their third might be his limit, but certainly getting into the overall top 5 might be a task too. As we've alluded to, Bolting's Porsche towards the end of the straight will probably have a little bit of an advantage with its narrower and smaller front fascia versus the well, almost SUV looking BMW when it's parked next to a Porsche.
Yeah, and again we see that gap grow even before they get halfway down the nearly 1 kilometre long main straight, but then on the brakes Robertson is so much later, even considers going to the inside. And well, I am absolutely shocked at that. Jürgen Bolting, he defended into Gancho, to be fair, at the end of the previous lap, but in the end didn't put up a huge amount of a fight into turn 1. I know that I'm directly contradicting the advice I normally give drivers who are battling with someone in a different class to themselves, but in Jürgen's case that did surprise me.
Yes, I just wonder if, on reflection, whether he felt responsible for yesterday's incident and didn't want to be a thorn in the side again, because Jürgen, an eccentric driver, a very determined driver, but he is also a bit of a gentleman as well, and I suspect that may have had a little factor as well. But either way, 5th overall now goes to Robertson. And, well, he's got 15 seconds and 10 minutes. So Federico Peters, I think, should be safe. What was Peters' last lap time? Yeah, he's well into the 146s as we catch him at Gancho chicane. That should be more than all right, more than enough for him to hold on to what is second in Pro-Am.
Indeed so, and the car looking the strongest it has done all weekend actually in this race. Always got the feeling that in the sort of wet, damp, drying conditions, maybe they weren't able to preserve the tyres quite as well as they would have liked in the all-dry conditions though. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the pace of that Aston Martin. This Aston Martin's been going quite quickly as well. Matis Plushkel in the 147s might not be done gaining ground in this race.
Absolutely not. He's very, very quick indeed. There's a segment of motorsport fans that just wish commentators didn't even bother. So let's duck out and hear the engine. Okay, you've had your fun. We are consistently aware of where that car is around the paddock. Every time, such an incredible sound from that 4.7 litre V8 in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, the Generation 1 machine. Just behind him is the overall race leader, is it not? I believe that's Joel Mesh there in his rear view mirrors, and he'll be thinking, who is in that thing? It is Matis Plushkel. Plushkel comfortably leading the club class. I think if anything, it's a shame that that car had its issue, it had its hiccup earlier on. Otherwise, he might have been kind of in the Hofmeister bolting-ish vortex and fighting for an overall top half dozen or so.
He's about the 4th or 5th fastest car on the track pretty much every time by, so yeah, he would have been right up there, wouldn't he? Which is exactly what our prediction was really for this car when we saw it, and particularly Matis on the entry list this year. It was a bit of a wider line than planned, I think, for Joel Mesh, who almost had 2 wheels dipped into the gravel there exiting turn 2. He needs to be careful doing things like that, apart from the obvious, which being that he might lose control or end up off the road completely. He also doesn't really want to be running the risk of picking up track limits infringements when he is 15 seconds nearly now up the road from everybody else. Then another 11.5 seconds back to Tom Pappenberg in third, who is 6 seconds ahead of Federico Peters. That gap coming down slightly, but not significantly enough for Federico's liking. Likewise, Charlie Robertson taking small chunks of time out of the Aston Martin, but not enough at the moment to close in before the end of the race. So in a way, Matis Plushkel, I think, is the driver most likely to make another overtake for position before the end of the race. He's just under 20 seconds behind Willy Kuhn and lapping quite a bit quicker. So we'll keep an eye on that and see whether the Aston Martin can gain another position before the flag.
We'll have to wait and see on that one, and he's got another Mercedes, of course, from the SR Motorsport stable, waiting in the wings, following him around the circuit in the form of Joel Mesh, who I think he and Enrico Federer come into this weekend feeling a bit aggrieved by how Portimao went down. They didn't get themselves onto the podium more than once, which I think, you know, that's a very poor weekend by their illustrious standards. But also, for both of them, this year's GT4 Winter Series, I think, is a measure of season-long redemption, and that is because, of course, both of them have been vice-champions. Joel Mesh was a vice-champion in the GT4 Winter Series circa 2024. The following year, Federer, along with J-Mo Hartling, achieved the same thing. The vice-championship status, the runner-up status. Now, we know both of them are capable of winning races and championships. Both of them have won championships in GT4 machinery. And performances like we've seen this weekend, where they've had 2 wins and they're well on their way to a 3rd, that's exactly what they need in the bigger picture of this year.
Exactly that. Blue lights flashing there for the benefit of Matisse Plushkel to advise him to move out of the way of the race leader. Matisse is thinking, well, he's got to catch me first, and that is not happening all that quickly, is it? This is a fantastic opportunity to see this car really now being driven reasonably close to its limit, and yeah, he is rather enjoying his time out on circuit. I think he is now 11.5 seconds behind Villicuna within a couple of laps. I think he might be on the tail of the SR Motorsport by Schnitzlau Mercedes, and perhaps by that point he will have allowed the other one through to put a lap on it. Mandatory pit stop infringements under investigation for cars 11 and 96. 11 is the race-leading car, Adam. There might yet be a sting in the tail for SR in this race.
Yeah, that's going to be a twist if we have more than an investigation. Tim Horrell only just over 15 seconds back from the race lead. That's certainly beyond the pit delta, as we see again Villicuna losing out in terms of track position there to Duarte, who's a lap down. I do actually tend to agree with you, as Plushkel abides by the blue flags, allows Joel Mesh through. I tend to agree with you that something's not right with Kuna's car. I did think that he would have significantly less pace than a Horrell, than a Robertson, but not this much. I think something is a bit amiss with Villicuna's car. All the same, he will surely make it easy for the 11 to go by, and then the club class, of course, there will be a switch for 8th position here now, as Kuna loses out to Plushkel.
Indeed he does, so Plushkel then slips through and now tries to get back into that rhythm again. That's a remarkable rate of gain for the club class leader, who's now nearly a minute, in fact by this point probably more than a minute clear of Ivo Prada, who is second in that class. Prada still has a comfortable margin over Duarte, but yeah, a minute clear, having been well, significantly behind the rest of the club class cars after this car's issue early in the race. We've got 2 3/4 or so minutes to go, and well, what is going to happen? When will we get a decision on this as well? Will it be before or after the checkered flag flies? I do sort of there we go. Drive-through penalty for cars 11 and 96, so that's the zone racing car of Ivo Prada. That will potentially cost them second place in club class, but much more importantly from the overall context of the race, this car might now be about to lose the race win because of a pit stop infringement.
That is a big, big story in this race. That is not going to be a popular decision. Now then, pit lane delta here at Estoril is 36. Oh, car stopped on the circuit. That is Prada's 96 McLaren. He had a drive-through penalty. Unfortunately, he's got an involuntary stop and go.
Well, let's hope there is a go at the end of the stop, otherwise this race might be about to end under the safety car. That's even worse news, really, for Joe Armesh. The last thing he wants is the whole field to be bunched together when he has to serve the penalty.
So, pit lane delta here, 36 seconds. So that would be the conversion if they don't do the drive-through in the next 90 seconds of the race. We will be starting the last lap this time by. I think that the Schnitzlaum by SR Motorsport team will be inclined to maybe try and protest this, not do the penalty now, and accept the time penalty if they can't successfully argue themselves out of it. But we'll wait and see. Either way, as we see there Tim Neuser from SR Motorsport dashing past, we now wait to see what happens next. Unfortunately, I think the biggest twist in this tale may come, well, after the checkered flag, but...
Sorry, Adam, sorry. I hear 96 has got going, but there was then briefly a yellow flag at turn 3, so I think he might have stopped again. So, yeah, there we go, turns 2 and 3. I don't think that car is in both places at once. I think it's probably stopped somewhere between the 2 corners. So, yeah, that will be yellow flags till the end of the race, I suspect.
Yeah, absolutely. No need for a safety car, though, as we are beginning the final lap of the race now, and critically, Joel Mesh decides to keep going, so he's not going to serve that penalty in race. Is going to be such a sting, though. Joel Mesh, he'll be waiting. I suspect he'll probably be hearing Tim panting as as the team manager goes running up the stairs, and he's going, what is going on here? Am I serving a penalty? Am I not? The answer is he probably will be serving a penalty, unless by some extraordinary measure the pit stop is judged to be correct. And I mean, it is a 1:55 on the timing, where 1:56 was the minimum. So unless the stopwatch is lying to us, that is going to be a pen.
I suspect you might be right. So Ivo Prada's pit stop time was 52 seconds. That is, I think, non-negotiable, that one. That's definitely a little bit too short. But yeah, if it's within a second or so, it's worth having that conversation, isn't it? Just to make absolutely sure there hasn't been a glitch in the timing somewhere. Anyway, it does leave us in this slightly awkward position of not really entirely knowing whether this win is going to stand. I'm sure they will be arguing the case, but as we have it right now, this car is going to lose the lead and lose the win, therefore. And it will be Tim Horrell once again making his way onto the top step of the podium after another really, really strong performance.
And Mesh hopefully has been told to keep pushing, because it's a 30-second time added at the end of the race. There you go, that's been confirmed. So there will be time added, and it will be 36 seconds, I suspect, unless it is the time off the pit stop. I'm not quite sure how they'll judge that. It should be the delta from the drive-through. Either way, Joe Mesh comes across the line, and on the road, he will win the race. But what I suspect will be a 36-second addendum to his time will hand the win over to the driver coming around the final corner now, and that is Tim Horrell. The red and black Porsche will win the Pro-Am class, and with the penalty going on for the car ahead, it should be an overall win as well, once again in the pit stop race for Zebis and Tim Horrell. Papenburg will come across the line to come third and win the Pro class, of course, in the CV performance by JP Motorsport. Entry 32.9 seconds the gap. It's a 36-second delta, so that is the answer to that question. Second in Pro-Am goes to Federico Peters in the 007 Aston Martin, and rounding out the Pro-Am podium and fifth overall will be Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramyeed, who I think will have a slightly bitter taste in their mouth with how that race, and indeed in a larger scale, how this weekend has gone down. Joachim Bolting in sixth. Arne Hofmeister last across the line, seventh overall. That's the last car on the lead lap. Mattis Plushkel in eighth position overall, winning the club class. Villacuna in ninth with what looked like an ailing machine. And then the pair of Zoom Racing McLaren 570S GT4s rounding out the finishing order. The number 95 taking second in class with Antonio Duarte at the wheel, and Ivo Prada finishing at the rear. Troy Savicka, of course, not registering a lap in the race after that tangle on the run down to the first corner. Certainly not the race that he would have wanted for he and his father, Pavel Savicka. Hopefully that car will be fighting fit in time for a trip to Valencia in about 3 weeks' time, but that is a hefty hit that the car took to the concrete wall. So then, with that penalty allegedly forthcoming for the number 11 car of Joel Mesh, this is the winner. Once the penalties are applied, Horrell and Zebis, with the penalty seemingly standing, will be the race winners. SR Motorsports team manager came up to race control, and all that came from it was a correction that it would be a time penalty, not a drive-through penalty. And that time penalty should be the 36-second delta that should have come from that drive-through. So it will be Horrell and Zebis celebrating a second consecutive pit stop race overall win. Not only are they beefing up their Pro-Am bid, but also potentially one for the overall title as well. Horrell is currently set to miss Valencia. He might be tempted, you know. He might just be tempted to come along and join that race too, although I don't think it's actually possible with some of his other commitments. Wouldn't it be great to see him in for the full season? Either way, Tim Horrell pulls up then to, well, the third place, which is not where he's meant to be objectively. He finished second on the road, but moreover, he should be inheriting this race victory. There's Tom Papenburg celebrating what will be an inherited Pro Class win, Right now they're celebrating, of course, third overall, but it will be second once everything works out with that 36-second time penalty that should be applied to the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum car. Horrell readjusting his parking. A bit like me at the hotel. Joel Mesh pulled up to the P1 spot. I suspect that was intentional and out of frustration. But we know that with that penalty to be applied, that is not going to be the picture. He is first on the road, but once that penalty is applied, he will drop behind both of the cars with him. Tim Horrell will be the overall winner along with Fredrik Zebis. You see the Pirelli caps being handed down. Tom Pappenberg receiving his at the conclusion of what has been a fabulous first weekend in motorsport for the young Dutchman. Pappenberg testing a lot in racing cars, in GT cars specifically, has his eyes firmly set on climbing the ladder of GT and sports car racing. And well, if this first weekend is anything to go by, if he's got some more potential in the back pocket, and I suspect he has, he could be a name to remember. The SR number 11 car. It could have been a full... So the 11 car, Mesh and Federer, it could have been a perfect weekend for them. Of course, they claimed both of the sprint race wins, but again, with this penalty to be served, unfortunately, they are going to be stripped of that victory once timing updates. So Horrell and Zebis will be the winners, unquestionably. It would take a long-term protest, a significant meeting to argue their case away if there was to be a reversal, but it doesn't look likely, unfortunately, because certainly cameras don't lie, and as long as the user is somewhat accurate, stopwatches tend to be fairly honest as well. So, of course, we have two more races to come here, the Formulas and the GTs. And the Formulas are going to be next out onto the circuit with their race, and they'll be hoping for fully dry conditions for the first time all weekend. The clouds not looking threatening at the moment, so the Formula Winter Series with their third and final race of the weekend, of course 30 minutes plus one lap, that will be very compelling stuff. They will be heading out from the paddock area. We've got a very full paddock this weekend with all of the Formula tents. 32 cars have to go somewhere. Of course, the garage is taken up by the GTs and the GT4s, and when we have 4 championships at some of the events with the sports prototypes and the Prototype Winter Series joining variously in the Spanish leg of the season, it's going to be a very busy paddock indeed. And of course, that is a great sign. That is a great joy for the organisers of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. But my goodness, does it become a maze. And we are looking forward to welcoming those drivers. Let's go then to highlights of this race while we await definitive confirmation regarding our winners. So then the race began with Enrico Federer and Charlie Robertson at the sharp end, but Troy Savicka having a big spin into the barriers courtesy of a tag with Franz Linden. An unfortunate end to the Blue Garage Racing team's race before it even really got started. Of course, I said Charlie Robertson. It was Ravi Ramyud in the BMW for the first phase of the race. Ramyud leading Zebis second and third place, and then there was this battle for fourth in the early stages. Cedric Fuchs was a man firmly on a mission during the early stages of the race, was hustling Bruno Pereira. Meanwhile, Zebis got himself past Rami Ramid for second place, and for fourth place, Cedric Fuchs got himself by, and just a matter of moments later, it was P3 for Cedric Fuchs. Tom Pappenberg was on the offensive as well, up against Bruno Pereira, who is the out-driver of the setup, another fairly fast bronze, but he wasn't able to match the pace of those around him, and sure enough, after some dicing, slicing every which way, Pappenberg would finally find his way through, but it would take a little while. Certainly Bruno Pereira put up a fight in this battle for what was fifth overall. Soon enough, Cedric Fuchs was up into second place, making it 1-2 for SR Motorsport. There was, however, a loss of window on his way through the S's and then the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. The Speedworks Porsche up in the pit lane as the window started, and a lot of the Pro-Am drivers that had their Am at the wheel very quickly decided to pull their driver out and get the Pro in there. Ravi Ramid quickly handed the car over to Charlie Robertson, and this, unfortunately, was Matis Pushkel having a bit of a drama. The Aston Martin struggling just after Thilo Goss handed the car over to Matis Pushkel. Meanwhile, Pro-Am leader Tim Horrell caught himself on the gravel trap as the tyres got themselves up into temperature on the outlap from his pit stop. Joachim Bolting, we thought he was going to make life difficult for Charlie Robertson after Robertson served a drive-through penalty and dropped out of the top 5. But no, Bolting, rather remarkably, decided, you know what, go by, that's okay. It looks like Villicuna was struggling a little bit with the 111 SR Motorsport Mercedes elsewhere around the field as well. Ditto the 96 McLaren, which seemed to be having technical issues towards the end of the race, but would still finish second in the club class. It was the number 11 car across the line first, Joel Mesh and Rico Federer, but with a drive-through penalty to be converted into a time penalty, it should be Tim Horrell and Frederick Zebis that take the race win in the final classification. So it should be the Zebis Horrell team that take the win. In second place, we believe it should be the CV performance by JP Motorsport, Tom Pappenberg Mercedes, the Pro Class winner. And then in third position, it should be Mesh and Federer, who finished first on the road, just ahead of the Federico Peters, Bruno Pereira, Araujo, Competiziao, Aston Martin Vantage, AMR GT4. That will all come out in the wash. Final results, of course, will be posted across socials and indeed on the timing portal. If you want to see all of the timing and the results, go to getraceresults.com and that will be confirmed. But certainly our understanding is that it will be the Horrell and Zebis WNS Porsche at the top. So we wait to find out what will come next on that front. We're still awaiting some indication as to what is happening next here, but we should have podiums before too long. There's still some discussion being had about the nature of the penalty for SR Motorsport. The circuit still dry. Those clouds have been lingering in the background for quite a long time. Myself and Andy McEwen have been failed meteorologists on many occasions here, saying, oh, it's coming, but no. The cloud cover over the slightly more mountainous terrain near the circuit does not appear to be coming anytime soon and causing any issues. And however, the race has just been declared wet for the Formula Winter Series up next, which doesn't make any sense. We haven't had any reports of rain around the circuit, as best I know. But declaring the race wet means that, of course, they can change the tyres if they need to, if we do get rainfall. So that's comforting for myself and Andy, I think, because we've been scared of those clouds, and perhaps Race Direction are a little bit scared of them too. But we're not seeing any information to suggest, as we saw on that graphic a few moments ago, that we are going to get any rain. The Formula Winter Series then, with a standing start, of course, as well, so certainly that is better off in the dry conditions. Managing the power to those rear wheels when it's slippery is a pretty difficult task, and of course we saw Dries van Langendonk get a brilliant start in the earlier race from the third row of the grid. The grid for... Hello. Oh, there we go. My microphone briefly cutting out on me there. But Dries van Langendonk, of course, had a really good start and would ultimately finish second to Rocco Coronel. Coronel, who will be looking to claim a second F4 win in the same day. He claimed his first ever win in Formula 4 competition here this morning. And the highly touted Red Bull Junior team member, the son, of course, of touring car, single-seater and GT racing legend Tom Coronel, has been drawing the eyes of many, and a lot of excitement attached to his name as well as that of Niels van Langendonk, and it looks very much Dries van Langendonk, sorry, Dries van Langendonk. But those two names are names that I don't think we'll see on many entry lists aside from Formula Winter Series together this year. A rare opportunity to see the McLaren Star Junior against the Red Bull Star Junior in 2026. Certainly Dries's performance and Rocco's performances will be very closely monitored by fans of all things junior single-seater racing, yes, but also by their respective teams of coaches and team advisors and stuff like that. A lot of stock going into young talents, of course, once they're signed by an F1 team. Joel Mesh then has been declared the race winner on our timing. Now, that looks like that's been converted into a 10-second penalty rather than a drive-through. So that's the ruling as we understand it. So Joel Mesh will be the race winner. Tim Horrell will be second and the Pro-Am winner, per the information that has just dripped through. Tom Pappenberg taking third position overall and second in Pro-Am ahead of Frederico Peters, Araujo Competitao in fourth place, Charlie Robertson in fifth position ahead of Joachim Bulting in sixth place, Arne Hofmeister in seventh, Mattis Plushkel in eighth, Villicuna in ninth place, and Antonio Duarte in P10. 11th and 12th position, well, 11th position, Ivo Prada in the 96, and of course the 12th place car would have been the Lotus from Blue Garage Racing, but that car sadly was not able to reach the flag. In fact, it barely even reached the green flag after that incident on the first lap. Let's go to the podium then. We've had our head scratching, and now Andy McEwen has in his hands the coveted final results.
Well, a dramatic, an exciting and a slightly controversial final GT4 Winter Series race of the weekend. Let's get our podium presentations underway, starting with the club class. Third place in club, Gonzalo Vega and Ivo Prada. Well done, guys. They had their issues at the end of the race, but the Zone Racing car classified still third in class. It's their Zone Racing teammates in second, Breno Arruda and Antonio Duarte. Onto the second step they will go, but it was a dominant victory in the end for BWT Muka Motorsport, the Aston Martin pairing of Thilo Goss and Mattis Plushkel. A fantastic drive, particularly in the second part of the race for Mattis, put them onto the top step of the podium for their second victory of the weekend. And a car that always catches our attention, usually for all of the right reasons, overcame that little stoppage midway through the 60-minute race, and were still able to get home with the club class victory, and were still gaining overall positions right up until the final moments of that third race of the weekend. Trophies held aloft, photos are taken. There are 6 bottles of champagne waiting for the drivers to spray or take home with them to enjoy in the after party at the end of the day. And yeah, I think all of the photos are taken. You can get the corks out of the bottles then and spray the champagne on the Estoril podium, our first champagne shower of the day. And it's a race to get the cork out. For some reason, they're all looking at me for permission. Now the corks fly, and healthy splash of champagne onto some of the Formula Winter Series cars down below. Congratulations. Mattis, actually, can we grab you for a quick chat? We'll bring you over here. Mattis, that was a fantastic stint. Thilo, I think, has gone to enjoy the after party already. A great stint for you there. You were 20 seconds back, I think, when you got into the car and won by over a minute. You must be really happy.
Yeah, I'm quite happy. We had some reliability issues again, so it's always a bit of a surprise if the car is going to make it or not, but we did it, so I'm happy with that, and I'm happy that Thilo also got his first #1 trophy this season, so I'm really happy about that.
Thilo, how was your stint in that race? Because you had the really exciting bit, the start.
Yeah, the start was wonderful, and the next turn was safety car. Then I have a seal, and then come here.
It was a great result. Congratulations, guys. Thilo Goss then, and Mattis Plushgel getting the win in the club category. And we'll get the podium ready now for the Cayman Trophy. Just the one car entered into the Cayman Trophy class. It was a car that was in the wars, though, at the start of the race, but survived that early skirmish to get the Cayman Trophy win. It is Arne Hofmeister and Franz Linden. Out they come onto the top step, and for Franz, a familiar trip now to the top step of the podium. He had that little bit of contact with Troy Savicka at the start of the race. We were worried at first it might have damaged the Porsche Cayman, but that was not the case, seemingly. He was able to get the car home and claim a class win in the Cayman Trophy. And photos taken, and again we'll see whether they choose to spray the champagne or not. I think they're going to save it for later, probably a sensible decision. We're going to rattle on because I can see the Formula Winter Series cars already being released from the pit lane, so we will let those two go and invite next our AM class winner onto the podium, and we'll just wait for the trophy and the bottle of champagne to be placed ready for a very popular figure in the GT4 Winter Series paddock. It's another AM victory for Joachim Balting. Well done, onto the top step again, waves to the crowd, a very popular figure in GT4 Winter Series circles, and he gets another first placed trophy. It is once again Florencio Caso from Pirelli who has the honour of handing over the trophies, and yeah, Joachim Balting, a solid weekend. That little spinning race to aside, it's been a pretty flawless performance for Joachim, and we look forward to having him back out again for the third round in Valencia. You're welcome to spray or drink the champagne, whatever you like, Joachim, and he's going to save that for later on, I think, and I do not blame him one bit. Congratulations, Joachim, on the race win. Pro-Am up next then. This has been the centre of much of the attention over the course of the 3 GT4 races this weekend, and lots of battles, lots of drama, and a fair amount of discussion towards the end of the race as well. It is a third place finish, though, in the Pro-Am category for L'Espace Bienvenue, Ravi Ramid and Charlie Robertson. Ravi and Charlie make their way out onto the podium. Well done, guys. A slightly frustrating weekend at times, but lots of valuable data gathered, I'm sure. And they are on the third step of the podium. To be joined on the second step of the podium now by the Araujo Competição Aston Martin pairing are Bruno Pereira and Federico Peters. Back onto the podium they will go, and Bruno telling me another 5 minutes he could have gained even more ground, quite contrary to the wet to dry race yesterday. The race win, though, in Pro-Am, and a real fighting drive it was once again for the WNS Motorsport pairing of Frederik Zebis and Tim Horrell. Out onto the podium they will come, and well, congratulations, guys. It looked as though maybe an overall race victory was going to fall into their hands, but the decision taken is that they will still be in second position then, and Tim Horrell will be still pretty happy with that, I'm sure. It is their first win of the weekend as well, and they will celebrate now on top of the podium. Tim continuing to impress massively as we move through this season of GT4 Winter Series racing, and he is now seemingly every bit as quick as some of the pro drivers out on the grid. And Tim will celebrate now with his teammate up on the top step of the podium. Let's not take anything away from Frederick Zebis. He put in a really good stint as well. The Porsche seemingly perfectly balanced, and yeah, a well-deserved Pro-Am class victory in what is a really competitive class, the Pro-Am field in 2026. Photos taken, a round of applause from the teams down below, many of whom are there representing the WNS Motorsport team. And yep, you're welcome to do what you like with the champagne. I think, again, they're saving it for after. Save a glass for me, Ravi, if you could. Well done, guys, and we'll just let Tim and Frederick get off the top step of the podium, and we'll then move on to our overall top three. I'm very conscious that we've got the Formula Winter Series race coming up shortly. Izzy Browning, I can see, is ready and raring to go down on the grid, and hopefully we'll get to her in a few moments' time. But we do have one more set of podium drivers to get out onto the podium, and we look forward to seeing all of our Pro-Am drivers out again next time at Valencia. So the final set of trophies and champagne bottles then will be taken out. Our pro finishers then, we've only got 2 teams of course represented in the pro class this weekend, and this will include of course our overall race winners as well, after the decision was taken after the race as to exactly what that time penalty was going to be. So I think we're ready to go, are we? Yes, with our second place pro finisher, Tom Pappenberg, who once again gets the largest cheer from down below and heads over to the second step of the podium. It is, though, another win for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelaum, their third pro win of the weekend. Give it up, everyone, for Enrico Förderer and Joel Mesh. Out they go onto the podium there. Well done, guys. It was a dramatic race. They had that penalty looming over them for a pit stop infringement, but in the end it wasn't quite enough to cost them the outright race win, and really the pro win was never in doubt. They were quite comfortably ahead and were able to get another set of trophies to round off what has been a very successful GT4 weekend for SR Motorsport up to this point. Right, we're not quite going to have time, I'm afraid, to hear from our GT4 winners, so I think it's time we headed down onto the grid to hear from Izzy Browning and, for the last time this weekend, our Formula Winter Series drivers.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
Well, welcome back down to the grid for the final time for the Formula Winter Series this weekend. Race 3 getting underway very, very shortly. We don't have too much time, so I'm going to dive straight in. And qualifying 2 went very well for the Rodin team. They're on P1, P2 and P3. So we'll see what they can do in this race. But I will speak to our pole sitter, Dries van Langendonk. Dries, on pole once again. I mean, you've got your Rodin teammates behind you. Has there been a bit of a conversation of keeping things clean between the three of you?
Well, Yeah, I guess not really, but yeah, I don't think our team manager would be too happy if we crashed. But yeah, I think we're gonna drive for ourselves, but equally we are teammates, so we will be respectful for each other. So yeah, it's good to have them behind me, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, run your own race out there. It is spitting ever so slightly at the moment. Obviously, all of you on slick tyres, and I'm sure you'll be hoping this rain doesn't get much heavier.
I don't really mind. It's the same for everyone. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's going to be the same for everyone. So just keep on track.
All right, love the mindset. Good luck. Have fun out there. Right, well, the rain is starting to get a little bit heavier, but as I say, it is an all-road-in 1, 2 and 3. I think we might just have a chance to jump in with Ethan Lennon. Well, Ethan, it was a P4 this morning. You got a chance for a podium and maybe even a win here.
Yeah, it should be good. Very looking forward to it.
And you're all on slick tyres, as I just said to Dries. You're hoping maybe that this rain doesn't get much heavier, but I can feel on my head that it is getting heavier now. How tricky is this going to be to manage?
I think it'll be quite tricky.
All right, best of luck. We're going to have to clear the grid, and your final race in the Formula Winter Series coming up now.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
So then the cars are rolling. Dries van Langendonk on pole position with Ethan Lennon on the front row with him. In third place, it will be Alfie Slater, and the race winner from earlier on, Rocco Coronel, on row 2 of the grid. Thomas Behrman is next. Oscar Repetto up in 6th position. This grid formed by the second qualifying results from yesterday, incidentally. Theo Borenstein is next alongside Alexander Savinkov, 7th and 8th on the grid. Levi Arn in 9th place and Alexander Ruta in P10. 11th and 12th, Alicia Palmovsky and Marcus Silkunas. In 13th and 14th position, it will be Samuel Ifrid along with Georgi Zazov. In 15th and 16th, Ari Bansal. He's going to have some work to do from there. He's alongside Roman Kamyab on the 8th row of the grid, and all us racing row. Philippe Rice, who started from pole, or front row, I should say, second on the grid earlier on. He's 17th this time. He's got Ludovico Busso alongside him. Row 10 of the grid will be Ian Grayling and Vittorio Orsini. Row 11. Set to be Noah Killian and Max Kammerlander. Us Racing versus Cram Motorsport. 23rd and 24th on the grid will be Andre Rodriguez and Victor Poulsen. From there, 25th and 26th, Ginevra Panzeri and Rafaela Ferreira. In 27th and 28th, Matilda Patz and Thomas Rudokas. 29th and 30th places, Chiara Batig and Abdullah Kamil, 29th and 30th place, and Pedro Lima, he'll make some places up from there, I'm sure. 31st position start for him. So, formation lap ongoing, rain falling, as we heard from Izzy down on the grid, and that looks to be the case universally around the circuit. Everybody is on slicks. Aragon last year here in the Formula Winter Series at the 2025 season. Finn McLaughlin winning that race, if you recall, in dry to wet conditions, and a lot of drivers gained by being on wet tyres at the opportune moment, and a couple of them peeled in at the end of the formation lap to do so. I think it would be bold to do it now. It's nowhere near wet enough for wet tyres. But if things stay as they are, it's going to get soggy, isn't it? Eventually, you can see the dry patches on the grid where the cars were parked.
We're right in that middle ground, aren't we, where it is definitely not wet enough for wet tyres right now, but the slicks are going to struggle, especially in the opening lap or so. Chiara Batigue there being told to start from the pit lane for reasons I think as yet undisclosed, but anyway, that car starting from the pit lane. Yeah, really tricky conditions these to gauge, and even just by looking out of the window, I can't really figure out whether this rain is likely to get heavier or not. It looks much the same as it did an hour ago, and it didn't rain at any point during that GT4 race, so I really am glad I don't have to make the decision here on behalf of the teams and drivers as to what tyre is the right tyre, because I have absolutely no idea. And in 5 minutes' time, it could be a completely different situation anyway.
Absolutely right. It's going to be a bit of a head scratcher, isn't it? It's Dries van Langendonk and Ethan Lennon on the front row of the grid. Lennon will have the inside line into the first corner. If he can get himself a positive start, then he may well lead into the first corner. But Dries van Langendonk will have the high ground. We've got one driver, I think, slightly out of position based on the radical gesticulation from the green flag marshal. I dread to think what was being said in the midst of that. The green flag is flying. We are going to go racing. We're underway. The Formula Winter Series with their third and final race of the weekend. Yellow flags being displayed towards the rear of the field. Dries van Langendonk gets a clean start and leads into the first corner. Rocco Coronel with a good start. He's third position. Looked like he was going to be second for a window in time there. And one of the Rodin cars in second place. I didn't catch actually what that was. Lennon or Slater. We've got a Yenza car off and in the midst of the pack in a spin. There's bodywork flying. There's wings being shed. Hello, Formula Winter Series.
And another one around, and now that's proper contact. We've got cars everywhere at turn 2. I think the rain has just rolled on in a bit heavier. That is the 37 car that's involved. Victor Polson again, number 10, also off the road. That is Ginevra Panzeri, 13. They're piling up on the side of the road, and this is going to be a safety car, no doubt about it. That's Noah Killian. I think there might be one or two others involved. Yes, 26 is in there as well. Marcus Silkunas, yes, and they were all in the midfield. Someone got sideways, clattered into somebody else, and then there were broken bits of suspension left, right and centre, and the rest could not avoid.
Safety car is out, and oh goodness me, a big lock up there from Slater in the 77, went straight on there practically, and it's because these conditions are just so slippery. Safety car is out, so the race is isolated, and I wouldn't mind betting that a lot of parties pull into pit lane because these conditions are not for slicks.
No, I agree. I think we're starting to get an answer now, aren't we, as to whether the conditions were going to improve or get worse. I fear it is the latter of those two options.
Now, I wonder, in the hustle of the 89 car starting from the pit lane, would Campos Racing have been bold enough to bolt some wet tyres onto Chiara Batigue? We didn't see one way or the other, but that could be an interesting point. Oh, I think we had some interesting starts there, whether there were some jumps or some very late starts, I'm not quite sure. One of the US Racing cars there, that's the 46, I think that is, falling through the field. That was Ari Bansel just not getting underway as the race started. So Bansel, who was already pretty far down the field by his standards, now even more so. Now, let's see. There goes Van Langendonk. Is he looking at the pit lane? He's just weaving, speculatively almost. Of course, in reality, he's keeping heat in the tyres, but they have one car in. I think that was Savinkov, the first of the US Racing cars into the pit lane. Savinkov then looking to roll the dice potentially. Yes, Alexander Savinkov into the pits. Another has joined him as well. 2, 3, 4 cars. One of the AKM machines has come into the pits. Vittorio Orsini, Andre Rodriguez also coming down the pit lane. And here we see the tyre changes in action. Centre lock wheels, so it's a fairly quick change, but of course nowhere near what you'd see from a Formula One pit stop. These teams are not used to doing this. Savinkov is sent out then on wet tyres. He'll be on the back of the queue in the safety car on the correct rubber. And frankly, I have to believe that everybody else is either going to fall through the field up against the likes of him on wet, or they're going to need to make the same call, albeit slightly too late.
Yeah, this is interesting then. So what's that? About a quarter of the field, maybe, well, perhaps closer to a third of the surviving field, have come in for wet tyres.
Yes.
This might be a lengthy safety car as well, so they're going to have more than enough time to close back up to the tail of the queue. And if it remains wet, they're going to have a clear advantage once the race restarts. So this will be a fascinating situation then. You can see why I think this will take a while. There are multiple cars with broken suspension, etc., that need to be picked up from the side of the road. So, yeah, this is going to be perhaps not the last opportunity, I suppose, for drivers to pit and get on wet tyres, but anyone who now subsequently pits will inevitably come out behind those that are already on the wets. So I do think this is going to be a big advantage to those who have pulled the pin early and headed into the pit lane for that wet rubber. So there we see at the back of the field, yes, a couple of cars on wets, Adam.
Fatigue is on wet, as I suspected.
Yes.
The Campos team did switch it to wets in the pit lane before the race starts. So Chiara Fatigue is going to be the leader among those on wet tyres as it stands, and that could be very interesting. Fatigue, Savinkov, currently the top two among those who have what should be the correct tyre going forward. Now, what's going to happen next here? I'm very compelled to see what goes on. I think this is going to be a fairly lengthy safety car period. We had, what, 5 cars, I think it was, involved. There's going to be a lot of carbon fibre down at turns 2 and 3 of the circuit. So, well, yes, what happens next? It's my job to tell you, and frankly, I don't know the answer, but I think likes of Van Langendonk, Lennon, Coronel, they may regret the fact that they didn't roll the dice. Of course, sometimes being a front runner is minimizing those dice rolls, yes, but this one feels like it could have been a worthwhile gamble.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I'm sure the teams will have weather radar systems that they're using to try and predict the future as best we can, but it's right in between, isn't it? It's not yet soaking wet, it isn't pouring with rain, it's just a little bit of drizzle in the air, but these slick tyres will have next to no temperature in them when we do go racing again.
So it will be Savinkov, Orsini, Andre Rodriguez, Philip Rice, Levy Arn, is he on the wets as well? I believe he should be. He has made a pit stop, has he? I'm just trying to see it on a very, very wide screen. No, he has not. Rodokas has, Ari Bansal has, Matilda Pat and Abdullah Kamel all have as well. So that is a fair chunk, but not a majority of the field on the wet tyres, and they'll all be hoping for once their visors continue to show rain, because if it starts to dry up now, that isn't going to work in their favour.
Well, Izzy is reporting it's now stopped raining in the pit lane. So, as I confidently said, slick tyres the way to go. But it's so changeable, isn't it? And this is the problem. You cannot predict these things. And the weather just keeps on keeping everybody guessing. But is anyone else going to dive in? Yes, someone from midfield is heading in. Who's that then that's blinked? Okay, a lap later than everybody else, but still time to get back out there before the safety car restart. It was Max Kamelander in the Cram Motorsport car, so another to add to the list potentially of tyre changers.
I think, again, this is very much reminding me of Aragon last year, in that I think right now, yes, the wets would have the advantage if we were running at full speed. I don't think it's going to last the full 22 minutes plus 1 lap. The advantage for the wets if we continue on at green flag speed and if there is no further rain. It's a very difficult one to read this. This is one of those times where you really don't want to be on the pit wall, do you?
It looks a bit brighter, I would say, off in the distance now. So maybe, I mean, look, this is, if you're feeling like you just want to be cautious and play the percentages, then yes, going onto a wet tyre is safer for certain. But I do wonder whether maybe in the second half of this race that's going to prove to not be the right call. We still have recovery work going on at turn 2, look, so we're going to have at least this lap and possibly one more before the race gets back underway. And who knows what the conditions will be doing by that point. Here, it looks still quite murky, doesn't it? But no real surface water.
No, it's greasy, but it's the tyre no-man land zone. 3 or 4 laps, and that might be back in favour of the slicks. It's going to be a really interesting if and when we do relaunch this with this mixed batch of slicks versus wets. Langendonk then is our leader. Dries van Langendonk ahead of Ethan Lennon. Rocco Coronel in 3rd place. Thomas Behrman 4th. Alfie Slater in 5th position. Oscar Repetto in 6th place. Alicia Palmovsky profiting off of those pit stoppers in 7th place. Max Kammerlander is 8th on the timing screen, but of course we've seen him pit. Therefore, Theo Borenstein inherits 8th. Alexander Ruta 9th, and Ifrid rounding out the top 10 here in this race. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot of variables. There's a lot of moving parts, and the next moving part that we want to see is the safety car lights being turned off. And what was that report from the pit lane just there, Andy?
It's been immediately contradicted, hasn't it? Izzy Browning now says it's raining and even heavier than before, so changing by the second. The truth is, there is no right decision here, is there? It's going to change constantly. That's the most moisture we've had on the camera lens there. You can see it coming down. Now, this is proper rain now, and rather conveniently, the Alpha Live weather forecaster has now changed its mind to say that there's rain expected in 1 minute. Well, I think it's here already, guys. This is now starting to become a very, very damp racetrack, and I do think that, as I said all along, I seem to recall, you would want to be on a wet tyre, ideally. Of course, there's no guarantee, though, that those on wet tyres will get much opportunity to fully take advantage of this. If someone falls off at the first corner and gets beached in a gravel trap, we'll go safety car again, and behind the safety car, it doesn't matter what tyre you're on. So survival is key. If you're not the one that brings out a safety car and you're on that slick tyre, you might still be okay.
I can't imagine watching your local Merseyside derby with you. You probably changed teams 15 times before the first whistle. Langendonk is the race leader. Will he be into the pits this time? I think with that rain that we saw in the final sector, if it were me, I think it would be time to pull my driver in. But the question is, of course, what you don't want to do is the race control go, okay, no, maybe not, red flag, and then you've made the stop and you're getting punished for making the safe call.
Exactly my thoughts. If the track starts to become properly waterlogged, then that might well happen. We've seen that before, and in some ways, I think now you've sort of made your bed, haven't you? You've just got to lie in it and hope for the best. That brighter sky that I had rather optimistically seen out of the window before has well and truly vanished, though, so I don't think things are going to improve. Anyone heading in? No. Track getting wetter? Yes. And now we do have a couple more pit visitors, but not Adam, the race leader.
I think that might have been Samuel Ifrid coming in. It looked like a cram car, but we'll wait for the timing screen. Palmovsky into the pits. Ifrid also into the pits. Busso in. Kraling in. Rafaela Ferreira in. A lot of the drivers are coming in, and I understand Izzy is down in the pits, and I suspect it's a very wet pits now.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, the rain has come later in the day than we expected, but as you will see, there are many cars are now coming in to change tyres. Just to note, though, the Rodin team did get ready. Of course, all 3 drivers still out on slicks from their team, but it looks as though they're still waiting to make that call to bring them in. So the leader's still out on slicks at the moment, but I don't suspect that will be for long.
So then, there is the now minority of the cars on the circuit. The minority of cars now on slick tyres. The majority have made the decision for pit lane. And, well, looking at this, yeah, I'm going to stick my neck out and say the correct call. It's a tough situation now for race control. I feel like it's almost a bit of a game that's being played here. The teams that have not made the choice are saying, fine, you know, go to green flag, watch what happens. And I'm being told the incident does look clear. So in theory, in practical terms, there's no reason we don't get the bulletin that's just come up. Safety car in this lap. We are going to go racing. And surely if you're at Rodin or Van Amersfoort or one of the holdouts here at the front of the field, it's time. Pull the driver in. This is not slick weather.
Is it pessimistic of me to suggest that the safety car driver should possibly keep the engine running on that BMW when it pulls into the pit lane? I fear it might not be the last we've seen of it. This is not slick tyre weather, that much I can tell you. I know these are extremely talented youngsters that are out on track, but the odds are stacked against those who haven't yet been in the pit lane for wets. Will they survive the restart?
Batig, Savinkov, Bansal, and then the number 40 of Andre Rodriguez. They're the first 4 in the queue with the treaded wet tyres on their cars. Those are the coveted positions right now. We will be watching for the 89 Campos machine and the 17 US Racing machine of Alexander Savinkov. Dries van Langendonk looks for all the world as if he's getting ready for a sprinting restart, and I cannot stress how little I recommend that. But racing drivers are going to push it to the nth degree. Will anyone stay out there on slick tyres? It would be immensely brave at this point, near the largest casino in Europe. That would be the ultimate dice roll, to stay out there on slick tyres. Van Langendonk is setting up for a start. He puts the traction down, but there's not a whole lot of it as they head through the final corner, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Everyone in shot until there is on the wrong tyres. Now, Batigue cannot be making overtakes, of course, before the safety car line. Coronel comes in, Behrman comes in. Some sensible decisions, I think, there. Langendonk and Lennon have both continued on their way. So has Alfie Slater, and Lennon feels brave. He's on the outside on the slick tyres. He's desperately trying to hold on. We need to see what's going on further back, though, because that was 3 wide with drivers on slicks. Has everyone made it through? Chiara Batigue was there in 6th or 7th position. We need to keep an eye on that Red Bull liveried car. That's the first one on slicks. No, it isn't. Savinkov, the 4th car through shot, the 17, and then Bansel in the 46 have both leapfrogged Chiara Batigue. It is Savinkov in 4th position, but leading the wet shod runners.
Wow, well, it's a miracle they all made it through the first corner. Here's the move for the lead. Is it they go either side of the erstwhile race leader, I should say? Was that Savinkov, though, who came out with the lead?
Bansel.
It was Bansel, wasn't it? I thought it was. Savinkov went the wrong way to the outside into the left-hander at Curva VIP, and so Harry Bansel leads the race. Who would have thought that about 10 minutes or so ago? Those who are pitting now, yes, it was the safe thing to do, but they're losing so much time, as, of course, are those limping around on slick tyres. I feel they'll be destined for the pit lane at the end of this lap.
Remember your insufferable friend who hits shuffle on a playlist with every type of music on it? That's exactly what we've got here in racing form. Drivers struggling on slicks, drivers thriving in wets, and they're all in a very jumbled up order that goes against every form book we have available to us. But it is Ari Bansel in the lead, Savinkov in 2nd, and then Chiara Batigue in 3rd position. She did her first laps of a Formula 4 car here at Estoril at the tail end of 2025 before moving over to the Middle East for a campaign prior to Christmas. And here she is up in the podium places.
Well, now it becomes about who is the most confident in the wet, who's got maybe a setup that's better in these conditions. We'll have to watch the timing screens with interest because, of course, even those on the wet tyres aren't necessarily in the order you'd expect. I would not be going on the curbs exiting the final corner, that much I'll tell you for free. That was a scary, scary moment indeed, but they gathered it together and past the pits we go. Ari Bansel the leader then, Savinkov 2nd, Batigue 3rd, yellow flag at turns 11 and 12, that's the S's, not sure who that is. I will hazard a guess as to what tyres they're on though, whoever it is that's brought out the yellow flag. Was that the culprit?
Ferreira.
Yes, it was Ferreira, who I don't recall having seen in the pit lane. So a shuffled up order, that much is for sure, but Harry Bansel has managed to get to the front of the pack.
Ferreira has actually been into the pit lane, so she's lost it on the wets even. It is pretty torrential out there right now. You'll be unsurprised to hear that Van Langendonk, Lennon, Slater and Oscar Repetto have all arrived to the pit lane. Understandably, there's no point limping around on the slicks right now, but Ari Bansel, it is your race leader, was 1.7 seconds clear at the line. He's gained another couple of tenths over his teammate at US Racing, Savinkov, for 2nd place. Batigue under pressure from Orsini, and then you've got Camel there as well, up in amongst the top 5, although I think maybe has fallen down a little bit since then.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Sector times all pretty comparable, really, with those leading 3, certainly all in the mid-25, so they're pretty evenly paced between the top 3 runners for now.
And I just clocked as well, sorry, Matilda Pat's up in 6th place. She's not on our timing tower there on the screen, but she's up in 6th position. She's ahead of Camel, just behind Andre Rodriguez, and that's another driver having a brilliant time. Matilda Patz grew up at the Nürburgring, the Matilda Racing moniker moniker comes from her father's Nürburgring racing team in production-based touring cars. She must know a thing or two about the rain on instinct and genes alone.
You would suspect so, wouldn't you? So see what further progress she can make. Around the final corner we go then, and I noticed that Chiara Batigue had been off the road a couple of times on this lap as well, but still hanging on to that third position. Just being on a wet tyre does not guarantee you a huge amount of grip at this point. 2.5 then is the gap between Banzel and Savinkov at the front of the field. Savinkov 2/10 quicker that time around. Batigue a further 2.5 seconds back. Orsini and Matilda Pats next. Matilda up into the top 5 now, ahead of Andre Rodriguez. Some drivers just gelling with the conditions slightly better than others.
And I think Alfie Slater drew the short straw down at Rodin. He was only just exiting the pits there. And of course, he came in behind Van Langendonk and Lennon, his two teammates. So that is probably why his stop took longer. There's only so many personnel there to try and change the tyres. He will be a lap down. There's Alicia Palmovsky through the spray. Sans a front wing. She was running in 11th across the first sector split. She doesn't have a front wing in these conditions. That's not necessarily the worst thing. It's certainly not an improvement, but it won't be as much of a hindrance. Not ideal, though, for the Red Bull-clad driver.
No. Speaking of, Rocco Coronel with the fastest lap of the race, but Rocco was too late to the pit lane party, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So he's nearly a minute off the race lead now.
20th.
Yeah, 20th position. You could be 3 seconds a lap quicker than the leader, but from that far back, with only 10 minutes plus a lap remaining, it will matter little, I think. So Rocco Coronel's second win behind the wheel of Neff Walker might have to wait a little while. There goes the number 18 machine through the right-hander at turn number 7. And a little bit of clean air surrounding them for the time being. Matilda Pats there, started 27th on the grid, would you believe?
And is now up ahead of Andre Rodriguez, so has moved into the top 5 and looks to be setting a pretty solid pace out there on the circuit. One of the quicker drivers out there, in fact everyone in the top half dozen or so, is lapping in the middle 203s, so much of a muchness in terms of pace, except Alexander Savinkov seems to be putting in a mighty lap. He was 6/10 quicker in the middle sector alone, both us racing cars with huge snaps of oversteer coming out of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Goodness me, this is going to be heart in mouth now. 8/10 between them. Savinkov means business.
And lap time's getting noticeably worse now as the surface water starts to increase. But I think as the race leader, Ari Banzel is at a massive disadvantage here because the conditions clearly are developing lap after lap. And he is the first one to discover those conditions. He's sideways through 2, up over the exit curb. So in fairness is his teammate Savinkov. It is an Us Racing 1-2 for now. And that's really what Us Racing want to see at the end of the race, but neither driver particularly cares about that. They both want the race win, and they're both going to do battle for it in increasingly treacherous conditions.
Chiara Batigue, the fastest of the top 3 on the previous lap. She was a bit faster than both drivers. Bansal and Savinkov come under the gantry. Coming out of Curva VIP, you can see how hard they're working at the wheel just to keep the car in a straight line. These are drivers exploring the limits and rediscovering the limits every time they discover a corner, and Savinkov is right on the gearbox of Ari Bansal for the race lead. They're side by side as they head down to Arella. Will Savinkov make it hang around the outside? No, not quite. He's not close enough, although he is trying it. The grip is there, of course, on the outside line in the wet conditions, even from behind the leader. He gets through, and with a huge twitch, he stays ahead. Alexander Savinkov making Andy McEwen hop out of his chair, but he is the race leader.
Fantastic racing between the teammates. I did not think there was space for a car on the outside of turn 7 there, but there just about was as it happened, and it is going to be Alexander Savinkov then who leads them at the end of the lap. But what a battle that was. Now can Chiara Batigue get onto turns with them? Chiara, the leading female driver in the race. Another big moment there for Savinkov out of the final corner. But Batigue in the sectors looks pretty competitive. Of course, they've been busy battling. They're holding each other up. She is only 2.1 seconds off the lead.
Spare a thought for Dries van Langendonk, who is over 3 seconds quicker than anyone in the top 3, having an amazing drive in the wet conditions, albeit for very little gain. Matilda Pats now has got gotten past Orsini. Matilda Pats is quietly shuffling up this order. And again, a driver raised at the Nürburgring, doing well in the rain. We shouldn't be surprised, but Matilda Pats is showing a new weapon in the arsenal here. Of course, she will be representing Aston Martin and F1 Academy this year, and she'd love to hunt Chiara Batigue in the Red Bull colours and claim an overall podium. Batigue is hunting Bansal, however. Ari Bansal by no means comfortable in second place. He's going to have to get the elbows out now against Batigue, who again is a dozen races into her single-seater career.
Oh, and that was a huge twitch through turn 5. These are cars, remember, which might now be on wet tyres, but they're very much still on a dry setup, so stiff suspension, low ride height. It's making aquaplaning a very real possibility now, and these drivers at the front are doing a masterful job of keeping control of their race cars. Chiara Batigue, though, fastest of anybody in the lead group anyway on the previous lap, faster than the two ahead of her in the first sector of this lap, and she might still have some ideas of going for a race win. How quickly can she get past Ari Bansal? That's the question. Overtaking is tricky, as we've seen in these conditions. She's definitely quicker than the 46 car, but where to make the move?
And in terms of the female trophy as well, I think she has to get past fairly quickly, lest Matilda Pats be right on her gearbox. It's already only a couple of seconds between them. We've seen for a couple of laps now that front wing errant at the Gancho chicane. It doesn't look like they feel the need to get that recovered, so we're going to continue racing despite the obstacle that, yes, we have seen while we have not acknowledged it. Bansal a little bit sideways there, mid-corner, coming through Parabolica, Ayrton Senna, both of them snapping on exit. Batigue trying to balance between being in all of the spray and being in the slipstream, which is the better option. It looks like Batigue is slow a little bit down the straight, maybe. We now run down to the first corner, and Pat, I think, is now as much of a threat to Batigue as Batigue is to Bansal. In fact, it looks to me like the pendulum is swinging firmly in favour of Matilda Pats.
Lap times in general, though, are several seconds off what they were doing even a lap or two ago. The conditions are now verging on undrivable, aren't they, out on circuit? And I think it's now just a case of who makes the fewest mistakes. Defensive line there for Chiara Batigue as they go into turn 3, but then that maybe gets converted into an overtake. Fantastic. Into second place she attempts to go. Ari Bansal, of course, will have the inside line. It doesn't matter. Through she's gone already. So Ari Bansal then drops down to third position. Yellow flag at turn 2. Not sure who that is or how serious it is, but for now, 4.25 minutes to go. The race continues. Yellow flag, in fact, I think has gone in pretty quickly. And Chiara Batigue is into second position. And again, I think that was just a little mistake for Bansal, and Batigue was absolutely on it and nipped up the inside.
Bansal a lot braver on the brakes there into Parabolica interior. That is certainly a bold move, but of course you've been seeing them using that very outside line all the way through this race. There's your leader, Alexander Savinkov, gently nursing that US Racing car around, slowly building a gap over Ari Bansal. He was. Now he's got Chiara Batigue closing in potentially. What's the middle sector saying? It is... oh, actually marginally in favour of Savinkov. So Savinkov really doing a wonder in these conditions.
Matilda Pats look all over the back of Ari Bansal's car, needs to make this move stick if she's going to try and get herself a trophy at the end of the race for best female driver and potentially an overall top 3 finish as well, which again is a result I think she would have been very, very grateful to be receiving at the beginning of the afternoon. Out through the final turn they go then, 3 minutes plus a lap to go. Another big wobble there from Ari Bansal coming out of the final turn. The rear of his car doesn't look all that comfortable, does it? And that is music to the ears of Matilda Pats now as she closes in, almost within striking range. We can just about see them through the spray as the river now properly runs across the road in the braking zone for turn 1.
Yeah, that's looking very sketchy indeed. You see there Orsini snaking away in 5th position, trying to get that car stopped. Andre Rodriguez isn't far away as well. They've all kind of compacted in there around P5. They're very close together. Here is Matilda Pats then on the back of Ari Bansal, and Bansal not sure how he's going to be able to hold on. His car looks a lot more twitchy than Matilda's, which looks compliant, and Matilda Pats breezes past. You'll have the outside line for Curva VIP. Surely the move will be done. Bansal just wrestling the car on the tighter line. Matilda Pats up to 3rd position. 2 female drivers in the top 3.
Could we yet have one on the top step of the podium, because Chiara Batigue was 8 tenths quicker than the leader on the last time around, and another couple of tenths faster in sector 1. Now she's in in clean air, she is absolutely flying and reeling in Alexander Savinkov. This is one of those races that we don't really want to end. I'm sure the drivers will be grateful to see the checkered flag, but this is building to a real crescendo with still a couple of laps of racing to go. There, though, is the driver on a charge. Chiara Batigue, second position, but definitely going quicker than the race leader. The question is she just that bit too far back with not quite enough seconds left on the clock?
Batigue with 2 laps to work with when she crosses the line this time, because the clock will hit 0 on the next lap, but then there's the +1 to consider afterwards. I think the time could be there if she can keep the car in a straight line, but that's such a huge ask in these conditions. It's a huge ask for everybody in these conditions. She lost time in that second sector. She lost 6 of the 8 tenths she gained. We've got side-by-side on there in the back of shot. That was between Andre Rodriguez and Samuel Ifrid for 6th place, and I think that could be Ifrid through and past his Cram Racing teammate. The Swiss driver, I would suspect, probably has a bit more rain experience than the Florida-based driver he just overtook.
Indeed so. Ethan Lennon, by the way, being warned for abusing track limits. It's a brave driver who abuses track limits in these conditions, although we've seen a few of them doing that. And if he does it again, he might well pick up a penalty. That time around, Chiara Batigue 3 tenths quicker than Savinkov. It was a poor middle sector by her, usually very high standards, which has allowed that gap to sort of stabilise slightly. Matilda Pats, now she's into clean air, was a couple of tenths quicker than Batigue, but not enough at this stage anyway to look likely to challenge for second.
We continue to watch this unfold then. The clock will be hitting 0 in a matter of moments. This is the penultimate lap of the race. Your top 10, as it has it right now, is Alexander Savinkov, Chiara Batigue in second place, Matilda Pats there in third position, Ari Bansel running in fourth with Orsini bearing down on him. Then in 6th place is Ifrid Rodriguez, Levian, Abdullah Kamel and Ludovico Busso, although that is now a sector old. I suspect it's probably shuffled a bit again. In fact, Arjen Kraling is listed as P10 now at the moment. He was 13th across the line. It is shifting remarkably quickly.
It is indeed. Rocco Coronel, by the way, I notice is now back into the top 20, 19th position, 45 seconds off the lead. So he's gained the best part of 15 seconds on the leaders since the restart, but sadly massively out of position as far as track position is concerned. Much better lap this time for Alexander Savinkov as well. 2 personal best sectors, so starting to acclimatise to the conditions maybe, and barring a mistake, looking a bit more comfortable in the lead.
Yeah, those sector times are really impressive, aren't they? You were just covering that. And Matilda Pats, I don't think is going to be close enough to challenge Chiara Batigue. Now, to answer a question, yes, there has been a female driver on the podium in FWS before, not a winner, but Tina Hausmann claimed a podium for AKM at Jerez in 2023. So it has been done before, but of course that was the early days of FWS when the entry list was a lot smaller in terms of numbers. And this is a great achievement from both Batigue and Pats in these conditions. And what about this man, Savinkov? Yet to win a race in Formula 4. He's been trying for years. 2 years ago, he was with us in the Formula Winter Series in an AKM car. He's since raced several dozen races, I think over 70 races in F4 cars. He's yet to win one. He's half a lap away as Alfie Slater there, a lap down, lest we forget, of course. In amongst it there, I think that was with Orsini.
Yes, I think it was. Yes, Orsini 5th position once the timing tower corrects itself. So right in the thick of a battle still. A chance, actually, that could become 4th because he's caught Ari Bansel now, who really has struggled a little bit over the last 7 or 8 minutes or so. This man hasn't, though. Alexander Savinkov, as you said, is in a really, really good position. And the lead gap going up now to 5.5 seconds or so. And Chiara Batigue, well, is she safe in second position? Because Matilda Pats has taken quite a chunk of time out of her on this lap. Overtaking opportunities limited, I would say, between now and the flag. But the gap has definitely come down.
Yes, indeed. Batigue going very wide there. Pats closing in, but it's not going to be quite enough, I don't think, for second place, and while both parties showed incredible pace at junctures of this race, Alexander Savinkov for Us Racing at the front of the field has really worked things out. He debuted in single-seaters with us, if I'm not mistaken, back in 2024. It's been a long journey to a race victory for Alexander Savinkov, and in the most unlikely of conditions, in the hardest of circumstances, Savinkov is an F4 winner. He is a Formula Winter Series winner, and what a first weekend in FWS and in European F4 competition for Chiara Battig. She takes second place ahead of Matilda Pats, both of their best results in F4 machinery. Bansal holds on to fourth place ahead of Orsini. Sixth position is Ifrid. Levian, another strong showing for him in seventh place ahead of Andre Rodriguez. Camel taking ninth place. Remember, he was struggling this morning in slippery conditions. He has had a great drive there to finish in ninth place. In 10th position was Ludovico Busso rounding out the points. In 11th place, Roman Kamyab Kamalander in 12th. Further down the order, have we had any surprises? Well, Rocco Coronel just coming through shot there has moved up to 17th place. Of course, Alicia Palmovsky finishing 15th in spite of having no front wing for most of the race. But a frustrating drive, I think, about to come to an end for the number 15. He will be next across the line after Oscar Repetto, who's just come across. Dries van Langendonk will be next across the line. He's set 2 purple sectors on his final lap here. He is pushing as if it was qualifying, and I think largely out of frustration. 22nd place, all he will get. His last lap wasn't quite good enough to set the fastest of the race, which he has anyway, a 1:59.979, the only driver in the sub-2 minute category. But what a drive from Alexander Savinkov in the number 17 Us Racing entry. Was the very first driver to pull the pin for an in-race pit stop. Of course, Chiara Battig joined the race from the pit lane on wets, but Savinkov's team was the first to make the call to get their driver onto wets, and boy oh boy has it ever paid off. This has been a long journey for Savinkov. He's a very reserved young man, but I feel like even he must be feeling a lot of things right now, even if it's under the surface. This has been a big journey. These are tricky conditions, yes, the ultimate X factor that has been the circumstances of these races, but you can't take a victory away from any driver that achieves it. And Alexander Savinkov has done so here. He's here for the full season. He's got lofty ambitions being in an Us Racing car this year, and we'll see what he can do going forward, but he's finally got that victory monkey off the back. And what about Matilda Pats and Chiara Battig? So many great stories in that top 3. Savinkov, finally a race winner in F4. And did a very good job in those wet conditions. And there you see the team congratulating Matilda Pats. That is the Matilda Racing crew. Of course, they're being supported by AS Motorsport, and I think she'll be as shocked as anybody with the circumstances of this race. I think every person attached to every member of this podium will be smiling ear to ear. Ari Bansal with 4th position. Among those that we would consider championship favourites, Ari Bansal is probably the one who has performed the best. We expect Bansal to consistently be fighting in the top 10, the top 5, and that 4th place finish in amongst the likes of Behrman, Van Langendonk, Coronel, all outside the top 10. That could be hugely important. Chiara Batig, of course, winning the female trophy. Vittorio Orsini holding on against Samuel Ifrid to win in the rookie standings as well. And I tell you what, that's also a shock, isn't it? That's a turn up for the books. With the kind of rookies that we've got this year in the Formula Winter Series, we were wondering if anyone would be able to take it away from the likes of Coronel and Van Langendonk and Orsini. On his first weekend here in the FWS, has managed to claim himself a rookie class win. Of course, he won the Supercorso Federale Acci Sport, the Italian Federation's young driver karting graduate training program, and now joins up with AKM Motorsport. A great win in that class for the AKM squad. That team have had a few successes here and there in the Winter Series paddock. Of course, we mentioned that podium with Tina Hausmann back in 2023. Davide Larini got a top 5 at Barcelona last year, but that will be a very sweet rookie class win for Orsini and AKM. But the sweetest feeling of all, I'm sure, is overall victory, and Alexander Savinkov has achieved it for US Racing.
He certainly has, and he is with me down here in the pit lane. Alexander, congratulations. Finally a win in Formula 4. How good does that feel?
Well, I still didn't realize it. For me, it's just another race.
Just another race, but a race that you controlled beautifully. I mean, it was tricky conditions out there, and you had so much bravery in that battle with Ari for the lead.
Oh yeah, for sure. I was never going to take P2.
Well, you have done it. Massive congratulations. How much confidence does this give you now that you've got the win?
Well, a lot, especially because I made the first decision. I was the first car to pull into the pit lane. And then I come out, it stops raining. I was like, oh my God. And then after safety car comes in, my engineer's like, good call. I was like, thank you.
Yeah, it certainly was the perfect call. You've done a fantastic job. And I know that your team are all behind you. I'm sure you want to say thank you to them as well.
Yeah, huge thanks to US Racing. Very proud of them.
Well, I'm sure they're proud of you as well. Congratulations. Go up to the podium and enjoy it. Congratulations. A first win for Alexander Savinkov.
Of course, last year's championship winning driver came from US Racing. They're one of the front-running teams here in FWS. They've proven it again here. Let's take a look back at that spectacular race. The third race of the Formula Winter Series got underway with most of the field, all of the field, on slick tyres in conditions that were getting progressively worse. The rain was falling. Dries van Langendonk was your early race leader from the front row of the grid. Meanwhile, there was a spin in the pack. One of the Yenza cars having a moment at the first corner. A corner later, Panzeri among a host of others. Paulson, all with damaged and stranded cars. That inevitably led to a safety car, and as the rain continued to get worse, there were early callers to the pit lane. By the time we went to green flag conditions, it was clear that the wets were the way to go, but these drivers, Ethan Lennon, Dries van Langendonk, Alfie Slater, were all still out there on slicks, and they were free falling through the pack at a rate of knots. Knots being the appropriate measurement for these weather conditions. It was treacherous, it was dramatic out there, and it was Ari Bansal who moved through to the lead. He was one of a few drivers up there on the wet tyres, but he was being pursued, he was being hunted by his teammate Alexander Savinkov. Savinkov was on a mission, looking to the outside line. We thought he was too far back there, but he wasn't. He swept around the outside at 7, made it stick at turn 8, and by the time we arrived to the uphill Gancho chicane, he was a comfortable race leader. A Chiara Batig, who started the race from the pit lane on wet tyres, she moved up to second at the expense of Ari Bansal. Lots of negotiations up and down the field. No one was having a comfortable race, and the Tata Spares and Repairs department were licking their chops at all the front wing sails, unfortunately. The conditions got worse, the spray got worse. Meanwhile, the likes of Dries van Langendonk running outside the top 20. Certainly not the script we expected. the 11 car off the circuit as well. But at the front of the pack, winning his first race in Formula 4 in his third season in the category. Year 3 in F4 is certainly make or break territory, and he's made himself a race winner in the most treacherous conditions we've seen all weekend. Congratulations, Alexander Savinkov. We're going to go back down to the pits because P2 has arrived to Izzy.
She certainly has. I've got Chiara Battig alongside me. Chiara, congratulations, a first podium for you. Just tell us how tricky things were out there.
Yeah, I mean, very happy to do my first podium here. I mean, I started literally from the last place. I saw some drops, and I've said that we can take risks, sorry. And then, yeah, I went in and we went for the wet tires, and it certainly went well.
Did you ever imagine starting all the way at the back that you could end up here?
No, never. Would have never thought that.
Well, you did a fantastic job. Your Campos team are all down here to congratulate you. How much does this mean for them to end the weekend on a high?
Well, I mean, it's my first race with them. Very exciting. Really, really great team. And yeah, I think they'll be happy.
Congratulations, fantastic job. Go and enjoy it on the podium at P2 for Chiara Battig.
Well, that was a sensational drive from Battig as well, and a great decision from Campos Racing to put her on the wet tyres, finishing second and winning, of course, in the female trophy. And in third position, of course, was the second place runner in the female trophy in the form of Matilda Pats. Alexander Savinkov, though, was the overall race winner. Battig and Pats creating a top three that I think you'd have got very good odds on anywhere you can put money down. Ari Bansel taking fourth position ahead of Vittorio Orsini, the rookie class winner for AKM Motorsport. Samuel Ifrid in sixth position, and Levi Arn in seventh place for Yenza Motorsport. Good to see him get some points on the board after difficulties earlier this morning. Andre Rodriguez in eighth place, Abdullah Kamil in ninth position, and Ludovico Busso rounding out the overall top 10 ahead of Roman Kamyab, Max Kamalander, Ian Kraling, Thomas Rodokas in 14th, Alicia Palmowski, despite lacking a front wing, in 15th place, Philipp Reich in 16th position, Rocco Coronel in 17th, Theo Borenstein in 18th, Rafaela Ferreira and Thomas Behrman rounding out the top 20 in a bizarro race that saw Oscar Repetto in 21st. And yes, Dries van Langendonk down in 22nd position, Pedro Lima 23rd, Ethan Lennon, South African, in 24th, Alexander Ruta in 25th place, Georgi Zazov in 26th, Alfie Slater in 27th, and of course the rest of the field not even getting to the end of the first lap in what was an extremely tricky race here at Estoril. Let's go to the podium.
What a final race of the weekend that was for the Formula Winter Series. Those changeable conditions gave us an unpredictable race and some fantastic battles at the front of the field, and lots of new faces to see on the podium. We'll start with our top female competitor in that race after a double win for Alicia Palmowski so far this weekend. It's a new winner in the class, Chiara Battig. Onto the top step of the podium, Chiara. Fantastic result that was, and second place overall as well, chasing after the eventual race winner in a phenomenal display of wet weather driving. And Chiara Battig celebrates a victory in the female class. Photos can be taken, and Chiara looks remarkably calm and composed after what was, I'm sure, a very, very complicated race. Congratulations, Chiara, then well done on the win. And we move on next then to our rookie top three. And it will be in third position, the same position he finished in the class in race one, Levi Arn. Well done, Levy. Third step of the podium for the Yenza Motorsport driver. His second appearance on the rookie podium this weekend. It is, though, the first time we've seen our second-placed driver on the podium. Second place in the rookie class, Samuel Ifrid. On to the second step. Well done, Samuel. Makes his way over to the podium, shakes the hand of Levi Arm, and celebrates a second-place finish in the rookie class. It is, though, a first rookie win and a first rookie podium of the season for Vittorio Orsini. Out he goes onto the top step of the podium, and the AKM Motorsport squad down below are very happy to see him there. A first appearance on the rookie podium this weekend. Those conditions are the ideal opportunity for drivers to get their moment in the spotlight, and Vittorio Orsini able to do just that, and celebrates with the team down below, holds the trophy aloft, and he is absolutely delighted, gives it a little kiss as well for good measure. And we'll try and have a chat with the AKM Motorsport driver if we can. Congratulations, guys. Vittorio, if we can just get you down here. Well done on the win. How were the conditions out there? You seemed pretty comfortable.
The condition is not so bad. But I am so happy for the result, and good day, so good day. Tomorrow morning not so good because for the position and for the results, but this race so good. I am very happy for the position, for results.
Excellent, congratulations then. Well done, Vittorio, on the win in the rookie category. And we move on now then to our overall top three. It is, again, an all different podium from what we've seen in the races previously. Third place overall, Matilda Patz. Well done, Matilda, on to the third step of the podium, in the third race of the weekend. Second position, her second appearance on the podium this afternoon, Chiara Batigue. Another big cheer from the Campos Racing squad down below. And let's make it a hat-trick, shall we, of drivers making their first podium appearance of the weekend. A stunning first victory in the class for Alexander Savinkov. And the very unassuming youngster heads to the top step of the podium to a huge cheer from the crowd down below. We also have our US Racing team representative Till here, who will go and join his driver on the podium as well. Now, though, the national anthem for the winning driver. Alexander Savinkov wins our third Formula Winter Series race of the weekend, and now it's time for him and his fellow podium finishers to receive their trophies, and well-deserved trophies they were as well. Fantastic racing in really treacherous conditions. Those who made the early decision to switch to the wet tyres inevitably found themselves in the best position come the end of the race, and Alexander was, of course, amongst those. Didn't actually come out of the pit lane with the race lead, but had to go chasing after the front runners, and was able to battle his way through to the top step of the podium. So I think we are all good. That concludes our podium presentation and concludes our Formula Winter Series racing for the weekend. A huge congratulations to our podium finishers. We've got one more race coming your way. GT Winter Series Race 3 is up next.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
So then, the final GT Winter Series race is about to get underway. The cars will be heading to grid in a matter of moments here. Slippery conditions, as we can see on the circuit, although it does look to me like the rain has stopped falling, so hopefully that puts us in favour of getting some racing underway. We spoke to a driver who has done well in wet conditions here previously in the form of Jamo Hartling. He, of course, is sharing the car with the SR Motorsport teams. Kenneth Heyer, the staple of SR Motorsport. We spoke to Jamo a little bit earlier on in the week. At the season opener in Portimao, it was a successful start to a reunited partnership between this man, Jamo Hartling, and his teammate, Kenneth Heyer. Jamo, first weekend in the books, a win in the books. I guess that was a very positive start.
Yeah, it was very, very good. It's good to be here at the GT Winter Series in the season 2026. Together with Kenneth Heyer on a GT3 Mercedes AMG. Yeah, it's brilliant. And now we're here in Estoril. The weather conditions are not at its best, but yeah, we're looking forward that over the weekend it's going to be better, and we see what it looked like.
Of course, you won a race here in 2024 in one of these cars in very wet conditions, as I remember. You're good in the wet in general, I think, having seen a lot of your racing. Talk to us a bit about the wet conditions in a GT3 car. I imagine it's quite different than the dry.
Yeah, it's not quite different. It's a big difference to the dry. Your line is completely otherwise. The tire is not a slick, of course, and yeah, it's a little bit more focus than in the dry. It's a little bit difficult with the GT3 car. GT4 is a little bit, you can play with the car a little bit more. GT3 car, you need to take a little bit more precision in it. Yeah, and it's two different cars.
Two very different cars, and of course in the GT4 in Germany last year you managed to win the championship along with Enrico Förderer. You won with us in 2024 the overall title. In 2025 you win ADAC GT4 Germany. It seems that you're on quite a streak at the moment. You must be really excited about how things are progressing for you.
I'm very, very happy about that, how it goes, and I hope it hold on this season in 2026. And yeah, we're looking forward.
And lastly, of course, Kenneth, as your teammate, I think he's kind of got you under his wing. He likes to, mentor you younger guys and help you guys out. Talk to me about that relationship between you and Kenneth, because it seems like a really strong one.
I would call Kenneth like a big brother. He take care of me. He take care of all of us. And he's a very, very good guy. He's funny. I like him very much, and to drive with him on a car together is brilliant. I like it.
Awesome. Well, we like having you guys together in the car. We look forward to seeing how your season progresses, and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Cars making their way out of the pit lane then as the cars make their way. It will be a lap of discovery, of course, for everybody in these very tricky conditions. And I feel like this weather will be a big test of everybody, but also I think it will favour those who are in the car for the duration of the race. I'm looking at people like Felix Hirsiger, for example, in the challenge car, the Ferrari 296 Challenge. We know that thing's quick in the rain anyway. We know that Felix Hirsiger is one of the quickest drivers in a Ferrari challenge car at this moment in time. And, well, every driver, I think, is going to be daunted to some degree or another. Those that come out into the second stint of the race with a stint of experience will maybe be marginally less daunted.
Yes, I do tend to agree with you. I have noticed that the circuit, the surface water, again, drains so quickly on this Estoril circuit. And whilst I'm certainly not going to be expecting to see any slick tyres before the end of the race, it does look at least like the surface of the circuit is more manageable than it was in that Formula race that we just had. Of course, these are bigger cars, heavier cars. They're going to clear that water away a lot more effectively as well. So it makes things a little bit easier. I use the word easier hesitantly, though, because it's still going to be a mighty, mighty challenging race out there, particularly in the early stages when a crowded track can sometimes lead to dramas. But a fascinating race ahead, I think. And yes, we've got some interesting cars at the front of the grid. Ignazio Zanon, we expect to be starting the Vincenzo Sospiri racing car. Felix Hirsiger, Adam mentioned, in that Ferrari challenge car. And then J-Mo Hartley, who we just heard from, as that man, Jonas Karklis, starting alongside him on the second row. And Jonas Karklis with a little bit of redemption perhaps on his mind. He's had a couple of moments over the course of the weekend, and the team have done a good job to get that car fixed, actually, after its pretty hefty whack with the barrier on the approach to turn 2 only a couple of hours ago. So really good job from the team. You'd expect that, really, the Liquali Team Engsler squad, and they have indeed got that car out there. Whether it's feeling 100% as it should awaits to be seen, but at least it is out on the grid.
We're expecting, incidentally, Tim Hutter to be in the car for the second stint of the race in that Liquali Team Engsler machine. On the driver nomination form, he was not listed for either of the sprints. Of course, it was Karklis in both sprints, but he is there listed for the Enduro. So just bear that in mind as well, that Hutter will be at the wheel. Good to see, incidentally, the 79 Lamborghini out there, Severin Mazur and Alessio Ruffini, the two parties involved with the collision at turn 1 on lap 1 in the race earlier on today. Never a guarantee, of course, especially at this early stage of the season, that you've got the spare parts, that you've got the means. But we are seeing both of those cars out there on circuit. I think just about everybody, with the exception of Przemysław Bienkowski's number 27 Mercedes, should be out there on the circuit. And we can see there some hustle and bustle, can't we, down at SR Motorsport. That's the Hartling and Hire car getting a new set of tyres.
Yes, a fresh set of tyres perhaps being added. Did hear a few drivers talking about this actually after the race earlier on today, saying they were saving a fresh set of tyres for race number 3. That perhaps is of slightly less relevance now that the conditions have changed again, but yes, I suspect wet tyres with tyre blankets on to try and keep some heat into them being fitted to that number 11 car. J-Mo Hartling in the car he shares with Kenneth Hire, and he is stood right at the front of the car, isn't he, I think, Kenneth? Is that? No,
well, I'm just interested in Marcus Clutton doing a bit of a little meander around the SR car, just seemingly doing some general scouting by the looks of it. And also interesting there to see Cedric Fuchs and Willy Kuna just standing by with the SR Motorsport team. Again, I emphasise the point because it's quite rare in modern GT racing to see kind of everyone pitching in. Every driver seems to have some sort of job on another car at some point, which is really quite a unique thing to see. There is the 66 car, the car that is a heavy favourite for this one, the Michelotto Zanon-driven VSR Lamborghini, the GT3 Evo 2, of course, the now outgoing Lamborghini spec, the Temerario in testing. Car goes immediately up on the jacks, and it is kind of hard to bet against people who come in with championship aspirations, but of course, or championship wins in the pocket, I should say, down at VSR. But we have some very experienced drivers with the Estoril circuit in these conditions around as well. Let's go down to the grid. Izzy Browning is there.
I am indeed. Welcome back down to the grid for the final time today and the final time this weekend here in Estoril. It has indeed stopped raining. Will we see any more rain later in this race? Of course, everybody going to be on those wet tyres and trying to survive this start. The number 66 of Ignacio Zanon is on pole position once again. They have got the door shut. Well, they've just opened it. I don't know if I can maybe get in there and have a chat. We'll just wait briefly while the mechanic gets to it, and I'm going to see if I can slip past. Thank you very much. Well, Ignacio, first time speaking to you this weekend, but it has been a great weekend for you guys so far. What are your thoughts into this final race?
Yeah, it's been a good weekend so far, 2 wins, and the goal is to make a 3rd one. So focus now and get a good start and go off.
How tricky is this start going to be? It's pretty slippy out there.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky conditions, but important to keep calm and find where the grip is and then push.
All right, best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. Right, I do also want to jump in and speak to Felix Herziger, of course, overall win yesterday in this Ferrari Challenge car. Well, Felix, it's a familiar position. You're on the front row again. What are the thoughts ahead of this final race of the weekend?
Well, I'm going to enjoy it, of course. It's wet now, so I like that a lot. And, of course, the GT3s have a big advantage in the wet because of the aero. So I'm trying to make the most during the race and see how good we can end up.
So you say you like the rain then. Are you hoping that there's going to be some more rain throughout this race?
Sorry, I can't.
All good. Are you hoping there's going to be more rain?
Okay, yeah. Sorry, now. Can you repeat a second?
Are you hoping there's going to be more rain throughout this race?
No, I hope it's going to dry up so I can finally use my new slicks.
Love it. Okay, have fun out there. Right, we'll continue back, although we are going to be thrown off the grid very, very shortly. So I will just show you the next couple rows of cars, because we do, as Adam and Andy have said, have the number 19 of Jonas Karklees. And it's been a bit of a difficult weekend for this car. They've got the little mini window open, so I think I'm going to dive in anyway. Jonas, it's been a bit of a tricky weekend so far. What can you do in this final race?
Well, what can you do? Just focus, concentrate, and try, to do your best. It is what it is. Yeah, let's see. The weather is super tricky this weekend, but let's see.
And your teammates saying that they... oh, actually, we'll let you go because the race is coming up shortly.
Okay then, for the final time this weekend, we have cars rolling on the formation lap in the GT Winter Series. Ignacio Zanon on pole position in the VSR Lamborghini, the number 66. He's alongside Felix Herziger, who claims the GT3s have a distinct advantage in the wet conditions. The Estoril form book and the GT Winter Series form book kind of go the opposite way. Let's see what he can do with the big power of the Ferrari on the front row of the grid. Jamo Hartling in 3rd place for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum, alongside the Lithuanian racer Jonas Karklees in the number 19. 5th and 6th positions, Simon Orange taking the start. Marcus Clutton will take that car over. The Orange Racing by JMH McLaren, joined by the solo driver Dexter Muller of CPRX by SPS. Row 4 of the grid, Alfredo Hernandez won Grupo Prom Racer, the number 77 car. Alessio Raffini, the Cup 4 leader. from 8th on the grid, Autosport Racing's 333, followed immediately by his teammate Petar Matic in the number 32 machine, and Lucas Azato, the Kessel Racing number 13, taking up the 10th place slot on the grid. Severin Mazur will line up in 11th place alongside another Ferrari 296 challenge from Joseph Dean, who will hand over to Aston Miller for the first time later on in the race. The 27 car unfortunately not taking the start, so no PTT Racing Team Mercedes. Heinemann will therefore be on row 7, and he'll be joined on that row by, I believe, Igor Klaya has been told he can move forward into the correct slot for that one. I don't think we have Andre Fernandez, from what I understand, and that is an unfortunate end that we don't get to see the 991.2 GT3R out in this race, but of course they did have technical problems earlier on, and seemingly those couldn't be resolved here at the track. We'll see them in a couple of weeks at the Portimao 6 hour from the 5th through 8th of February. But in the here and now, we are ready to go racing for the final time this weekend in the GT Winter Series. It's a 55-minute pit stop race here at the circuit. And of course, the pit window will be minute 25 through 35 out there on the circuit. We're going to have 2 formation laps, and that will then lead into what should be, I think, a single file start, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll wait and see on that front. Either way, it is Lamborghini, Ferrari, Mercedes, and Lamborghini again in the top 4. I'm hard-pressed to look away from the Ferrari when it comes to favourites for early leaders. But what are you thinking, Andy?
Well, yes, I tend to agree with you. It was interesting to hear Felix Hirsiger there sort of downplaying his chances so much, but I don't think that modesty really was necessary. I think we know that that car is going to be quick, and yes, you know, modern-day GT3 car with all of its electronic aids, they are a lot easier to drive in the wet than they used to be. Rain expected now, apparently. Well, yes, I wouldn't argue against that either, I suppose. Looking out of the window, I think it could be coming and going for the remainder of the day. But yes, I think, I tend to agree with you. The Liqui Moly Team Exler Ferrari should be a strong prospect. Really looking forward, though, to seeing some of the battles in the lower classes. I feel like particularly Cup 4 has struggled a little bit through a bit of bad luck for Alessio Ruffini, who normally I think we would expect to be up there battling Petar Matic for class wins. If Alessio can have a clean race this time, then he might well be able to snatch himself a race win, and yeah, hopefully some good battles over the course of the race. Time has started ticking down, and we expect the race to start proper at the end of this lap. But yeah, single file restart or not, I think a Ferrari leading into turn 1 is not beyond the realms of possibility.
Interesting stuff. Well, we're looking forward to seeing what comes next here. The clock has started ticking. We're going to have a slightly less than 55 minutes then, technically speaking, of racing. And of course, there is the factor that gravel traps are looming and things like that in these types of conditions, but we shall be underway in just a few moments. Keep an eye on Simon Orange. He was claiming to be quicker than Marcus Clutton in these conditions in an interview with us on Friday. That data I didn't look into. I'll take his word for it. Sorry, Marcus. We'll see what he can do from 5th position. For Ignazio Zanon, of course, he is the AM driver of what in Italian GT is considered a Pro-Am lineup. However, he is quite a meldable and talented young driver. We expect him to be competitive, but again, that power advantage for Hirsiger, I think that's going to be the factor early on. What about Jamo Hartling on row 2? What about Jonas Karklis? Yes, he's a businessman first, a racer second, but he has done a lot of racing at this point. We are going for a 2x2 start then, so again, I need to study the regs a bit harder. Clearly, there are quite a lot of different start scenarios this year to keep tabs on, but it will be a 2x2 rolling start. It will be a 700 horsepower Ferrari alongside a somewhat less powerful BOP'd Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car. Who will be in the lead by the first corner? Will everyone get through the first corner cleanly in these treacherous conditions? As the revs rise, as the acceleration kicks in, the spray will also kick up into the air, and that's going to make it an immense challenge for everybody. The field is under the control of Ignazio Zanon in the VSR Lamborghini. He's side by side with Felix Hirsiger for the final time this weekend. We're racing in the GT Winter Series, and Hirsiger has been massively jeopardized there off the line. He really missed his gantro there, didn't he? He missed his opportunity, and he is, well, behind JMO Hartling. Even Hartling has a look to the inside and can't make it work. Oh, Felix Hirsiger will be kicking himself.
Yeah, that was odd, wasn't it? Just didn't seem to react as well, or maybe was a bit too gentle with the right foot. That's Simon Orange getting stuck in. He's ahead of Jonas Karklis, and now nips to the inside of the Ferrari for the lead, though. JMO Hartling, well, he wants it, doesn't he? He's all over the back of Ignazio Zanon as they head towards Curva VIP for the first time. Round the outside, that's where the grip should be. He didn't have the space, though. Zanon very cleverly positioned the Lamborghini. His time in the lead, though, might still be near its end, because here comes the Mercedes. JMO Hartling alongside through the kink at turn 5, and already is ahead by the time he reaches turn 6. So JMO Hartling then to the lead. While we expected a battle for the lead in the opening exchanges of the race, it's not perhaps the car we expected to be leading, as they both run very wide through Parabolica Interior. But JMO Hartling, right at home in these conditions, hits the front.
Firmly on the exterior of Parabolica Interior, unfortunately. Orange then up to third place. He's got himself past Karklis and Hirsiger. We heard there, I think, the traction control interfering massively on the Lamborghini through that camera angle. That was quite evident. That was Zanon pushing the limits there. Worth noting, up to 7th place already, the Cup 2 leading car, the P30 by Up to Race Porsche, driven by Tim Heinemann. Heinemann, of course, a 2-time DTM Trophy champion. He is always very quick in these conditions. I think he got up to 2nd on the timing sheets in the rain on Thursday. And look at him go. He's right on the back of the GT3s. He's right on the back of this Ferrari 296 challenge car. But here comes a straight, and Felix Hirsiger on the back of Dexter Muller will surely get very close, if not past the Mercedes. Watch for the Mercedes. There it is. He's closing, he's closing, he's closing. But here comes the braking zone. He's braver than Dexter Muller. He gets it stopped. P5 for Hirsiger or not, because the outside line yields the grip. Dexter Muller holding on by the skin of his teeth. Now around the outside at turn 2. Heinemann looking to get involved in this as well, drifting through turn 2. Hirsiger is up to 5th place. Here comes Tim Heinemann.
Yeah, Tim Heinemann looks at home as well, doesn't he, in these conditions, nibbling up the inside of Dexter Muller's Mercedes, but not quite able to make the move just yet. Tries the outside at Curva VIP. Again, didn't quite have the traction through the corner. Much better exit though. The rear-engine Porsche squats down and jumps out of the corner, and is already ahead of the Mercedes GT3 by the time it hits turn 5. So Tim Heinemann up into 6th position, and to his credit, Felix Hirsiger is struggling a little bit compared to the GT3 cars, as he said might be the case on the grid. Can he now go after the car ahead of Jonas Karklis? Well, on the basis of that slide out of turn 6, the answer perhaps will be no.
Yeah, really interesting to see that the 296 isn't looking that comfortable, just again based on the form book. It was 2 races won here last year in slippery conditions. The Ferrari 296 challenge car, but not to be right now for Hirsiger. Heinemann then up to 6th overall, and looking threatening here up against the Ferrari, and look at it climbing all over the curves and then just having all the traction in the world. Heinemann up to 5th position then, started the lap in 7th, but the Ferrari, I'm sure, will be repping for a run down the main straight to try and get back through.
Yeah, really impressive, isn't it, how Heinemann can take those really tight lines, which, as we've said many a time, is not usually the quickest way in the wet, and still get off the corner so well. So I think playing to the strengths of that car, like I said, rear engine, great traction off the corners, he can actually get away with taking those shorter lines through the turns and still get good speed off them. Let's see if he carries on his progress now at the order. Needs to try and shake off Hirsiger, which now we're out of straights for a while, he might have half a chance of doing, and he will then set off after the leaders. It's 4 GT3 cars at the head of the field though. JMO Hartling leads by 4.3 seconds over Ignazio Zanon, who is another 4 seconds ahead of Simon Orange, and then Jonas Karklis in the Lamborghini, a second and a half or so behind him. Cook 4 led now by Petar Matic ahead of Alessio Ruffini, but they are separated by only 0.8 of a second. And of course Cook 1 still led by Felix Hirsiger, less convincingly perhaps than in previous races.
Yeah, interesting situation there going on. There is Matic just clear of Raffini. Of course, Raffini hasn't really had a trouble-free run all day, and it looks like he's struggling there. I think just getting muscled out rather than having a problem, but in these conditions, just having a momentary lapse of confidence, as you just saw, costs you 2 positions. Severin Mazur is closing in on Matic. This is for 8th overall. They've fallen away a bit from Dexter Muller, up ahead in 7th place. It's very much a field split in twain.
It is indeed. Here then is the battle for 4th. It didn't take Tim Heinemann long to catch Jonas Karglis. How long will it take him to get through? This is where the Porsche has looked particularly strong so far. Climbs the inside curb, doesn't seem to break traction even slightly, and he's alongside Karglis into the S's. He's on the grippier line now through the left-hander. It's like candy from a baby. That was absolutely brilliant stuff from Tim Heinemann, whose progress towards the front continues.
And in a Cup class Porsche with 510 horsepower and significantly less downforce and thus less drag down the straights, he's not going to be any slower than the Lamborghini behind him nor the McLaren in front of him. The next target is Simon Orange in the Orange Racing by JMH McLaren 720S GT3 Evo at the front of the field. Setting a mighty pace, setting the fastest pace of anyone out there, is Jamo Hartling. Hartling leading by 5.7 seconds. Ignacio Zanon in 2nd place. We just saw him there through the bottom of shot. Then it's Simon Orange, but for how much longer? Because the charging Tim Heinemann is on a mission in the Cup class Porsche, the 88.
He's the only driver who is confident enough to use a curb anywhere, be that on the inside or outside of a corner. He's just got supreme, look at that, almost ditch hooking through the left-hander at Curva VIP to help rotate the car. Of course, that's where the Porsche's weakness perhaps can sometimes lie, that initial rotation. There's next to no weight really over the front axle, so it doesn't always turn in that well. So he uses the curb there to help rotate the car and then mashes his right foot down. And we've seen already what a rocket ship that car is off the corners. Simon Orange's days in 3rd place may be numbered at this rate. Had a quick look there at Ignacio Zanon, who's now 5.7 seconds adrift of the race leader. The next positional change, though, I think could be 3rd place overall.
It might just be the Cup 2 leading car on a mission. Igor Klyer back in 13th place. We're going, what is this? Looking at the Delta, if he has it available to him through his ears from the team. He'll be focusing mostly on his own race, of course, down there with Azato back in 12th and 13th. And goodness me, Heinemann is pulling shapes. To your point, Andy, it's amazing just how confident he is to use all of the track and a bit beyond. And I think he even hooked some gravel into the circuit from the top of Gancho there. After he went through, there was a sprinkling of gravel. He's really pushing the limit and trying to find the shortest possible route around a lot of these corners, which isn't really conventional wisdom for this weather.
But we've seen other drivers in earlier races drifting wide over a curb, hitting an apex curb maybe in these conditions, and the car snapping sideways and looking like it's trying to swap ends on the driver. There's none of that, is there, with Tim Heinemann's Porsche? It looks perfectly settled underneath him, no matter, seemingly, what line he elects to take. So that is only going to spur him on even further and give him the confidence to keep on pushing. There's a warning flag, driving standards warning flag, for Tim Heinemann for overtaking off the track at turn 10. So that is, turn 10 is, yes, the second part of Gancho. We've seen him going off the track at Gancho and overtaking off the track, not advised. So he's been told to give back 2 positions as a result.
That is a big slap on the wrist there, isn't it? So that's going to cost him a lot of time. I'll thank my sources as I always do. Marcus Gidlich has sent me some information. Yes, Marcus Gidlich of GEDLICH Racing. Thank you. He's watching at home. Oh, as Jonas Karglis runs it out wide, probably not realising that Heinemann has to give him a position back. So tense stuff here. He's thinking, okay, fine, I'll go past you. But to the point regarding the Cup 1 Ferrari and its lack of pace versus last year, there is a good reason for that, and that is because last year the Ferrari Challenge cars were the only ones with the new Pirelli wet tyre that was introduced in 2025. I think it took until about mid-season for the GT3 spec cars to gain the new wet Pirelli tyre compound. They've all got it now, thus we're seeing the true pace reflection again. So that explains why the Ferrari isn't quite as dramatically fast in these conditions as previously, and hats off to Pirelli because clearly that tyre works. The 88 car, I think, has done all of the yielding it needs to do and will now get back into the race. But it took a long time for him to even get to where he needed to drop back. He's going, come on, let me get on with it.
Well, he was about 6 seconds ahead of this man we ride on board with, Felix Hirsiger, at the start of the lap. So had a fair chunk of time to give back and has now managed to do that and has to once again find a way past that still very rapid Ferrari. Certainly in a straight line it will be difficult to find an advantage over it, but I somehow suspect Tim Heinemann, even though he knows now he can't overtake over the curb at Gancho, should be able to find another way through. In fact, there it might be at turn 2, not quite.
Oh.
Took a tight line on the way in, but didn't quite have the traction on corner exit. So it'll be interesting now to see how he adapts with his favourite overtaking opportunity no longer necessarily available to him. Well, where else can he find a way through? Let's find out.
Yeah, this is really compelling stuff between the two parties. Hirsiger looking very, very unsettled under power there coming out of Curva VIP. Dangerous games being played on the throttle of that Ferrari, and Heinemann gets back through what could have been had Heinemann not had to do that. If he'd made his overtakes in a more legal fashion, quite frankly, he could have been handing the car over in third overall, of course, to Alexei Koreshko, who has rallying experience. These two might have had quite the race. They still might, of course. We've got another 10 minutes before the pit window opens. There's plenty of time for Heinemann to do a little bit of magic. Maybe not enough to get to orange, but at least get back past Jonas Karklis. And look at Dexter Muller. He's on the move as well. He's closed in on Hirsiger. Looks like the race is coming to Dexter. He's getting used to these conditions.
Looks that way, although how easy it will be to get past the Ferrari awaits to be seen. Another Mercedes driver, by the way, going very quickly out there is J-Mo Harling. He just did the fastest lap of the race as the race leader. 8.8 seconds clear of Ignacio Zanon now. And a 153.8 is nearly a full second quicker than anybody else is going. So J-Mo looking really strong out in front. Can Dexter Muller now drag his Mercedes AMG GT3 a further position up the order? Probably not right now is my answer, because that Ferrari is getting smaller and smaller, the little of it he can see through the spray off in the distance as it stretches its leg down the main straight here at Estoril. Almost closed back within striking range of Tim Heinemann, but was then sideways in the braking zone. Hirsiger gathered it together though and holds on for now.
Yeah, this is an interesting dynamic then with three different specs of cars kind of in the same patch. I do wonder if actually that penalty and the forced drop back for Heinemann maybe coincided with him starting to cook his Pirellis shortly before, because the sheer rate of gain that we saw from him previously is no longer evident. Of course, it could also be the other drivers have figured the groove out now. They understand it. But I do wonder if maybe Heinemann's tyres could be past their best as well.
He certainly didn't appear to be nursing them in that opening 10 minutes or so of the race, so I tend to agree with you there. He has, though, managed to get away slightly from this pair now. So Dexter Muller again applies some pressure into Parabolica Interior and tries to wriggle up past the Ferrari, which is fishtailing around again on corner exit. Does that give Dexter the chance? He's on the outside line into turn 7. Wait a moment to see whether or not he appears in front on corner exit. No, still the Ferrari ahead of the Mercedes. But Dexter Muller looks the quicker of the two. Is there perhaps a chance through Gancho? He's dropped back slightly through the kink there, hasn't he, at turn 8? And so positions unlikely to change maybe in the immediate future. Round they will come. More cars being warned about track limits, by the way. 79, 77 and 333 being warned about track limits. And, well, that was a bit of a warning from his car, wasn't it, for Felix Hirsiger, saying, nope, that's about as quick as I'm willing to go through that corner.
Yep, that's my limit. Sorry. Nick Molly Team Exler driver holding it well, though, of course. Trofeo Pirelli champion in Ferrari Challenge Europe last year, the top division of Ferrari Challenge Racing. We've been very excited to see him on the entry. It only came in on Friday that he was going to be racing here this weekend, and has been a very interesting addition to the grid. Of course, won the race overall in the dry conditions on Saturday, the 30-minute sprint race, and I still think probably a factor potentially for a top 5 finish once all is said and done. He will be driving solo, as will Dexter Muller, and I do think, again, at least in the early parts of that second stint, these guys will have that rear end and foot data to use to their advantage for the early laps of that second portion.
Yes, I think that's a good point, well made. It's Dexter Muller going to be here, coming into the pit lane in 7th place or 6th place, I wonder. He would like that to become 6th place, but again, Felix Heersiger just getting away from him down that short shoot towards Parabolica Interior. Very close to exceeding track limits there, both of them in fairness. Dexter Muller much quicker through the middle part of the corner though. Jonas Karklis now being warned about track limits abuse as well. Of course, not all of the track limits indiscretions are necessarily gaining the drivers a huge amount of lap time in these conditions, but a rule is a rule, and if you exceed track limits, then you must be warned about it and potentially penalised afterwards. And in these conditions, especially because the ideal racing line is so close to the outer edge of the road, if you do go in a mile an hour or so too quickly, then you're that bit closer to the edge of the road and that more likely to go ahead and exceed track limits in the first place.
Exactly right. 1.6 kilometres an hour, by the way, if you wanted the conversion on
Thank
that.
you.
So then, Dexter Muller pulling up again to the rear of Heersiger around the final corner. But again, as we've said, the straight, bye-bye Ferrari, off it goes. The top 5 then, as it stands, is SR Motorsport by Schnitzlau's J-Mo Hartling. Remember him, he is still out there on the circuit, but he's driven away. That seems to be the SR proclivity this weekend, doesn't it? They drive off into the distance, they avoid the cameras at all costs, and they try and drive to a race win. Ignacio Zanon in the VSR car in 2nd position. In 3rd place, some 23 seconds back from the lead and 13 back from Zanon, is Simon Orange. Jonas Karklis in 4th position, the number 19 Lamborghini. He is about 5 seconds clear of the 5th place car, as we do see the Schnitzlaum Mercedes getting pushed to its limit here by J-Mo Hartling. But Tim Heinemann in 5th place overall, then Heersiger and Muller, who we saw, Severin Mazur in 8th place, Petar Matic and Alfredo Hernandez rounding out our overall top 10 out there around the circuit right now. 4 classes represented in the top 10. J-Mo Hartling having a brilliant stint to this point. I don't know if Kenneth Heyer is going to be exceedingly keen or particularly unwilling to jump in the car in these kind of conditions, but he will be the driver, of course, that takes over the baton, and he wants to claim his first win of the season. Of course, J-Mo did a win in a sprint race at Portimao, but Kenneth Heyer is yet to be part of a victory in the car this year, and he'd love to do that.
Indeed he would. He'll be grateful, of course, if J-Mo can give him a nice little cushion to protect over the final stint of the race. Remember, Mattia Michelotto will be getting into the VSR Lamborghini, and we know how quick he's been, so there's every chance that gap could potentially come down. The dynamic can change after the driver changes. It's one of the great things about these longer pit stop races that we get on a Sunday afternoon with GT Winter Series. You get to usually see both drivers out on track at some point, and it means that you can never really fully predict what the situation will be in the second half of the race. This battle, I was going to say, still raging on, but Dexter Muller just can't quite gain that car length or so that he needs to really go on the attack.
That's the thing, and it's the point that we make as well in the GT4s sometimes. The cars that are fast in a straight line, they have it easier in a sense in these situations because, well, going around a car in a corner is infinitely harder than just blasting past in a straight line. If Dexter does get through, Heersiger, there's every chance he will do just that and blast by in a straight line, whereas Dexter, with the strength of the Mercedes, would have to traverse probably the outside of the circuit and really take the brave pills only to possibly lose it again on the straight.
No, exactly that. It is very difficult to overtake a car that's quicker than you in a straight line. Over a lap, there might be nothing in it, which seems to be the case between these two, but most overtaking opportunities tend to come at the end of straights, although Dexter Muller thinks he might have spotted an opportunity to get through here. Much tighter and neater line through turn 6. He's not going to be on the outside line into turn 7, though, because that uphill drag was just enough, was it? No, for Heersiger to get in front of him. Dexter just kept the overlap, found the grip, goes round the outside and takes the place, makes a liar out of me. I didn't think he was close enough to do that, but he was much later on the brakes into 7, dragged himself alongside, and once you're on that...
The back of Dexter Muller, he's got 2, 3, maybe even 4 car lengths. That's not going to be doable. So Muller has done the critical role here of getting that final sector just right, and he should be able to preserve that 6th place. But look how close Hirsinger comes on the run down to the first corner. Even that size gap wasn't quite safe.
If he'd have got even a slightly better exit from the final corner, then he might have been able to get alongside. And as we saw, if you can get alongside at the right time on the right side of the road, you can make that pass. Dexter, though, should now be able to settle into a rhythm and start to pull away ever so slightly. So round the curve of VIP we go. Completely contrasting lines again there as Dexter takes the wide, sweeping, traditional wet racing line, and Felix Hirsinger takes that tighter line, trying to rotate the car, a bit too much rotation there through the kink at turn 5. 2 cars now on a final track limits warning. One of them is Tim Heinemann and the other is Jonas Karklis, so the 5th and 4th place drivers respectively being given a final warning for track limits abuse. And that is something they'll have to be really mindful of, because that likely will continue to hover then over the second driver in their stint. And if they do make one little slip up, then that could prove very, very costly indeed. Meanwhile, Alessio Ruffini here trying to get within striking range of Alfredo Hernandez, but really wants to get past Hernandez and go chasing after Petar Matic, who is 2 seconds further up the road. You can just see his Lamborghini off in the distance. Cup 4 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo cars, and in the middle, meeting that Lamborghini sandwich is Alfredo Hernandez's Mercedes AMG GT3. But good to at least see Alessio Ruffini still going in this race, and he hasn't yet, touch wood, had any major dramas, and that makes this race already feel quite noticeably different to his first 2. Pit window is open, and who is going to be the first to blink, I wonder? And what will the situation be at the end of this pit window? J-Mel Hartling with a 13.2 second lead now over Ignazio Zanon. And Ignazio 20 seconds clear of Simon Orange. Big gaps at the front of the field, but of course Simon has his pro driver to plug in, Marcus Clutton. We know that, as I said, Mattia Michelotto has been rapid. Alessio Ruffini is coming in early. And this is, I think, going to be the first car that we do see in the pit lane. Yes, it is. So Alessio Ruffini to hand over again to the very experienced Milos Pavlovic. That is not a huge surprise. And Petar Matic, who's had things more or less all his own way so far in Cup 4, might now have a challenge on his hands.
Oh, absolutely, he will. The Pavlovic rap sheet, I think you probably just gave. Incredible record across over a decade now in Lamborghini Super Trofeo spec machinery, here in the GT Winter Series in more recent times, but of course also in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the Pro Class champion back in 2014. Matic, though, again, I'm really impressed with how far he's come. Last year, he was more towards the rear of the field a lot of the time in the overall standings, but it really feels like he's progressed quite significantly. Zato is coming into the pit lane. He'll hand over to Alberto Cola. Alfredo Hernandez, of course, he's a solo driver, but he's also come into the pits, and Zanon is in as well from second place. At the first opportunity for that car, they are going to get Mattia Michelotto into the machine.
Yes, that's not a huge surprise. Ignazio Zanon was very impressive in his race yesterday, but I think we'll be keen to get Mattia into the car as quickly as he can, because he will want to go hunting that SR Motorsport Mercedes out in front. Because Zato then gets out of his car 19, a time penalty of 5 seconds for abusing track limits once too often. That is Jonas Karklis. Tim Heinemann was on the same final warning only a lap or so ago. So we'll wait and see whether he has heeded that message or not. But it is a 5-second penalty then that will be headed the way of Jonas Karklis, who again has had a slightly troubled weekend, although his form in this race has been a little more consistent perhaps than the other races. Simon Orange in to hand over to Marcus Clutton as well. Adam might have just covered that, so another not a huge shock to see that car in. Simon Orange though has not put a foot wrong in this race in tricky conditions, and we'll now watch with interest to see what Marcus Clutton can do in that McLaren in the second half of the race. Dexter Muller here, who has not yet pitted, comes up behind another Mercedes AMG GT3 which has Alfredo Hernandez staying in the car, Alfredo, but inevitably takes a lap or so after a pit stop, doesn't it, to get properly back into the rhythm, and Dexter Muller would quite like it, I think, if he got out of the way. There is a lap between these two cars at the moment, after all.
Yeah, exactly right. But Dexter getting to the inside line now. Of course, that's not always the line you want in these circumstances. I don't think Alfredo is going to be fully cognizant of whether he's fighting this car or not. He just sees a fellow Mercedes GT3 and a driver in Dexter Muller that he's raced several times before for overall position. But the blue flags should be flying. Severin Mazur into the pit lane at the moment. Muller, getting his nose cut off here. I think it might be better if Dexter makes that pit stop and doesn't get into this wheel-to-wheel scrap. They may well call him in down at SBS.
Yes, that's what I'd be doing. He's losing time, definitely, in this battle. And what he doesn't want to do is allow Felix Hirsiger to close in. Well, there you go, Adam. If you ever fancy a job as a team strategist, perhaps you should clip that moment up and add it to your show reel. That was perfect timing and absolutely the right decision, I think, for all of the reasons that you mentioned.
Right, well, how long will it be before we see any of the cars in the top three making their pit stop? Hartling, I think, will probably push it to near the edge of the window, but we'll wait and see. Certainly, he seems to be in a bit of a flow state there. He's been often just within a couple of tenths of his best lap pretty much every time he's gone past. Carcliss some 47 seconds further back, but he just set Heinemann up to second place. So that's been an exchange, although I think they're switching back and forth at the moment. That's a battle on circuit, actually. Carcliss and Heinemann. There is Heinemann, but where is Jonas Carcliss?
Not in shot is the answer, or half of the answer anyway. He has disappeared from this particular battle, or is it Heinemann that's had the moment, I wonder? Let's see.
I think Carcliss is about 5 seconds back, is he? No. No, that was a Lamborghini accelerating towards Gancho. Do we get to see whether that's Carcliss? No, we don't. We need to see the car ahead of this one, really, to confirm if Jonas Carcliss is still there ahead of that one. So the car ahead of the Porsche. This is Milos Pavlovic having a moment, but just about holding on. There is Jonas Carcliss. So it's Heinemann, yes, correct, Andy, that had the problem. They were 300ths apart at the start of the lap. There's now a 5-second gap.
Well, that is a bit of a surprise, actually. Heinemann has looked pretty unflappable so far, apart from obviously having to give those places back for exceeding track limits, but just didn't look likely to make a mistake, did he? Up until this point, we don't know if it was a mistake, I suppose, but something happened, and it means that he crosses the line this time. There's a 5-second penalty for Jonas Carcliss for track limits infringements. Alfredo Hernandez is in the gravel, and can he dig his way out? No, he can't. So that will be almost certainly a safety car period required. This is at turn 13, the final corner, and we've seen a few people getting close to disaster through there, and Alfredo Hernandez now has got himself beached in the gravel. Thankfully, I don't think he made contact with anything solid, but that car is going nowhere under its own steam. The safety car is out, and I'm sure now people will be thinking, right, let's get into the pit lane as soon as we can.
Yes, although does the window shut under a safety car? I'm struggling to remember all of a sudden what our rule is there. No competitor is allowed into the pit lane to carry out the change of the driver while the safety car is on the track. That is the rule. Thankfully, I was on 45.4, the correct regulation, at that exact moment. Those who are already in the pits, that's fine, but those who are not... is that... that's the Hernandez spin again. Okay. That, for a moment, thought that was a separate incident going on at another part of the track, but... yeah, Alfredo just losing the rear, so easy to do in these conditions, of course, especially at that point where you're starting to dial degrees of steering lock out of the car, and he was a passenger as soon as that rear started to slip.
Yeah, I don't think he made the curb before it started sliding, though. At first, I assumed he'd got a wheel on the painted curb and lost it, but no, I think the car was on its way around before that point, if I'm honest. Just to clear up then, our confusion with Jonas Carcliss, 5 seconds have been added already onto his race time.
Yes,
so that's why it looked as though him and Tim Heinemann were a little closer together. In reality, they were separated by a fair amount more, but of course, now they'll put it back together behind the safety car, so that's good news in the short term for Heinemann, because he closes in and will move on corrected times ahead of Jonas Carcliss, but he's just pitted Tim Heinemann, as has Petar Matic from behind the safety car. So it was my understanding, based on the rule you just read out, that this will not count.
Well, that's what race control just said. Pit window not open due to safety car. So, yeah, that is the rule, and that will not count. Or there will be a penalty applied. There will be some punishment dished out. Matic is driven straight through the pits.
Right.
So I think they've waved him on and said, nope, not right now. So it's a real advantage, I think, here for those who have made the stop. Those who are on the lead lap and have made a stop. Who are they? Yes, Michelotto, chief among them, Mattia Michelotto, in the VSR Lamborghini, just came past the start-finish line, having already pitted. And this is going to hugely hinder Hartling. This is going to hugely benefit Marcus Klaas. No, not quite, because he is caught a lap down just about. He's second in the queue there. I think more than anyone, this is going to benefit Michelotto, isn't it?
Yes, of course, Marcus won't get a wave around because the safety car has picked up the race leader. It just so happens that Marcus was the next car behind. So, yeah, big advantage for Michelotto. He's the only one that's pitted, I think, still on the lead lap.
Yes, I think Heinemann has pitted. But after the safety car came out. So that, again, is not going to count for a pit stop. That's going to be a penalty or a secondary stop that's forced to be made, and that's unfortunate for he and Alexei Kikareshko as well.
I don't think he went a lap down by doing that little visit to the pit lane, though, did he, Heinemann? So I think he got back out in front of the safety car. But, yeah, still owes us that pit stop, of course. The actual pit stop, that is. So, yes, this has all of a sudden fallen into the hands, I think, of the number 66 Lamborghini pairing of Ignazio Zanon and Mattia Michelotto, who, as it happens, made the right choice to pit early. And I think I made that comment in the GT4 race earlier on. Even if you're a solo driver, I always think it's better to get that pit stop out of the way, unless you're hanging on for a change in track conditions or something like that, especially with the ruling here that you can't make your mandatory stop behind the safety car. Get that stop out of the way. Just obviously try not to fall a lap down, which is easier said than done when you've had someone like J-Mo Hartling setting such an impressive pace.
No, absolutely right. This really has moved the race into an entirely different direction. Now, let's see what's going on the exit of the corner. There doesn't appear to be a Mercedes-AMG GT3 present anymore in the gravel trap, so I would think one more lap should cover it in regards to the safety car. But Hartling and co, who have not pitted, Karklis as well, are going to be very much disadvantaged by this, and really advantage Michelotto, who is effectively a lap ahead of the next GT3 car that has made a pit stop in the form of Clutton. And Alexei Kikareshko has had a problem there. I think that might be up at Gancho. Yes, it is. And Kikareshko, I wonder if that was just a spin on tyres coming back up to temp, or indeed tyres that have been ever so slightly abused by Tim Heinemann.
Yes, quite possible, isn't it? So let's hope not, because we are behind safety car conditions. You really should not be losing control behind the safety car, but it wouldn't be the first time I've seen it. Safety car is coming in this lap, by the way. How soon after the safety car period does the pit window open? Is it the instant the safety car pulls in, or would J-Mo Hartling have to do another lap here before making his pit stop, I wonder? Back to the regs, Adam will go. We'll give him a moment to peruse. There is the car that we expect to come out of this the best, the green Lamborghini at the back of the queue.
Yeah, so no, it is. I thought this was the case. You have to do a fast lap before you come in, so they can't follow the safety car into the pit lane. They're going to have to do a tour of the circuit and then make their mandatory pit stops. But certainly this has thrown many cats among the pigeons here, and we'll have to see how it all shakes out. Certainly in terms of the class battles, Pavlovich and Matic, I think well, Matic hasn't made his stop, of course, his mandatory stop. He's come through the pit lane, so he's affected by this. And indeed, of course, the GT3 order is massively disrupted by this as well. We're going to have to see how everything shakes out, but I think the one certainty is that Mattia Michelotto has very much got the rub of the green here.
Yep, absolutely so. Just needs to keep the car on the track in the remaining 17 minutes or so, and could well be that a race win is heading their way. It's been a successful weekend, hasn't it? Sanon, of course, claimed the win in his solo race yesterday. Michelotto was GT3 winner earlier on today as well. So 2 class wins from 2 races in the GT3 category for the team. Can they now go and make that the hat trick? It looks as though things have fallen pretty much perfectly into their lap. The safety car then destined for the pit lane this time. J-Mo Hartling, the race leader, I'd imagine will be in the pit lane pretty much as soon as he can be. So after this first flying lap, potentially we'll see the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau Mercedes heading in. And yeah, that will at least then free Marcus Clutton to get back onto the lead lap, I suppose, but nowhere near as close to the leader as he would like.
I don't think there would be a second tour for them to do before the window will close, actually. So yes, it will be the time by after this one, or potentially missing the rescheduled end of the pit window. We have less than 16 minutes, or just on 16 minutes of racing left to go here then, as J-Mo Hartling leads them out back to racing speed. He's being followed by Marcus Clutton. Clutton is a lap down on J-Mo Hartling, but critically, Marcus Clutton has made his mandatory pit stop, having taken the car over from Simon Orange. J-Mo Hartling is yet to perform that. Mattia Michelotto, 7.4 seconds only away from the first place car, I make it. He is, of course, already serving that pit stop, so he effectively has a lap in hand over just about everybody else. Jonas Karklis has not made the stop either.
No, he hasn't. So, and of course has that penalty still hanging over him at this point. That's Dexter Muller, I think. Yes, it is. Peeking to the inside of the 204 car and has a big slide coming out of the corner. First chance we've had to see Aston Miller in that car, of course. More side-to-side contact further back as Dexter Muller once again tries to wriggle past the Ferrari Challenge car. Does make that move stick coming out of Curva VIP, and around goes, was that Petar Matic? Yes, it was. The 32 car pointing the wrong way. Now, he'd already, of course, lost the lead in Cup 4 to Milos Pavlovic, and now perhaps has lost any chance he had of coming back against the class leader.
And now the window will shut at 16:37. So we will have a couple of laps here to hold out before making mandatory stops for those who have not yet done so. You can see there Michelotto picking his way through the traffic. He is going to be our net race leader once Hartling and Karklis make their stops. Now, how long will they wait? Surely they may as well just get the job done at this point, as we see there Hirschinger in the bizarre situation of going wheel to wheel with a car in his class that he's a lap ahead of. I don't know if Miller strictly realises that he's a lap down of Felix Hirschinger. It looks pretty well like these two are fighting it out.
It does indeed, and well, at the moment Aston Miller has in theory the preferred line. He should come off the corner better, and of course this is another rare occurrence for Felix Hirschinger. He's heading onto the main straight and probably won't be able to overtake the car that is only a couple of car lengths ahead of him. In fact, he's got a bit of a challenge here, hasn't he, from the Lamborghini alongside. That's not for position either, is it, though? I don't think. And so it is. Sorry, yes, it is. Beg your pardon. He now gets to the inside of Aston Miller, who still will not move aside, and Milos Pavlovic will go around the outside and try to take 7th place away. Aston Miller has inadvertently generated a pretty spicy battle for position behind him. Finally, Hirschinger gets through. Miller is squeezed up the curb, but Pavlovic is right with him.
Yeah, Milos Pavlovic looking very, very racy indeed. There is Igor Klyer in a spin, but there is Milos Pavlovic trying to follow Hirschinger through as Aston Miller continues to make a nuisance of himself just a little bit in amongst all of that fighting. There is the 66 car of Michelotto then, who's now into 2nd place as Jonas Karklis has come in to serve his mandatory stop. J-Mo Hartling, I suspect, will peel into the pits this time by just to be safe, to make sure they don't go over the time limit. But let's wait and see.
Yep, down through Parabolica interior we go, and the race leader there, Mattia Michelotto, well, next race leader, I suppose I should say, getting ahead of myself slightly, almost squeezed off the road entirely. J-Mo Hartling, of course, has not pitted yet, so yeah, I expected him to have been in by now, but has not yet dived for pit lane. And 5-second penalty for Milos Pavlovic, so another track limits infringement, and that green and orange Lamborghini picking up a 5-second penalty and immediately exceeding track limits on the inside of the Cancho chicane just for good measure.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's going to be a chalice hanging over their head. Jamo Hartling, I think, should be in this time. It would be a risk to keep going. He is in the pits. Kenneth Heyer will therefore take the car over for the last dozen or so minutes of this motor race. There is Marcus Clutton going through shot. He will be in 5th overall. He may well be able to try and pursue Jonas Karklis in the final minutes of this race. But Michelotto now formally takes over the race lead. Of course, in amongst all of these cup battles, I'm not sure how much Mattia Michelotto wants to stick his neck out, and with the lead that he's been afforded by the circumstances of the safety car, quite frankly, does he need to? Probably not. Kiki Reshko is 11 seconds back on the timing screen, but do bear in mind, he has not served a legal pit stop.
Yes, good point. So Jonas Karklis, I believe, would be the next car, yes, that has made that pit stop around the outside there. Oh, just about goes here's Sigger, but squeezed out onto the curb. Here now comes Michelotto, squeezing himself between them. So the GT3 spec Lamborghini now comes up behind the Cup 4 class Lamborghini and is not able to make a move down the straight towards the Parabolica interior. Around the outside then of the Cup 1 Ferrari, they both will go. And I don't think it'll be too long before Michelotto does try and make that decisive move, but he has to be careful. It would be particularly frustrating now if he were to throw away a near certain race victory in battling against cars that in many cases aren't even on his lap.
Right, so there's the Mercedes leaving the pits in the hands of Kenneth Heyer. I'm wondering where Karklis is in relation. He's actually just crossed the line. So Kenneth Heyer is second now in net. There is Jonas Karklis, well picked up there by a camber op down at the first corner to see where Jonas is. That's going to be about 10 to 15 seconds gap between them. I must say that's bigger than I thought it was going to be, the gap between the pair. But the next critical question is how far back is Marcus Clutton? And he comes across the line now to answer it adeptly. 20 seconds in 10 minutes. I mean, it would take some heroics, but it's been known to come from Marcus Clutton before.
It has indeed, yes. If they've got the setup right on that McLaren, then he might just be able to make some inroads in the final 10 minutes of the race. And of course, if we did get a late quick safety car, that would change things altogether, wouldn't it? But Marcus, bit of a frustrating weekend this, really, I think, for Marcus and for Simon. They've always seemingly just been on the wrong side of the fortune, haven't they? And just slightly losing out in this race. If they'd been one car further forward in the queue, then they'd have been on the lead lap and right in the fight, but it just didn't quite work out for them, the timing of the pit stop. And he and Simon, I'm sure, will have in the back of their mind that they're still picking up points, and you know, not everyone out there is going to be doing a full season, so they are still doing a reasonably good job in the championship, but they really would love to get a really good outright result at some point. It will come, I'm sure, over the course of the remaining Winter Series, perhaps not today.
No, exactly. A shame there for Clutton and Orange that they got caught that lap down in amongst the pit window shenanigans. If they'd stayed on the lead lap, of course, Michelotto would be under significant pressure from Clutton. It was quite a narrow margin by which they'd lost a lap, and that proved to be very big as a consequence in the race when the safety car came out. It's amazing to hear just how little revs are going through that McLaren there coming out of the Gancho chicane, really having to nurse it. Now let's see, Jonas Karklis across the line with a 157.2 last time by. Clutton will cross the line in a few moments. 155 seems to be about his benchmark right now, but let's see what the time is as he comes across. There is Hirsiger, who has now lost out on track to Milos Pavlovic, incidentally, and the gap has come down between Karklis and Clutton in 4th and 5th, but only by just over 2 seconds, so that's not going to be doable in 8 minutes of racing.
No, needs a bit more than that does Marcus, but he'll keep pushing on. That's just his style, and he will see. You never know what could happen. There could be a moment for Karklis in the closing stages, and you need to make sure you're within striking range if that happens. Cars 88 and 32 being reminded that they must do their mandatory pit stop, but they haven't now done it within the pit window, so a penalty's going their way regardless. I suppose they might as well stay out there, really, or take the lesser of the two penalties. Track limits infringement as well now for car 69, so a first infringement, admittedly. 69, do we have a 69? No, we don't, do we?
We don't, no. Maybe the 19 Possibly.
Possibly, I misread it. Yes, you might be right.
No, you didn't misread it. I'm saying they might have mistyped it.
Right.
Believe in yourself.
Very, very used to taking the blame for things. That's all it is. Right. Okay. So who that is a mystery to us. But anyway, that car being warned, whichever car it is, for exceeding track limits. Perhaps 67, I suppose. Marcus Clutton, I'm sure, is fired up and pushing as hard as he can. So. Not saying he has a tendency. Oh, no! That is Michelotto. That is the race leader in the gravel trap. And potentially, yes, definitely going no further. He is stranded. That is at Parabolica Interior. What did I just say? All he had to do was stay on the road, and it was a nailed-on race victory.
Well, another twist in the tail here in the GT Winter Series. Mattia Michelotto will be kicking the throttle, and then himself there in the gravel trap. He's going no further. The safety car is out. That gives us the compelling scenario where Koreshko is leading the race despite not having served a legal pit stop. And eventually this is going to hand the lead to Kenneth Heyer. Now, who is that directly behind the safety car? It's Clutton. Please release Marcus Clutton. If we get this race back underway, we need to let them be on the lead lap together.
Oh, Petar Matic going no further either now, so they are dropping like flies in the closing stage of this race. I was about to make the point that this brings Marcus Clutton right back into the party, but only if he gets waved past the safety car. The safety car was scrambled very efficiently, it must be said, but has picked up the wrong car. This is potentially what happened then. Oh, the car just seemed to go straight on. We can only hypothesise what the issue might have been. Have you spotted something?
A second set of wheel tracks and a lot of tyre noise. I wondered if there was another car that we didn't see in that shot, but I think it was just the one, and it sounded like a straight-up pirouette to me.
Yes, quite possible. That's odd, though, isn't it, for Michelotto to have made a mistake like that and touch a white line in these conditions. And yes, you can be in some trouble, but a driver of his calibre, that is a surprising error, it has to be said, especially in the circumstances. A complete unforced error, not under any pressure whatsoever for position. So, Alexei Koreshko leads in inverted commas, but has not served a legal mandatory pit stop, it is our understanding. Kenneth Heyer is second, but potentially the net leader in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum Mercedes. Where is Jonas Karklis in relation to Kenneth Heyer? That's the question we need answering then. So the green and black Mercedes, the Liqui-Moly Team Engsler liveried Lamborghini, that could very shortly become the battle for the lead. Marcus Clutton perhaps is out of it just because for the second time this race he's been caught the wrong side of the safety car, but very definitely Jonas Karklis and Kenneth Heyer, that is going to be a proper battle for the win as and when we go racing again. We've got 4.25 minutes to go. Do we have time to go racing again? This Lamborghini is a long way into the gravel trap at turn 6. The recovery vehicle, though, is already hooked up. So, yes, I'm confident we'll get some more racing. Where is Karklis in relation to Kenneth Heyer?
I feel like Marcus Clutton's entire car body language right now says, wave by, is looking either side of the BMW saying, come on, I want to try and go for this race win. Let's hope that we get this particular course corrected in time. We're going to have to watch out here with bated breath. We're also going to have to look back in the pack there to the SR Mercedes. At the very rear of the queue is our race leader, who it will be, of course, Kenneth Heyer. The actual race leader, not taking into account illegal pit stops, is the Porsche in shot now, the 88 car. Yes, that is a net lead, of course, for Kenneth Heyer, and as you just pointed out, Andy, Jonas Karklis is right there with him.
Yep, he will be the next car in the queue, so regardless what goes on with waiver rounds, our two race leaders are going to be absolutely nose to tail.
I hate to say it, safety car delta's about 2:40, 2:45.
I see where you're going with that. I'm hoping that they're going to make a late decision to bring it in, but yes, we are in the final sector, and that decision would normally have been made by now, wouldn't it? So yes, this might all be for nothing then, and Kenneth Heyer will be very pleased, I'm sure, to have this opportunity to finish behind safety car and not have to defend from a charged up Jonas Karklis, but yeah, I think that is exactly the case, isn't it? We're going to come across the line now, the safety car stays out, and this will be to begin the final lap.
will be, unfortunately. We were set up there for a very, very exciting finish, but unfortunately it's one that we're going to run out of time on. The safety car is teasingly slow there down the main straight. It's cruel, quite frankly, to do this to us, but the safety car is woeing them up down the main straight, and that means that we are going to be starting the final lap of the race under safety car conditions. It means that once everything is straightened out, Kikareshko will receive a penalty of some description for the illegal pit stop, to my understanding. But then Kenneth Hire will claim the race win. It'll be Karklis and then Clutton a lap down, your overall top 3 in this race, but not in the circumstances that we would have wanted to have seen. And I'm sure for Karklis and indeed for Clutton, they'll be ruining what will feel like a missed opportunity.
Yeah, most definitely, especially with what happened there to Michelotto in the closing stages. Then they really will be kicking themselves. Not even really their fault, was it, that they ended up the wrong side of the leader after the pit stop, but yeah, it just meant that they weren't able to take full advantage of the situation that arose. So well, that is the car that leads the race officially, Alexei Kikareshko. We have not yet had any notification of what penalty will be heading their way. To clarify, they have visited the pit lane, but they did so, during the safety car period, the first safety car period. The pit lane window had temporarily closed at that point. They are now waving through Marcus Clutton, I suppose, so that at least the first car to cross the line is the race winner, except it might not be, because it might well be that that 88 car that crosses the line first is not going to be winning the race. Well, I'm glad this is the last race of the day, Adam, because it means we can sit around for a couple of hours after and figure out what on earth has gone on over the last 50 minutes or so. This has been a rather complicated race to try and follow at times, a very entertaining one, and one that in some ways is still keeping us guessing.
Very much so to the latter point, yes. This has been a head-scratcher, to say the least, and it's a head-scratcher that's on its final lap, and while Alexei Kikareshko will take the flag first, he has not served his mandatory pit stop. I believe the penalty there is the length of a mandatory pit stop added to your race time, but quite how much of a penalty that is, of course, given how the field is spread out, that's going to be interesting as well. Marcus Clutton needs to get a quasi-hurry on to make sure that he's within that 86-second window. He'll be okay, but that is a point as well. Still, the Cup 2 win, regardless, will go to Alexei Kikareshko, of course. Igor Klaya a couple of laps down, so regardless of what penalty gets thrown the way of Kikareshko, anything but a disqualification will give him the Cup 2 class win, along with his driver, Tim Heinemann, his co-driver.
Indeed so. So Alexei Kikareshko then is at least going to get his moment in the spotlight anyway, and as you said, should still claim that Cup 2 victory. He's a couple of laps, I think, ahead of Igor Klaya, the only other Cup 2 runner, so should be good for that win. Felix Hirsiger, despite a troubled race, is still on course for a Cup 1 victory. Milos Pavlovic, of course, along with Alessio Raffini, on course for Cup 4, and Kenneth Hire is going to claim, at the very least, the GT3 class win, and we strongly suspect the outright victory as well. So the race will finish behind the safety car, we are officially notified. Well, yes, the time is ticked down to 0, which rather indicates it's the end of the race. Checkered flag will wave for Alexei Kikareshko, and then we'll wait and see what happens from there.
Well, we know Kikareshko will receive a penalty. We know that he won't be the race winner. That much is surely clear. Finding the exact nature of the penalty for this circumstance is hard to come by, but I think to a certain extent we expect everyone to serve the mandatory pit stop. Either way, Kikareshko comes across the line and will win the Cup 2 class. He will win the overall order on track, but your winner will be Kenneth Hire once everything shakes out in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzlam car. So Hartling and Hire as a unit claim their first win of the season. Jonas Karklis, therefore, will finish second overall and in the Cup class. So then, Karklis in third, Marcus Clutton in fourth position on the on the screen, but he should be coming across the line about now to claim what will be third position. He does so it will be third for Clutton once everything shakes out, and indeed fourth for Dexter Muller, and fifth position as well as the Cup 4 class win will go to Autosport Racing's Milos Pavlovic. Well, certainly a complex motor race, that much is clear. But Kenneth Hyatt and Jamo Hartling will be the race winners. Perhaps not in the way that Kenneth Hyatt wanted to claim his first of the season and the second of the season for Jamo, but it has fallen out that way, and it's a shame that Jonas Karklis and Marcus Clutton weren't able to get the opportunity to fight him for that win in the closing stages. Had things been a little bit different from a timing perspective on that safety car, we may just have got a one-lap dash among the top three cars, top four cars even, with Dexter Muller factored in to the race for the flag, but it would have been cool. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be on this occasion. Kenneth Hyatt in the 11 machine has won along with Jamo Hartling. That'll be critical points for them, of course, in their desired retention of the GT3 championship. Of course, while all of that's happening, Alexei Kikareshko pulls up to the pit lane and pulls up under the P1, or just in front of the P1 board. However, his penalty still has not been confirmed anywhere on the timing screen. The 11 car will be the race winner. Jonas Karklis will be the runner-up. And you see there the rather hot Mercedes with Kenneth Hyatt making his way out of the car. Of course, again, we are anticipating what should surely be a penalty for Kikareshko and Heinemann, but communication not forthcoming on that front in terms of the penalty being formally confirmed, but we understand it should be effectively a bolt-on of 86 seconds, which is the penalty length. And we'll see. Hopefully the race control makes the move to confirm that. But we should really be speaking to Hyer and Hartling, because per every regulation I can find, they will be confirmed as the race winners by race control in due course. Hyer and Hartling looking to defend that GT3 crown, but of course, as a pairing in 2024, they were the overall GT Winter Series champions, and that would certainly be something Kenneth has his eye on, as he says quite often, in the back quarter of his career now, wanting to rack up accolades, and he did a great job of that in 2025, winning the Zolder 24 Hour for a 5th time on the same weekend where he was also racing in Spa, travelling between Spa and Zolder, winning races in the Special Tourenwagen Trophy Championship. An incredible season 2025 for Kenneth Hyer. He went on to win that 2025 Special Tourenwagen Trophy title, and will now be looking to start 2026 with our title here in the GT Winter Series, be that in the GT3 class or indeed in the overall, preferably both, of course. But Kikareshko still listed there as the winner. Race control, though, will no doubt make a penalty appear in due course. However, We will confirm that as soon as humanly possible. Cascais and Clutton should be therefore confirmed as second and third overall as well. For Jonas Cascais, a bit of a bounce back, a measure of redemption after what's been a tough weekend. And obviously the Engstler team did a good job getting the car back out even after the meeting with the barrier at the run between turn 1 and turn 2. Let's take a look back at the race highlights for this one. So then the race got started with a flying start from Ignazio Zanon. Zanon in the 66 car, running towards the first corner at quite a hefty speed, and that was mostly because Felix Hirsiger had missed his opportunity to get the race started in the proper way. He just seemed to miss the lights, quite frankly. Dropped through the field as well, struggling against the GT3s. Jamo Hartling, though, he was not struggling in the slightest. Up to the lead in the early stages, and he was soon building a gap over Zanon as well. Further back, we saw Milos Pavlovic, Alessio Raffini at this stage, of course, in a fight with Severin Mazur, and Raffini there getting onto the painted stuff and wanting nothing of the throttle, unfortunately costing himself 2 positions as a result. Tim Heinemann in the number 88 Porsche was doing a great job working his way through the field. However, he was later told he'd been making some of these overtakes somewhat illegally. He was going off the circuit to make them in some instances. Hirsiger was really struggling to get the power down and get the car pointing in the right direction at times in the Liquid Moly Team Engstler Ferrari 296 Challenge, but all the same having a good fight with Dexter Muller. Dexter, who had the advantage around the outside at Arella Bend. The GT3 cars a lot more poised here this year than last, since they now have the new Pirelli wet tyre compound to use, and that was evident in the performance of the likes of Dexter Muller and the rest of the GT3 field. We had a spin for Alfredo Hernandez, and that would trigger a safety car within the pit window, and of course that is never a good thing, and rather clumsily, unfortunately, back into the gravel trap there after almost managing to skate through it onto the grass. Kenneth Hyatt took over the car post-pit window. Because we're a mid-pit window, the pit stops had to stop for a while. That gave the advantage firmly to Michelotto in the VSR car as Petar Matic had a spin. Michelotto was effectively on his own lap and on his own island, courtesy of the safety car window coming mid-pit, safety car coming out mid-pit window. All sorts of exchanges of position here. This was for 7th place. That was Milos Pavlovic and Felix Hirsiger going head-to-head, although Aston Miller was also there, albeit a lap down. Hirsiger going to eventually 7th overall, was not able to hold off Milos Pavlovic, who was looking really feisty in that Cup 4 Autosport Racing Lamborghini. 88 in a spin. That was Alexei Kikoreshko having a moment out there on the circuit, but the biggest moment of all, unfortunately, was one man's error. Mattia Michelotto spinning out of what was a comfortable lead, ending up in the gravel and out of the race proceedings. Kikoreshko across the line first, but having not made his penalty, not having made his mandatory pit stop, we expect him to receive a penalty, and we expect Kenneth Hyatt to therefore inherit the race victory. But this is all still somewhat unclear at this juncture. We await formal confirmation of that, but it doesn't appear to be forthcoming. Well, the circuit is quiet for the first time this weekend, and must say we've got a rather fortunate run of the green here in terms of weather conditions. The doom and the gloom has been abundant and frankly justified, looking at the weather forecast this weekend for the Winter Series here at Estoril, but we've managed to hold out through it all. It certainly hit its soggy zenith during the Formula races 1 and 3, but You've got through all of the races in one piece, and everybody has had some exciting racing in amongst it as well. We even got the slick tyres out, which I possibly wouldn't have expected on Thursday. Exciting times for the Winter Series coming up next, of course, because the second round of the Formula Winter Series will take place at Portimao, which is always a great circuit for the F4 cars, and that, of course, is on the support bill for the big one, the Portimao 6 hours, the 6 hours of Portimao, the second edition of that motor race. We're expecting 20 cars plus for the start of that one, which is more than enough to have a very exciting endurance race contest. A lot of your front-running teams from the GT and GT4 Winter Series will be in amongst a field also comprised of the odd endurance specialist team. That mountain has scarcely been visible today. It's in the clouds at the moment. It has been in the clouds all day. Usually it spells doom when you can't see the topography surrounding the circuit. And while we have had our rain, of course, we have at least managed to continue going racing. We've had every race in the books ultimately at the conclusion of the weekend. Of course, this marks the end of the first leg of the GT Winter Series season. However, we do have the Spanish leg to look forward to coming into Valencia, 12th to 15th of February. The GT Winter Series with their third round of the season, and I think what might be one of the biggest crowds in Winter Series history, with the Rue Car Festival going on as well. We'll have supercars, modified cars, a bit of everything going on around the paddock and around the immediate surrounds of the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. That is going to be one that you do not want to miss. Lots of action. Of course, we spoke about the 6 hours of Portimao. We spoke about the Formula Winter Series on the support bill. Also on the support bill for that weekend, our next Winter Series broadcast on the 7th and 8th of February, we will see the inaugural contests for the Sports Prototype Winter Series, which caters to prototypes outside of the LMP3 family. So think of cars like Radicals, think of Wolfs, think of Normas and Novas and cars of that nature, CN cars, even some older SR2 machinery could be eligible. Entries still open for the Sports Prototype Winter Series, incidentally. So if you've got a miscellaneous prototype that is not of LMP3 nature, then do pop along, do let us know that you want to take part. It will be an exciting opening stanza for the Sports Prototype Winter Series. Just 2 rounds for the season there, and we'll be at Portimao for the 6-hour weekend and Valencia for the second of 2 rounds. Of course, we'll have the Prototype Winter Series back with us as well in March at Aragon, and indeed the season finale for all of the Winter Series contests at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. The current home will be, yes, I think still current home of the Spanish Grand Prix until the Mad Ring has finally taken shape. So then the Estoril cloud hang is certainly ever present. So is the history of this circuit. And I will say one of my highlights of the weekend, while we wait for an errant driver or two, is talking to some of the teenagers in the FWS paddock and how many of them actually know their Estoril history. Senna 85 was trotted out several times to me in the paddock in FWS, and some 25 years later they were born and they still know about it, which is really good to see. Not all young drivers know the history, but a lot of our FWS competitors do, and that's really heartening. Down at the podium, Andy McEwen has a suite of drivers, and I think he's going to find out in real time, as we will, who's done what.
Well, I wouldn't hold your breath, Adam. We do, though, have our drivers here ready to go with our final podium of the weekend. We'll start, as always, with Cook 4. Second place this time for Petar Matic. Well done. Second step of the podium for the Autosport Racing Lamborghini driver. It was a win, though, for the 333 car. Milos Pavlovic can't make it, but we do have our race winner, Alessio Ruffini. Milos is keen to get his flight home, I believe, and hopefully go to some sunnier, warmer climes. But Alessio here to celebrate his first race finish of the weekend. It's been a tricky weekend for Alessio Ruffini, but he does get to round the weekend out with a trophy, and he will be very pleased with that indeed. Holds the trophy aloft, photos will be taken, and nice to see a bit of Cup 4 action in that race with Ruffini and Petar Matic doing battle. Are they going to save the drinks? They are. Alessio, can we have a quick chat with you? It's been a troubling weekend for you, hasn't it? It must feel really nice to finally get a finish and a win.
Thank you. Yes, it was a really difficult weekend for me. I did a mistake in race 1, but it was very slippery, and race 2, it was not my fault. And finally I was able to do a full race 3, but we come back in Valencia stronger than this situation.
Excellent, we look forward to that. Alessio Ruffini then, your winner in Cup 4, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo class, and Alessio with a big smile on his face, perhaps for the first time this weekend. Now then, Cup 2, another class that had its dramas in that race, and this is our two teams that we're going to have out onto the podium momentarily. We do hopefully have 3 drivers here. Should stress as well, these are very much provisional results, although the class positions shouldn't really be affected too much by any potential post-race penalties, which means that we can with some confidence say that it is second place in Cup 2 for Igor Klaya. Well done, Igor, to the second step of the podium, and, well, they led on the road at the end of the race. They should still be able to seal the Cup 2 victory. It is the other PT Sports car of Tim Heinemann and Alexei Kikareshko. Out onto the top step they go, and Alexei and Tim, celebrate a race victory. The PT Sports by Up to Race squad coming out on top of the PTT Racing team in Cup 2, and a very entertaining race they had, and Tim Heinemann in particular took a starring role in that opening part of the race as he charged up through the order, beating a lot of the GT3 cars, had to give those 2 positions back, but it was a fabulous result still for the PT Sports squad, and they are going to take the corks out of the bottles, the champagne sprays. There are squeals from the top of the podium, corks fly, and Alexei and Tim celebrating at the end of what was a very hard-fought race. Let's dive in and have a chat with them. Well, a class victory for both of you. I'm keen to speak to both of you, really. Tim, I'll start with you because your stint was very interesting. You were beating a lot of cars that should have been quicker than you.
Yeah, I was trying to. I mean, we had a nice car. Team did a brilliant job. Yeah, felt really nice to be so in front, and yeah, just a great feeling. Yeah, I wanted to go even a bit more to the front, but yeah, I think there were some discussions going on. But yeah, super happy with the weekend, and also for Alexei. I mean, in Portimao we had already a really good weekend, and now a victory once again is really nice to start the season with.
Alexei, that must have been a tough stint for you, just trying to figure out where you were in the order, and of course the track conditions were evolving as well. It was a tough stint for you to understand what position you were in, maybe.
Yes, I understand position, but I don't know what.
You're happy. That's the main thing. You have a smile. Alexei then and Tim are winners in Cup 2. Congratulations, guys. And the PT Sports by Up to Race squad celebrate a win in the Porsche 992 class. Cup 1 then is our next class podium that we will go to. The Ferrari Challenge cars, always a factor, seemingly, here at Estoril. And we have, again, a few new faces to see on the podium this time around. In third position for AF Corsa, Joseph Dean and Aston Miller. Well done. The first time, of course, we've seen Aston on the podium this weekend. A third place finish in Cup 1. Second position goes to Cascais Racing's Alberto Cola and Lucas Azato. They head out to much applause for the Cascais Racing team down below. It is, though, a hat-trick of class wins. 3 races and 3 winners' trophies for the Liqui Moly Team Engsler driver, Felix Hirziger. Represented by a team member here. He's also had to take an early flight home, but has at least got another trophy that's going to be sent his way before too much longer. And the team very happy, I think, to see their man up on the top step of the podium. Felix Hirziger's had a starring role. Maybe they'll let the team representative keep the trophy at the end of the weekend. Felix already has a few, of course, to be going home with after a very successful 3 races here at Estoril. So again, we now have the challenge of fitting 5 people onto the top step of the Estoril podium, which we've just about managed to do, I think. And what will they choose to do? Yep, corks are coming out. It's time for me to hide behind the podium. It's already damp enough out here on the Estoril podium without getting involved too heavily in the spraying of champagne. Aston Miller sensibly has come around here to hide with me as well. Celebrations then in the Cup 1 category, and a big congratulations to all of our podium finishers. So one more class then to go through, the GT3 category, which again had the most cars entered into it this weekend, and certainly provided us with some very interesting moments. A little bit of good fortune, bad fortune really. Some teams getting the right side of those safety car calls, and others perhaps just finding themselves running a little bit out of luck, but it was still a very healthy entry for GT3 cars, and of course we expect more of those as we go further into the season. So we'll start then with our third place finishers. 3 third place finishers this weekend for Orange Racing by JMH's Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton. Out they head onto the third step of the podium, and a very consistent weekend, although perhaps not quite as high up the podium as either of them would like to have climbed. It is a first appearance on the podium this weekend though for our second place finisher, Jonas Karklis. Jonas electing to go solo that time in the pit stop race and came home a very strong second. And who knows, if that safety car had come in at the end, he might have been able to grab the win. The win, though, in GT3 does go the way of SR Motorsport by Schnitzelal. It is Jamo Hartling and Kenneth Heyer. They head out onto the podium once again. It is their first class win of the weekend. They've been second twice, and now they get a GT3 class victory. The overall result yet to be finalised, but within the classes we do know that SR Motorsport by Schnitzelal have managed to come out on top. The final set of trophies then are handed out. The final set of photos will be taken. And I will try and get in and have a chat with Kenneth and Jamo as well. There was a little bit of uncertainty when they first came in as to exactly what the result was going to be, but as I said, the GT3 classification unlikely to change. I will just wait and see what they elect to do with the bottles in front of them. I suspect I know the answer, and Kenneth Heyer, I think, is going to be the first to uncork the bottle and celebrate with Jamo Hartling after a successful race and a challenging one at the same time. SR Motorsport by Schnitzelal Racing getting themselves the race victory. Jamo, Kenneth, let's have a chat then with our GT3 class winners. If you want to pop down here and tell me all about that race, Kenneth. That was a challenging race, wasn't it? The GT3 category pretty competitive this weekend, but you've managed to claim the win.
Yeah, Jamo did an amazing stint in the beginning. For me, it was very short because after the safety car, we had not so much time for me for the driving side. But the car was wonderful the whole weekend. We did 2 second places and 1 overall win, so we are very happy. Also strong for the championship, so very good weekend for the whole team.
It was an important weekend, wasn't it, Jamo, from the championship perspective? Portimao didn't really go to plan, so you must be leaving Estoril a little bit happier.
Yeah, it's quite good. We're gaining points for the championship, and we hope to hold it on.
Excellent stuff. Massive congratulations then. Jamo Hartling and Kenneth Heyer, your GT3 winners at the end of a busy weekend here at Estoril. For all of the final thoughts from a busy weekend of racing, let's head downstairs to Izzy Browning.
Yes, thank you, Andy. A very good job he's done all day on the podium with all of those interviews, and herding drivers, probably one of the most difficult jobs all weekend. I'm delighted to say someone else with a difficult job all weekend has joined me now from the commentary box, Adam Weller, for the first time this weekend. Great to see you. I mean, a fantastic weekend in Estoril, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, it's been an interesting one. I mean, the conditions have played their wretched game with people all weekend long. Often not knowing what tyres to be on, not knowing if the race would even start in certain instances. Think back to FWS Race 1. But we've got some quality racing out of it ultimately. I was team pessimist. I thought we'd be on the plane home by now on Sunday, to be honest. But what a day of racing.
What a day of racing indeed. Andy joins us straight from the podium as well. We'll start with the Formula Winter Series. 3 different winners in 3 different races. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better start. This is going to be a competitive season, isn't it?
Absolutely so. I'll be honest, yesterday I was a little disappointed at the race that we got from the formulas. The rain really did sort of stop play, and after all of the hype pre-season, I was really looking forward to seeing how they got on when they were unleashed today, and we weren't disappointed. 2 fantastic races today, some really nice feel-good stories. On a personal note, having followed obviously Rocco Coronel's progress in Ginettas last year, really nice to see him taking so quickly to Formula 4 racing, an absolute star of the future. And as I said, a star of the now as far as Formula Winter Series is concerned. Might not have had the results today overall that he was hoping for, but that first win would have meant a lot.
Yeah, definitely. And also a first win for Alexander Savinkov, which also would have meant a lot. And there were some emotional scenes down here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think it was race 5 of Rocco's Coronel's career was his first win. Alexander Savinkov has done over 70. It's taken him a long time. It's his third year of F4, and that's the danger zone. If you're in a third year in a junior single-seater category, you don't start to show results, people are going to start looking harshly. So getting that first win under his belt, getting a good result under his belt and proving he can do it, gives him some good ammunition going forward. So I'm very happy for him because he does deserve a good break there.
Yeah, certainly does. Right, we move on to the GT4s and what has been a fantastic weekend for the SR team. I mean, Enrico and Joel, it couldn't have really gone better, could it?
No, absolutely so. SR, as I just said to J-Mo Hartling, as a whole, I think will leave Estoril happier than they did Portimao. Yeah, that Pro-Am battle in GT4 is going to be particularly tasty. That's really where most of the real exciting racing came over this weekend. And with 3 or 4 teams all seemingly capable of getting good results there. L'Espace Bienvenu, of course, a little bit unlucky at times, but they are always quick. SR, WNS, Tim Horrell getting another really, really popular race win. So yeah, Pro-Am's where a lot of the attention will be for me. I think, of course, we expect more cars on all of the grids, really, certainly the 2 GT grids, as we begin the Spanish leg in a few weeks' time. And who knows what further levels of competition that might bring. But great racing and a fascinating championship in prospect.
Yeah, hugely excited to see what happens. Right, we'll move on to the GT Winter Series then. I mean, a little bit of confusion at the end of that final race, but still entertaining weekend from them as well.
Oh, absolutely. We got some of that traditional GT Winter Series multi-class shuffle racing, as it were, with the Cup 1, 2, 4 and the GT3s at times all sharing the same piece of track. And again, a really impressive GT3 class entry. We've scarcely nudged 10 cars in the past. We had 15 at Portimao, we had 9 here. As a percentage of the grid, we're seeing more and more of the GT3s, and that's really exciting.
It certainly is. Right, boys, you should know what's coming because I've done this every single year you've worked with me. Highlight of the weekend, please.
I will say the fact we got some racing in today is definitely a highlight, as Adam alluded to earlier on. It's got to be Rocco Coronel's win in the Formula Winter Series for me. It was a brilliant race anyway, lived up to the billing, and yeah, very, very pleased to see him grab that win.
Yeah, I think that was my highlight as well, to be honest with you. I was worried that you guys would turn it back on me and ask for my highlight. That actually was the highlight I'd thought of. Adam, what about you?
I'll take the FWS Race 3 podium as totality, because again, the Savinkov story is a great one, but then also having Matilda Pats on the podium as well. That is really impressive stuff. Not the first time we've had a female driver on the podium in FWS, but in a 30-car grid, yes, it very much is the first time. I think it was maybe 10 or 11 cars when Houseman got her podium in 2023. Just a brilliant race in general. Aragon 2025 vibes all over again. Topsy-turvy, who was going to win? We only found out when they crossed the line.
Yeah, I certainly enjoyed that one. And the Formula Winter Series are going to be back with us next time out in Portimao. We head back to Portimao for the 6-hour endurance race. Can't wait to see how that one shakes out. And you can join us then for the GT4 and the GT Winter Series, though. They take a break and we see them in Valencia. We will hope to see you, though, when we go live again on the 7th of February in Portimao.
We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 3 seconds to lap. It does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. In the GT Winter Series, but already